Ember by Camilla 14. It was a day like any other, boring, hot, and full of sweaty regret. Not unlike the start of a cliché manga, my room was a mess, with dirty clothes strewn across the floor like defeated flags of my motivation. From the doorway, anyone could guess I'd stopped caring weeks ago. And me? I was either reading a book or mashing buttons on a controller. After years of trying and failing to hold down a job, then spending 2 more years pretending job hunting was a full-time career, I'd finally given up. I let myself go. No dramatic collapse, no tragic accident, just inertia. So, no, I didn't die. I was just taken. One second I was in my chair, the next I was tumbling through a weird, colorful something. A tunnel? A dimension? A kaleidoscope of regret? I'm not a physicist. I don't know what it was. All I remember is the ridiculous whiplash before I blacked out, knocked unconscious by my own gaming chair during the fall. Fitting. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if there's still a hole in my floor, or if it sealed itself back up like nothing ever happened. Anyway, I'm rambling. The point is, I had no idea what was going on. A small electric hamster Deden raised a paw. What's a gaming chair? It's a chair. For gaming, I replied flatly. So, a normal chair? Buneri tilted her head, ears twitching. It's not important to the story, I said, waving a paw. The fire crackled quietly between us, little embers dancing up like stars trying to escape the flames. I took a breath and continued. So, I woke up in a bush, half hanging out of it like an ape-om mid-nap. Ouch! I woke with a throbbing headache, my whole skull pulsing like it was caught in a confusion attack. Worse yet, my hands were tied. Same with my legs. And my tail. Tail? What the hell? I shouted so hard my throat burned. A flock of pidgey fluttered out of a nearby bush, casting me some very offended stink-eye on their way out. Say what now? I muttered, staring after them. Those birds looked like... But my words caught in my throat. In the distance, a massive herd of donphan rolled across the grasslands with thunderous force, flattening everything in their path. The earth practically shook beneath them. This has to be a bad dream. I squirmed, trying to sit up or even roll, but whatever I was wrapped in held fast. From my awkward upside-down angle, I could just barely make out my surroundings. Lush, semi-forested terrain stretching into open meadow. After squinting a bit, I spotted more Pokémon. A Diglett popped up, then vanished into a fresh molehill. A Spearow jabbed and squawked at a retreating Bulbasaur, who scurried into the underbrush. A Kakuna dangled from the branch of a massive oak, so well camouflaged I almost missed it. My weird perspective gave me an unexpected edge. Then I noticed something else. A black nose. My nose. Right in the center of my vision. No doubt about it. I started moving, slowly testing joints and limbs. My fingers had limited mobility, ending in tiny claws I could just barely retract. My tail was long, not a stub, but I couldn't quite judge the length. My ears felt heavy. And longer. The kind of long that had presence. My thoughts were running wild on a Pichu chase. Yes, that's what we say now. You say wild goose chase. I say wild Pichu chase. Deal with it. If I could just see myself, I grunted, craning my neck. A voice interrupted me. That must be uncomfortable, it said, calm, casual. Definitely a Pokemon's voice, but somehow I understood it perfectly, like my brain was auto-translating in real time. Need some help? Yes, please. I would very much appreciate. I cut myself off mid-sentence, because hanging just inches from my face was a spinnerack. To say I nearly pissed myself would be an understatement. My entire body shuddered. My fur stood on end like I'd licked a power line. I can help you, she said, her tone light but firm. But in return, I want you to help me too. Sure, I replied, nodding as much as my restraint allowed. Then she jumped. On my face. My face. I'm proud to report I did not scream. I only made several strangled noises and spasmed like a spoiled Magikarp. Within moments, the binding snapped. I collapsed unceremoniously onto the grass with a wheezing "Umph!" as the wind got knocked clean out of me. "Sorry," she chirped, waving one of her little legs like this was all perfectly normal. It took me a while to stand up properly. Well, properly is a strong word. I was on all fours. Once I finally managed to get a look at myself, the truth hit hard. I was a Fennekin, or something very close to one. Just like the other Pokémon I'd seen, my body wasn't cartoony or soft-edged like in the games or anime. It was real, streamlined, biologically correct. Even the Spinarak, who still creeped me out, looked way too much like an actual spider, 8 sharp legs, bristly hairs, and all. Compared to that, my new form had the proportions of a fennec fox. Long legs, lean frame, sharp snout. The only real giveaways were the reddish-golden fur, the oversized ears with thick fluff weighed down by gravity, and the part where I could apparently breathe fire. Yeah, that was going to be a disaster someday. For now, though, I was just grateful my legs could carry me. Wobbly, uncertain, and awkward, but moving. Against my better judgment, which was screaming at me to run far away from the venomous spider, I followed the Spinarak as she skittered through the tall grass. "This way," she called back. Thankfully, my legs were longer than hers, so I didn't need to hurry. Good thing too, if I had to run, I'd probably have tripped and face-planted. Walking was weird, but oddly logical. My new skeletal structure wanted to move a certain way. I just needed to find the rhythm. I'd seen enough dogs and foxes walk in real life, it was just a matter of syncing up and not overthinking it. We soon arrived at the remains of what was clearly her nest, torn, ragged, and nearly stripped bare. 2 Rattata were gnawing on berries they'd pulled from a nearly empty silk pouch. "Those are mine!" Spinarak shouted. "Then take it," one of the Rattata replied with a lazy grin. His oversized front teeth started to glow a clear sign he could attack, but he just bit into a pecha berry and chewed slowly. "Well, I'm not alone now, bullies." Spinarak raised her front legs in a threat display. "Hey, guys," I said, stepping forward. "Mind finding your own food?" Heh. She brought another girl to fight her battles. The second Rattata laughed. Cute. Maybe start a little girl club and cry together? That was it. They called me a girl. And I don't even know why it got under my skin so badly, but I felt utterly humiliated. Then I did something that surprised even me. I took a deep breath. A long, deliberate inhale, hoping, praying that something would happen. My chest filled with a strange warmth, a glow that grew into searing heat. And then, whoosh! Flames erupted from my mouth, scorching both Rattata in a single blast. Their whiskers burned clean off. The fur on their faces singed and curled. One berry actually cooked in the paw of the second one. Then they both keeled over. I stared in stunned silence, then gave a satisfied huff. "You talk too much trash." "Oh no, my silk!" Spinarak squeaked, scrambling to snip away the burning edge of her home before the fire spread. I jumped forward, instinct taking over, and landed right on the smoking thread. To my shock, it didn't burn me. Not my paws, not my fur, not even my tongue. My body didn't seem to register the fire as something harmful. The heat felt like comfort, like it belonged to me. "Thanks. I bet they'll think twice before ransacking my food storage again," Spinarak said, wiping her forehead with a leg. "No worries," I snorted, a puff of smoke curling from my nostrils. "They called me a girl. That was their mistake." "But you..." Spinarak hesitated, trying to piece her words together. "Oh, I see now. I'll just call you Lady then. Didn't realize you were that old. Must have hit a nerve. Good for you, though. You look really young for your age." She was trying. Really. But she'd missed the mark by a mile. I, on the other hand, was teetering on the edge of a full-blown existential crisis. I swallowed hard. "Well, I'm glad everything worked out. Stay safe now. You two and, try not to climb too many trees," she said, waving a leg. I gave a shaky nod and turned away. Once I found a quiet bush, Far from any watchful eyes, I settled in and took a long breath. Then I looked down. Prince Charming didn't make it, I muttered. Gone. Just gone. A flat patch of fur where once was proof of manhood. It's okay. You're better than this, I whispered to myself. Men don't cry. Then again, I wasn't a man anymore. Shit, I muttered, slamming my forehead softly into the thickest branch I could find. Couldn't even let me keep my gender. I choked, my voice cracking. A single tear escaped, just one. But it burned more than fire. It took several minutes before I could pull myself together. When I finally emerged from the bush, I moved with the defeated slump of someone carrying a weight they didn't choose. Ears drooped, tail dragging, long, quiet sighs trailing behind me like footprints. Finding food turned out to be shockingly easy. The forest was rich with all kinds of berry trees, not just Pokémon berries like Oran or Pecha, but wild apples, raspberries, even strawberries. The real problem started when I actually tried to gather some. Apparently, most trees were already claimed. I learned that the hard way after getting pecked to hell by a flock of Spearow for eating a few Oran berries. My fur was ruined, and my body ached in places I didn't know I had. The apple tree? Yeah, that was guarded by a massive Arbok. I gave that one a very wide berth. Thankfully, smaller bushes weren't as fiercely protected. I managed to fill my belly with raspberries and strawberries without earning more bruises. Then came the worst part. I couldn't use my fire anymore. No matter how hard I tried, all that came out was a pitiful puff of smoke, or at best, a weak flicker of embers. That earlier flamethrower? A total fluke. Well, today was a mixed bag of weird and stupid, I sighed, settling into a makeshift den beneath the roots of a massive old maple tree. The roots jutted out of the ground like ancient ribs, leaving just enough space to dig a shallow little shelter. I even gathered a pile of broad leaves to lie on. No way was I sleeping directly on cold dirt. I left a small opening in the roots above me, just wide enough to see the stars. I mean, it's not as bad as I expected, I murmured, resting my head. I've been stuck in that stinky room for so long. I almost forgot how beautiful the outside world can be. I paused. But still, this world? Why Pokémon? Why me? I snorted softly, watching a lazy ring of smoke curl out from my nostrils. I'm not planning on becoming someone else's pet, I muttered. Screw the trainers. I won't fight their battles. The smoke floated upward and vanished into the night air. There was a quiet warmth in my chest, subtle, rhythmic. It pulsed with my heartbeat. I hadn't noticed it at first, but now that I was still, I could feel it clearly. The fire was inside me. Not burning painfully, but always present, resting, waiting. I wasn't born a Pokémon. I didn't have their instincts. I couldn't just call the flames at will, but they were there, responding to my emotions. That earlier blast must have been fueled by anger and frustration. A real Fennekin probably wouldn't even know flamethrower yet. The stars really are beautiful, I whispered, eyes heavy. And just like that, sleep took me. I was home. The stale hum of my old PC filled the air, and the soft, flickering light from the monitor bathed the cluttered room in a familiar blue glow. My books were still stacked where I left them. My blanket half folded on the couch. The air smelled like cheap instant noodles and long-forgotten dust. I was home, but something was off. I tried to move and stumbled. My limbs didn't work right. My balance was off. I looked down. Small red paws, fluffy chest fur, tail brushing the old laminate floor. I was still me. But not the me I remembered. A small Fennekin wandered through her own past. I turned toward the hallway, ears perked. Leo? I called out softly. My brother's room was down the hall. Always shut, always locked to keep me out. But I knew he was home. I felt it. I padded toward the door, heart pounding with something halfway between hope and panic. I reached the doorknob, too high. I jumped. Once, twice. Claws scratched the wood, but I couldn't reach it. Couldn't even touch it. The more I tried, the more desperate I felt. Leo! I barked, slamming my shoulder into the door. Let me in! No answer. I kept pushing, kept trying. The door stayed closed. The hallway grew darker, colder. My eyes snapped open. A shiver ran through my body as the cold, wet breath of morning crept in through the roots. Dew clung to the leaves I'd used as a bed, and the forest felt damp. Still, the dream clung to me like mist. I curled tighter beneath the arch of the roots, breath fogging faintly in the chilly air. My body ached from sleeping on uneven ground. The fire inside me barely flickered. Well, fuck. I watched from my little den as the forest slowly came to life. Birds chirped, leaves rustled in the wind, and a bidoof nearby shook off the morning dew clinging to its fur. Harmless, soft, kind of goofy looking. Then, out of nowhere, faster than lightning, the Arbok I'd seen yesterday lunged from the underbrush. Its fangs sank into the bidoof's neck. The poor beaver-like Pokémon twitched once, twice, then collapsed to the forest floor like a puppet with its strings cut. In the next moment, the Arbok's jaw unhinged, and it swallowed the entire body whole. I froze. My legs trembled uncontrollably. My ears pinned back. I didn't dare move, didn't breathe. I just prayed that I was hidden well enough beneath the roots. Eventually, the Arbok slithered away, leaving behind nothing but a patch of flattened grass. Okay, this is not a PG-13 Pokémon world, I whispered, barely audible, as I slowly uncurled and listened for any further signs of danger. When the silence returned, I bolted. I sprinted for the open meadow I'd seen yesterday, heart pounding. At least in an open field I wouldn't be ambushed so easily. Then I saw something I absolutely didn't expect. In the distance, rising above the golden fields of wheat, stood a massive stone castle. An actual castle. And not just that, there were knights riding 2 enormous Rapidash, trotting along the dirt road. In a nearby pasture, a herd of Tauros grazed lazily, watched over by 2 humans and 4 alert canines, 2 Growlithe and 2 Houndour, tails wagging as they sat beside their handlers like trained soldiers. Peasants, yes, real, honest to Arceus peasants toiled in the fields, planting and digging in the dirt, like something out of a textbook. What the medieval shit is this? I muttered, my jaw slack. I could only stare, half in awe, half in confusion. The medieval period had always fascinated me, but seeing it collide with the world of Pokémon was something else entirely. Well, I said with a half smile, this is not what I expected. Then I shook my head. Let's avoid humans for now, at least until I'm strong enough to fight back. Good plan, came a voice right below me. I yelped and leapt up just as a Diglett popped out of the ground under my paws. They tend to eat us, or worse, enslave us, he said with a disapproving shake of his head. Were you under me this whole time? I gasped. You woke me, he replied with a sleepy blink. Still, I agree with the sentiment. Also, I've never seen a Pokémon like you around here. What are you? I'm a Fennekin. Fire type, I said casually, too tired to be surprised by a mole at this point. Fire, huh? Neat, he yawned. Anyway, I'm going back to bed. Try not to stomp on me next time. And just like that, he vanished back into the earth. The stone chamber was dimly lit by a trio of ever-burning candles suspended above a copper-rimmed workbench. Ashen-grey smoke curled up from a metal bowl in the corner, where incense attempted and failed to mask the sharp scent of scorched rune ink and sulphurous oil. The walls were lined with uneven shelves of half-finished collar rings, each inscribed with glowing runes and adorned with brass hinges. On a nearby hook hung a dusty robe, untouched since the first week she was assigned here. Ventis sat hunched over the bench, her fingers blackened with soot, her shoulders stiff from hours of engraving. Tiny metal tools etched with calibration numbers in silver script were arranged with surgical precision before her. A faintly glowing collar sat beneath her hands, unfinished. Its polished leather was fresh and supple, but the iron band in its core was already warm, with containment magic. Brilliant, she muttered, rubbing her eyes with the back of her wrist. Absolutely brilliant. Years of study to become a collar witch. She flexed her fingers, then looked down at them long, graceful ones, now rough and darkened. Ink stains lived under her nails like guilt she couldn't scrub out. Ventis had once imagined herself riding on a salamence above the battlefield, weaving great illusions with a flick of her staff, commanding psychic monsters like Gardevoir and Alakazam to bend reality. Instead, she was stuck enchanting collars for livestock Pokémon and household pets, servants. Some nobles, those lucky enough to be born near power, had access to real magic. Crystalline spheres that could store and release Pokémon with a whisper. Ventis had only seen one in her life. It had belonged to the royal court wizard, a wrinkled man with a walking stick, and more gold rings than fingers, the kind of man whose every word carried weight, unlike her. No glamour, no battles, just runes, metal, and restraint spells. The mage exhaled slowly and leaned back into her creaking chair, a gift from a sympathetic steward 2 years ago. Its cushion had been patched with hay and old curtain fabric, but it was still better than sitting on stone. Her office was warm, at least, clean. She had a meal every night, and no lord screamed at her unless a collar failed catastrophically. Still, this wasn't the greatness she had worked for. She slapped her cheeks lightly, a ritual she picked up from her academy days. A reminder to focus. "Come on, Ventis," she murmured. "Just be grateful for the Lord's mercy. You're indoors, you're fed, and you're not mucking out Tauro's stalls." Her eyes drifted to the far corner of the room. 17 more collars of various sizes waited in a woven basket, some marked for canine types, others for bipedal or quadrupedal mounts. One of them was even sized for a Luxray. She groaned. Better get back to it. She reached for the next blank collar and pulled it toward the engraving platform. The magic quill hummed softly in its dock, waiting. As she began to inscribe the first control rune, one that muted a Pokémon's aggression response, a small flicker of static jumped from the collar to her fingertip. She winced, then sighed. Just another day in paradise. Ventis trudged through the brush, boots damp with dew, and knees stiff from uneven ground. Her robes, once a proud mark of her junior mage status, were now dirt-smudged and snagged with bramble thorns. Trailing above her was Hoot, perched loyally on her shoulder, eyes half-lidded in mutual suffering. And circling just overhead like a bad omen come to life, her master's Murkrow. That damned bird! From the very start, it made sure she knew the pecking order literally. She was beneath her master. She was beneath the noble-born knights. And she was beneath him, the bloody crow. Hoot gave a quiet sigh and nestled closer to her neck. "Yeah, I know," she muttered. "You hate him too. Why was she even here? Sulfur duty. Why wasn't a servant sent instead?" Because her master claimed she needed real field experience. "Right," she whispered to Hoot, voice dry as dust. "More like he wanted to sell the collars while I'm gone and make sure I don't ask how much he made. No witness, no numbers, no reason to pay me what I'm owed." Hoot gave a solemn nod, as he always did. The little owl was her only true company these last 6 years. She'd received him upon graduating as a junior mage, a sign of achievement, but also a responsibility. Pokémon ownership was rare. Even most farmers didn't own their service Pokémon, they were lent to them by the lords for seasonal work. In this barony, 95% of all Pokémon belonged to the nobility. And powerful ones? Rare as diamonds. The strongest Pokémon in the whole territory was a spoiled Venusaur that the Baron treated like royalty. It too wore a collar, of course. No one in their right mind trusted an unbound Pokémon. Too many corpses had proven the risk. Ventis groaned and sat down heavily on a mossy stump, pulling out her canteen. "This hike is killing my feet." She took a long drink and offered a small capful to Hoot, who gratefully sipped before accepting a dried pecha berry from her pouch. It wasn't glamorous, but it was food, and he worked hard enough to earn it. Then came the screech. Crow, crow, Murkrow. The black feathered menace dive-bombed her from above and pecked her scalp. "Oh, I need a bit of rest, okay? I'm not a Pokémon with infinite stamina," she snapped, waving her arms over her head like a panicked scarecrow. Murkrow croaked another disapproving squawk before flapping up into the trees. Ventis muttered something unkind under her breath and rubbed her scalp. 5 minutes. That's all she'd asked for. Once her feet stopped throbbing, she tightened her boots and stood, casting a glance up the rocky hillside ahead. "All right, Let's go find some sulfur and maybe not die in the process. With a groan and one last pat for Hoot Hoot, she started climbing again. Over time, I managed to find something resembling a rhythm in the forest. I mapped the area in my head, mentally color-coded by danger level like some twisted survival guide. Around the wild apple tree? Total death trap. I called that the red zone. Anything within a mile of it was a one-way ticket to becoming snake food. Beyond that, stretching another mile out, was the purple zone, risky but rewarding. Plenty of berries, edible roots, and the occasional dropped fruit. If I needed to eat, I had to brave it. Then came the blue zone, my current turf. Mostly safe, but with barely any food. It was like living in a grocery store parking lot. Open space, not much to eat, but you probably won't die there. Then, there was the creek. Harmless during the day. At night, predator central. Most carnivores came to drink after sundown, so I marked it in my head as do not go near after dark river. And finally, the hill. It was not normal. The occasional sulfuric breeze that drifted down from the top was a pretty obvious sign of volcanic activity. So, naturally, I climbed it, because I'm very smart. Surprisingly, the sulfur didn't smell awful. In fact, in my new body, it smelled weirdly nice, like burnt sugar mixed with ash. I even nibbled on a small sulfur crystal, out of curiosity. Shockingly, it tasted amazing. Like candy. Smoky, metallic candy. No wonder fire types love this place, I muttered, swallowing it with a greedy gulp. Unfortunately, the next batch of delicious yellow rocks was dangerously close to a family of Charmanders and their giant flame-winged murder mom. One look at that Charizard, and I knew getting any closer would result in me becoming either charcoal or a cautionary tale. Better alive than having a tasty last bite, I told myself, backing off the ridge. And then I saw her, a human. She wore a long cloak, boots, and walked with purpose. On her shoulder sat a sleepy-looking Hoot Hoot. Overhead, a Murkrow circled, guiding her toward a cave entrance. Both birds wore leather collars, and both had faintly glowing runes carved along their sides. Yup, nope, not worth it. I dropped flat and slid down a nearby patch of blue moss, ducking into the underbrush like a trained coward. Curiosity can literally kill, I muttered as I crawled into the leaves. And I am not a cat. Badum Tess. I smirked at my own dumb joke, brushing off moss and peeking out toward the forest again. As I quietly navigated back towards safety, I made sure to give Sir Kilsalot's tree a wide berth. That's what I'd named the Arbok, because he was a menace. Ventis followed the Murkrow into the excavated cave, boots crunching over scattered gravel and chalky dust. The air inside was thick, warm, pungent with sulfur, and tinged with something vaguely metallic. It was a deep, burrowed-out cavern, already well worn by servants who'd mined this place dozens of times before. A sizable pile of sulfur chunks was stacked near the cave wall, glowing faintly yellow in the dim torchlight. The problem? It was heavy. She crouched, scooped a few pieces into her satchel, then hoisted the full pack onto her back. Immediately, her knees buckled. She stumbled, nearly fell flat on her ass. Above her, the Murkrow cackled. Not just a little amused, delighted. Ventis gave him a death glare. "Oh, shut up, you broom-tailed soot bird," she snapped, no longer bothering to whisper. The Murkrow stopped laughing. His expression shifted from mockery to surprise, almost offended. For a moment, the cave fell into awkward silence. Then the bird turned away with a flick of his tail feathers and perched near the exit, clearly deciding she wasn't worth the argument. Ventis adjusted the strap on her shoulder and sighed. She wasn't built for this. As the daughter of a tailor, she'd never worked a field or hauled more than a bolt of fabric. But orders were orders, and she wasn't about to be scolded and fail a basic resource run. So she gritted her teeth, forced her legs to cooperate, and started back toward the castle. The hike down was worse than the way up. Every step sent heat lancing through her calves. The weight dragged at her shoulders like a curse, and the sulfur shifted in her pack with every jolt. Something about the path felt wrong, slightly unfamiliar. A curve here that hadn't been there before, a slope that tilted just a little too steep, but Ventis couldn't place why. Hoot Hoot, ever loyal, chose not to perch this time. Instead, he floated gently beside her, wings flapping in calm rhythm, hooting every so often, as if to say, "You've got this." She didn't answer, but her lips twitched upward. I was in the middle of munching a well-earned roastberry, savoring the faint bitterness, when I heard the distinct flap-flap of wings nearby. Immediately, I scarfed down the rest, didn't want to risk some dumb bird swooping in and stealing my spoils. Even if it had only been an oddish, the fight left me a little scuffed. Vine whip hurt. Not enough to cripple me, but enough to annoy me every time I shifted my weight. Still, a win was a win. I'd even had time to mentally catalogue my abilities now that I had a handle on my weird little monster body. Smokescreen great for when everything goes to hell. Ember my go-to, especially against grass types like the veggie I just toasted. Then Bite and Fury swipes more physical moves. But when I used them, my teeth and claws glowed faintly, like they were drawing heat straight from my core. I wasn't sure how I knew all this. Instinct? Muscle memory in a body that wasn't mine? All I knew was the oddish had bolted the moment I'd started heating up. Smart plant. Then I heard it, the specific wing-beat pattern of a bird I'd seen earlier that morning. Murkrow, collared, arrogant, still a pain in the ass. "I'll show her," the bird muttered to himself, flying low through the trees. "Calling me names, huh? A servant should know her place." My ears perked. Footsteps followed. The girl. The human. She was coming after him, struggling slightly, carrying something heavy, something that reeked of sulfur. So she had gone up the hill. "Follow! Follow!" Murkrow croaked, fluttering downhill with theatrical flair. The cloaked girl, late teens, maybe obediently trudged after him. I crouched low in the shadows, keeping silent. It wasn't my business. She'd pissed off a Pokémon, and now the smug bird was leading her somewhere bad. Simple cause and effect. But then something clicked. That direction's wrong, I mumbled, my mental map spinning up. That's not the path they took up. That's... My ears twitched. My stomach sank. That's toward the wild apple tree. The red zone. Sir Kilsalot's territory. I backed into the brush, heart pounding. "I can't. It's not my problem." She made her bed. I bit my lip, watched her still struggling, sweating, unaware of what she was walking into. Then, in my mind's eye, a motionless body. That Arbok's fangs. A limp limb dragging into the underbrush. No more footsteps. No more girl. "Don't be a hero," I whispered to myself. "Don't be a hero." Silence. Then I cursed under my breath and bolted after them. Gods damn it! Ventis followed the black bird through the trees, always just barely keeping it in sight. Murkrow glided just ahead, darting between branches, a flutter of feathers and malice. As they walked, berry trees began appearing in greater numbers. Ventis smiled, picking a handful of ripe ones as they passed, some for herself, some for Hoot Hoot, the rest tucked away in her pouch. It was the first moment of peace she'd had all day. Then, without warning, Murkrow vanished. No flapping wings, no indignant caws, nothing. "Murkrow," she called, glancing around. "Where are you?" "Hoot!" Hoot Hoot echoed her, swiveling in alarm. Silence. Then a shiver ran down her spine. Something was wrong. She dropped flat pure instinct. A blur of motion. A hiss. Fangs missed her throat by inches. A massive Arbok, easily twice her height and thick as a tree trunk, lunged again. She rolled across the dirt, pain shooting up her back as the sulfur stones in her pack slammed into her spine. "Hoot Hoot! Hypnosis!" she shouted. The owl took flight, eyes glowing, then, in a flash, the snake's tail lit up white. One brutal strike and Hoot Hoot was launched into a nearby tree with a sickening thud. He dropped, unmoving. Ventis froze. There was no way out. She wasn't faster than an alpha. She wasn't stronger. She wasn't even armed, just a mage's apprentice, with sore feet and too much dead weight on her back. The Arbok coiled, ready to strike again, when smoke flooded the meadow. A thick, choking cloud rolled in from nowhere. Ventis coughed violently, eyes watering as the world around her blurred to shifting shadows. A wild, unfamiliar cry rang out through the haze. The Arbok thrashed, slamming its coils into the ground. Bursts of flame flickered here and there, briefly illuminating the chaos. Ventis blinked through the smog. She needed to move now, but she couldn't leave Hoot Hoot. She dropped to her knees and crawled toward where she hoped he'd landed, the stones in her pack grinding with every movement. Then thud, a figure landed next to her. Small, fox-like, not a Vulpix. This one had a single bushy tail and yellow-red fur, large ears tipped with red fluff. Its eyes met hers for a split-second sharp. Determined, it jerked its paw toward a direction in the smoke go, then bolted back into the fight. A sudden torrent of flame lit up the clearing. For a heartbeat, everything was visible. The Arbok, recoiling in pain. The fox, darting around it with astonishing speed. And just beyond them, her Hoot Hoot, slumped but alive. Ventis ran. She scooped up the unconscious owl and cradled him against her chest. When she turned back, the fire had vanished, and the smoke was thinning. The Arbok was down, slumped against a boulder, blood and soot marking the ground. The fox stood beside it, legs trembling, a nasty bite on its hind leg leaking purple fluid. It swayed, then collapsed into the grass. "Poison!" Ventis breathed. She rushed forward, pulling out a pecha berry she'd picked just an hour ago. She broke it in half, squeezing the juices past the fox's lips, gently tilting its head to help it swallow. When the berry was gone, she sat back, heart racing, brain spinning. Then she looked at the Arbok, still breathing, still dangerous. Her hand went to the small blade at her belt. "Sorry," she whispered and finished the job. The serpent fell still. An alpha this size could be sold for months of salary. Its hide, its poison fangs most of all, its core, a mage's prize, a noble's trophy. It wasn't the ending she expected today, but the opportunity was impossible to ignore. Now how the hell do I carry all of this? She turned back to the fox. Still breathing, thank the stars, she tore strips from an old cloth and bandaged its wound as best she could. Hoot Hoot, after a groggy flutter, woke with a hoot and gently nuzzled her in thanks. She stroked his feathers with a soft smile. "I owe you both." Ventis set down her backpack and started gathering sticks, vines, and spare leather from her kit. After nearly an hour, she'd constructed a makeshift sled. Not beautiful, but sturdy. Downhill all the way, if she remembered right. And maybe, just maybe, someone would be on the road to help. She gently laid the fox beside Hoot Hoot on the sled, strapped the Arbok's body down, and braced herself for the long haul. By nightfall, she arrived at the road exhausted, filthy, victorious. And not alone. Ventis beamed as she stepped into her modest chamber, kicking the door shut with a satisfied thud behind her. Her legs were sore, her back ached, and her cloak was caked in dirt and sweat, but none of it mattered. She had done it. Not only had she gathered the sulfur and delivered it as ordered, she'd made a fortune on the side. 17 gold shillings, all from one Alpha Arbok. She hadn't even needed to haggle. A merchant caravan had found her dragging the makeshift sled along the road at dusk, and the moment their lead trader caught sight of the snake's bulk, its massive fangs, iridescent scales, and the unmistakable shimmer of a monster core, he practically fell over himself to buy it, no questions asked. Ventis didn't mention her master, didn't hint at where it came from, just smiled, pocketed the coin, and promised herself she'd keep that secret sealed tighter than a mag cargo's shell. Still, as she tossed her pack to the floor and collapsed into her chair, she couldn't help but wince. Not from pain, from guilt. The battle with the Arbok hadn't been her victory. Not really. She'd issued one command, and Hoot Hoot had tried his best, but the fight was won by someone else. Someone currently curled up in her satchel, hidden beneath cloth and sulphur-stained rags. The fox, that mysterious, fire-hearted creature that had charged into the smoke and flames without hesitation. That had saved her life, and now was also her responsibility. Hoot? Hoot Hoot fluttered up onto his perch by the window, head tilted in concern. I know, Ventis muttered, resting her head against the chair's worn cushion. I shouldn't have brought her here, but I couldn't just leave her out there. She saved us, Hoot Hoot. Hoot! The owl replied, voice softer now. Then he hopped over and gently nuzzled her cheek, a small, smug chirp of understanding in his throat. Ventis gave a weak laugh. "You're lucky, you're cute." Her eyes drifted to the satchel. Slowly, she unlatched it and reached inside, carefully lifting the limp, warm body of the fox Pokémon. She laid her down on a folded towel on the desk, brushing fur away from the wounded leg. Red and yellow fur, a single bushy tail, flared ears with thick crimson fluff. She was unlike anything Ventis had ever seen, definitely not a Vulpix. Ventis reached for her Pokepedia, a thick, leather-bound tome with gold-trimmed pages, and began thumbing through it, eyes scanning illustrations and taxonomies. Nothing. No match. Clearly fire type, but maybe a Vulpix mutation? An undocumented strain? She mumbled, flipping back and forth. Or a rare hybrid? No. No second tail growth. No splitting. She sat back, staring at the sleeping fox, then looked to the corner of the room. A wooden crate filled with enchanted collars sat where she'd left them unfinished, unclaimed. Ventis frowned. I really don't want to collar her. Her fingers tapped the desk nervously. But if she wakes up and decides I'm the enemy, I'm toast. Literally. Reluctantly, she reached into the crate, selecting one of the smaller bands, smooth leather lined with a glimmer of magic ink. She adjusted it carefully, whispering the activation rune under her breath as the collar sparked faintly. Then, with a quiet breath of regret, she fastened it around the fox's neck. "Sorry, little one," she whispered, voice trembling slightly. "Just until I know you're safe." The collar hummed, the rune glowed, and the room fell quiet. When I woke, I was greeted by a killer headache, a dull burn in my left hind leg, and a world that was unsettlingly wobbly. Everything spun just a little too much for comfort, so I made a quick executive decision: keep my eyes closed and pray I didn't hurl up my last meal. That's when I felt it. My paw brushed the side of my neck, and there it was. Smooth leather, cool metal, a faint magical hum. A collar. No good deed goes unpunished, I murmured. The memories returned in a rush. The fight, the fire, the Arbok. It had been lacking a better word, fucking insane. I had never felt more alive, or more terrified. That snake could have crushed me like a cheap Pez dispenser. I remembered peppering it with embers, trying to keep my distance. But it lunged, got me by the leg. The pain was sharp, but the panic pure survival instinct that gave me just enough rage to fuel one last desperate move. I turned my head, forced a point-blank flamethrower right into its eyes. It screamed, spat me out, lunged again, and slammed headfirst into the boulder behind me. Knocked itself out. A miracle, honestly. The girl must have saved me after that. Fed me a petcher, patched me up, and slapped a collar on me. Of course, I muttered, rolling my eyes. Still, better this than ending up dead and bloated in a ditch. Or worse, something's breakfast. I sighed and ran my paw over the collar again. Strange. Shouldn't I feel, I don't know, subservient? Obedient? Mind-numbed? A sudden urge to sit when told? Nothing. I tilted my head and reached up to the clasp, gently working it loose. With a quiet click, the collar slid off and landed on the desk with a soft thud, its runes still faintly glowing. Is it faulty? I wondered aloud. I poked it with one claw, like a curious kid poking a dead mouse with a stick. The thing didn't zap me, explode, or lock itself shut. All the better, I said, grinning. I awkwardly struggled to get the thing back around my neck, fumbling with paws that still weren't built for finesse. Eventually, I managed to click it into place again. If they think I'm obedient, I can slip away when I need to, play dumb, stay alert, and bolt when the timing's right. The grin stayed on my face until the pain in my leg flared up again. Still? Ow? I winced and chuckled weakly, the laughter swallowed by the ache in my muscles. Ventis stood in her master's study, hands clasped neatly in front of her, posture perfect. On the windowsill, Murkrow sat with his beak slightly ajar, visibly stunned. The sight brought her no small satisfaction. "You called, Master Ignarius?" she asked sweetly, offering a respectful bow and a practiced smile. Yes, the old mage muttered, stroking his long, tobacco-stained beard. "I heard you managed quite well carrying the sulphur down." He didn't even look at her. His gaze stayed on the parchment before him, eyes squinting as if performing some far more important task. "Of course, it's all thanks to Murkrow here," he added, gesturing vaguely toward the window. "But a job well done is still a job well done." He puffed himself up, oozing condescension like it was perfume. "Here is your cut from the collars. Don't spend it all in one place. And for the God's sake, apprentice, take a bath. You look like you crawled out of a swinobsty." Ventis bowed again, expression unchanged. "Yes, master. Thank you." She accepted the coin pouch with both hands and turned, walking briskly out before she lost control and plucked every feather from that smug, stunned Murkrow. Still, it was delicious seeing him like that. "Small wins, Ventis. Small wins," she murmured to herself, repeating her little mantra. Inside the pouch were 2 gold shillings and 6 silver peckers. A pittance, barely a blip next to what she'd earned from selling the Arbok. That money, though it was hers, untaxed, unclaimed, untraceable. She'd already decided what to do with part of it. A gift. For the fox, Ventis knew full well the creature wouldn't stay hidden forever. If her master, or worse, the Baron caught wind of it, that fox would be gone, sold to the highest bidder from the capital. Or turned into someone's exotic trophy pet. Neither fate seemed fit for a Pokémon that had risked its life to save hers. So Ventis made a decision. A bold one. There was a ritual. Ancient. Forbidden in some circles. A binding pact between human and Pokémon. Not a collar. Not a master-servant bond. Something deeper. Rawer. More dangerous. A soul binding. It linked both parties completely. They would share pain, share strength, share thoughts. If the bond was mutual, it could grant great power, both psychic and magical. But if it was unwanted, it could destroy the mind of the human host, fracture them, leave them babbling wrecks, poisoned by the thoughts of a resentful Pokémon. Still, Ventis believed this fox wouldn't be like that. What kind of wild Pokémon saves a human? None. Or so she'd believed. But the fox had changed that. If it worked, she wouldn't just gain protection, she might gain a powerful ally and maybe, just maybe, a step up in rank. All she needed were the ritual components. A sliver of pinsir shell, a polished Stantler antler gem, and Poliwag foam, harvested at dawn. The antler gem was by far the most expensive, but she managed to secure all 3 for less than 2 gold, courtesy of her Arbok earnings. On her way back, she stopped by the workshop to change into a fresh robe. Her old clothes she handed off to the servants, already stained with sulphur, sweat, and worse. The cold bath outside was brutal, but welcome. Warm baths were for nobles. Apprentices like her got icy water, cracked tiles, and stiff towels. By the time she returned to her chamber, hair damp, limbs clean, she felt human again. Her room, as always, felt smaller than she remembered. Tucked away in the uppermost corner of the leftmost tower, it was one of the smallest chambers in the entire keep. A crooked ceiling beam ran through it, and the window barely opened, but it was hers. Most importantly, it was isolated. No one bothered her unless they climbed the spiral stair and rang the small bell tied to the rope below. She liked it that way. As she placed the ritual ingredients on her desk and glanced toward the sleeping fox, a quiet determination settled over her. She would do this, not just for safety, not just for power, but for respect. Ventis closed the door quietly behind her. When she turned, 2 deep red eyes met hers, sharp, watchful, and entirely too intelligent. The fox was awake. Hoot Hoot flared his wings and locked eyes with the fox, feathers puffed up. But instead of growling or tensing, the fox gently wagged her tail. Odd. Most Pokémon fought against the collar's binding magic. Some resisted for days, others for weeks. But this one? She was collared just this morning and already seemed at ease. Ventis crouched slowly. "Hey there, is your leg okay?" The fox turned, revealing the twin puncture wounds from the Arbok's fangs. They were still oozing thin, purplish fluid, seeping from the swollen skin. Ventis leaned in, sniffed the wound, and frowned. The poison hadn't fully cleared. One pecha berry hadn't been enough. Hang on. She rummaged in her pouch and broke another pecha berry into small pieces, offering them gently. This should help. She followed up with slices of an orange berry, cheap and easy to replace, especially when the goal was to restore someone she was about to bind her soul to. The fox didn't hesitate. She ate every piece and slumped down, exhausted. Ventis reached out tentatively and stroked her fur. It was soft, luxuriously soft, like running her hand through silk warmed by the sun. For a moment, she forgot the world, just brushing her fingers over the fire-kissed pelt. Then she snapped back to reality. Oh, right. She straightened up, clearing her throat. Little one, I want to do something important. Please listen. The fox perked up immediately, ears twitching. Her gaze met Ventis's again, curious, focused. Okay, Ventis said, taking a deep breath. If anyone finds you here, I'll be punished. Badly. And you'll be taken, sold off, or worse. That's how it works here. The fox didn't blink. So, there's a ritual, a soul bond. It would bind us. No one could separate us, not legally, not magically. We'd share power, pain, even thoughts. But only if we both agree. She paused, feeling ridiculous. Talking to a Pokémon like this as if it could possibly understand. Most couldn't, unless raised by humans. Still, she had to try. I'm going to cast the spell now. Please don't fight it. If either of us rejects it, it could break us. Ventis reached for the ritual items she had carefully laid out earlier. She whispered the incantation, channeling every drop of mana she could muster into the ritual circle etched on the floor. For a moment, nothing. Then a flicker of gold and crimson light burst from both her and the fox, swirling together like smoke caught in moonlight. It was surreal, like watching her own soul step out to greet another. The lights mingled, then vanished. Is that it? Ventis blinked, unsure. She didn't feel any different. No surge of power, no echoing thoughts. Then came a voice, inside her head. If you're going to bind someone's soul, the least you could do is buy them dinner first. Ventis's heart jumped. Well, I suppose you gave me healing berries, so that's something. The voice was light, feminine, and sarcastic, like a very opinionated 6-year-old with a dictionary and a grudge. Ventis looked down at the fox, stunned. You can speak this clearly? Think this clearly, the voice corrected. Big difference. Aloud, Ventis whispered, You're not just echoing thoughts, you're actually talking. And don't expect all Pokémon to be like me. I'm special. Also, thanks, I guess. I really thought I was done for, playing the dumb hero and diving in to save your ass. Ventis smiled. You've got a sharp tongue. Try surviving in the wild for a few weeks and see what that does to your vocabulary. The fox smirked, or at least looked like she did. Anyway, name's Fennekin, but call me Fenn for short. I'm Ventis, she replied, junior mage of Hagsrot Castle. Fenn glanced around. Is greater than charming name for this moss-covered rock pile. Ventis laughed. So, what now? Fenn asked, tail flicking lazily. Ventis sighed. Honestly, I haven't thought that far ahead. Great. Love that for us. I can already tell this is going to be a disaster. She flopped back onto the blanket with a groan. Ventis leaned against the desk, smiling despite herself. Yeah, probably. Suddenly, both of them felt it, the bond locking into place like a key turning in an ancient door. The connection solidified, and with it came a surge of power that rushed into both of them like a roaring tide. Ventis gasped, clutching her chest. Her mana didn't just return, it exploded in volume. No longer thin wisps of purple energy threading through her veins, but a deep, steady pool of liquid fire. It pulsed warmly inside her, radiating power. She nearly flinched, expecting it to burn. But it didn't. It welcomed her. Then came the pain. 2 sharp, stinging points in her left leg, followed by a pounding headache. Not hers, Fenn's. She could tell. The bond made it obvious. Across from her, Fennekin sat very still, eyes half-lidded, lost in quiet contemplation. "I'd say you're insane," Fenn's voice echoed in her mind. "But then, what does that make me? I accepted you just as unconditionally." A moment of silence passed. Then, "I guess I can't be too mad. My core just grew about 5 times in size." "You too?" Ventis grinned. "My magic gained the fire element." She turned excitedly to Hoot Hoot. "Isn't that amazing?" "Hoot," the owl replied, tilting his head. He said, "Wasn't that obvious?" Fenn translated with a mental smirk. "Wait, you can translate for me?" Ventis nearly burst with joy. "This is the best thing ever!" "Also, do I really need to keep wearing this thing?" Fenn nodded down toward the collar around her neck. "No, not really," Ventis admitted. "But I was thinking of getting you a new one, soft, elegant, something that says you're not some wild Pokémon." "Hoot, Hoot, Hoot." Hoot Hoot fluttered down beside Fenn. "He says he'd like a fancy one too, as long as it doesn't actually restrain him." Fenn translated smoothly. "Seems like he trusts you enough not to need it." Ventis chuckled. "We've always gotten along. Maybe I can make one that looks like a restraint, but isn't enchanted." She paused, a flicker of concern crossing her face. "Might get punished for that, but... well, too late now." "Hoot!" Hoot Hoot leapt up to her shoulder, smothering her face with enthusiastic feathers. "Don't expect me to be that affectionate," Fenn added dryly. She licked her paw, then paused mid-motion, blinking at herself. "Great, I'm grooming. That's a thing now." She sighed and continued licking her wounds anyway. "I'm not human anymore," she thought to herself. "Might as well get used to acting like it." Thankfully, Ventis couldn't see memories through the bond. Her real secret was still safe. After some trial and error, we figured out how not to speak into each other's heads. Thank the gods for that. It was far too personal, especially for someone like me. The girl was kind, sure, but I was a 35-year-old man stuck inside the body of a female Fennekin. Some things are better left unshared. Way better. And yet, even with the mental firewall up, I probably learned more about Ventis in 2 hours than her own parents ever did. She was honest to a fault, painfully cheerful for someone in her situation, and oddly quick to trust. Apparently, she'd enrolled in a magical academy fully aware that, upon graduation, she'd be drowning in debt. That debt would be bought up by a full-fledged mage, who would then claim her as an apprentice in all but name. It was a state-sanctioned indenture, technically fair, practically a glorified leash. The law did require these masters to pay their apprentices, so in theory, you could eventually buy your freedom if you were talented, lucky, or knew how to keep your mouth shut and grind. It was a cycle, a self-perpetuating pipeline that ensured the kingdom had a steady supply of trained magic users. Wizards weren't just researchers locked away in towers anymore, they were military assets, capable of commanding multiple Pokémon in battle and devastating enemy lines with spells. Master Ignarius, her current owner, sounded like a prize. If you liked crusty, stingy, and spectacularly unimpressive, according to her, he had only 3 Pokémon to his name: an aging Growlithe, a one-eyed Pidgeotto, and a sadistic Murkrow I'd already had the displeasure of seeing firsthand. Even the local Baron, who barely outranked Ignarius, had only a handful of Pokémon. His pride and joy? A bloated Venusaur with a nasty temper. Rumor was, the Baron used that thing to dish out punishments. One lash of Vine Whip from something that size could probably draw blood. So yeah, power in this place wasn't just about magic. It was about who had what Pokémon, how rare they were, and how willing you were to use them like weapons. I sighed and scratched behind my ear with a hind leg. Why couldn't I have been rescued by a princess or something? I flopped back onto the straw bed. Whatever. She's nice. I shrugged to myself and kept waiting for her to return. Ventis all but danced across the outer courtyard, her steps light as if the wind itself had taken a liking to her. The evening light bathed the castle grounds in a soft amber hue, casting long shadows behind her as she jogged toward the tower. Her braid bounced with every step, and her eyes, usually tired, focused, or wary, now sparkled with purpose. Behind her, Hoot Hoot glided effortlessly, wings spread in slow, rhythmic beats, his round body turning like a living compass needle, ever drawn to her side. She felt powerful, not in the arrogant sense, but in the raw, almost childlike wonder of someone who had just discovered something extraordinary inside themselves. She was stronger now. She felt stronger. Her mana didn't flicker anymore like weak candlelight, it roared. Not only that, but it now carried a fire element. Real, honest to the gods, fire magic. And Fenn gods. Fenn was like a treasure from an ancient tale. A talking fox with wit, bite, and a heart that, despite her grumbling, had chosen to save her. They were bound now, truly, linked by something deeper than collar or command. A soul pact, a bond that would make even senior mages blink twice. Up in the castle's central spire, Master Ignarius stood at his window, one hand twisting the end of his beard into a pale coil of worry. He saw her, jogging, smiling. He didn't like it. "Murkrow," he muttered, tone clipped and sharp. The blackbird shifted on its perch, blinking a beady eye. "Follow that girl. Figure out what's put that damn bounce in her step. Something doesn't add up. And if the kingdom learns I'm underpaying her." He didn't finish the sentence. The kingdom's enforcers weren't known for mercy. They were known for audits and iron. Murkrow let out a cackling chuckle, and with a single flap of its soot-colored wings vanished out the window, slicing into the wind like a silent shadow. Always grinning, that bird. Always enjoying the misfortune of others. Ignarius turned from the window and began pacing, his ringed fingers tapping together with growing irritation. He had worked carefully to keep Ventis in check, meek, isolated, smothered, under a constant stream of tasks and rules. No friends, no freedom, just enough kindness to keep her quiet, and just enough pressure to keep her from breathing. Now she looked like a girl who had glimpsed freedom and liked it. He had suffered under a monster in his youth and vowed to rise above it, and he had. He had his comforts now. Roast meat, imported wine, velvet robes stitched with charmed thread. He wasn't about to let it all unravel because some overexcited girl decided to have a spark of confidence and a rare Pokémon. If she was hiding something, and she was, he would know soon enough, and when he did, he'd decide exactly how much of her fire to extinguish. Ventis rushed up the narrow stairs, taking them two at a time, and slammed her door shut behind her with a sharp thud. She didn't even hear the squawk of protest as the door clipped Murkrow square on the beak. The bird fluttered back with an offended hiss, glaring at the wood as if it had committed a personal betrayal. Inside, all was calm. Fenn was already curled up on the rug, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The venom had taken its toll despite the berries and rest. Her small body still worked hard to purge the last of the poison. Ventis offered a soft smile before nodding to Hoot Hoot, who flapped up to his perch and settled in with a low hoot. She, however, had no time to waste. Still buzzing with mana, her reserves now burning like liquid fire, she rolled up her sleeves and threw herself into her work. Enchanting the remaining collars should have taken all night, but with her newfound power, the glyphs practically carved themselves. Whispers of fire magic danced at her fingertips, each pulse of energy flowing smoother than it ever had. Before long, the final collar snapped shut with a satisfying click, the runes glowing softly. Exhaustion hit her like a thrown sack of flour. She barely made it to the edge of her bed before collapsing, sleep taking her the instant her head met the blanket. Outside, a familiar shadow flitted to the windowsill. Murkrow's eyes narrowed as he peered through the glass. His gaze locked onto the sleeping fox, a small, curled bundle of red and gold fur, and his cruel little grin returned. With a flap of his wings and a glint of glee in his eye, the bird vanished into the night. Ventis descended from her tower room as usual, expecting the familiar sight of a pile of enchantment work awaiting her. Instead, she found a single folded note resting neatly on her work table. Her heart skipped. The handwriting was unmistakable. "See me in my study, Master Ignarius." She took a deep breath, smoothed her robes, and made her way through the stone halls until she stood before the heavy oak door. 3 measured knocks. "Enter," came the familiar, grating voice. "Good morning, Master Ignarius," Ventis greeted with a respectful bow as she stepped inside. "And to you, my dear apprentice," the old mage said, stroking his beard with a too-practiced air of patience. "I've heard curious things. It seems you've acquired a new Pokémon. I didn't want to chide you without cause, of course. I am, after all, a generous master. But you should have told me." "Wild Pokémon are dangerous, and it's my duty to keep you safe." He folded his hands in mock sincerity. "So then, bring it to me. I shall determine whether you're fit to keep it." "Of course, Master Ignarius," Ventis replied, bowing once more, her expression composed, even as a chill crept down her spine. She climbed the stairs quickly, heart racing. Inside her small room, Fenn was already munching contentedly on the food Ventis had laid out earlier. "Morning, Fenn," she said, closing the door behind her. So the old crows finally caught wind of me? Fenn didn't even pause between bites. Didn't take long. "How do you know that already?" "We're bonded, remember?" Fenn flicked an ear. "I felt the anxiety spike in your gut from halfway across the keep. So, what's the plan?" Ventis let out a sigh. "I tell the truth. You saved my life. I used the bonding ritual in return. Simple. Then make sure your savings are short 2 gold coins," Fenn advised, now licking her paw. "Put them where you're hiding the Arbok money. If he digs around, and he will, he might wonder how you funded the ritual if your accounts are too perfect." Ventis nodded. "Smart thinking." She pulled the curtains closed, then knelt beside the loose tile under her bed, slipping 2 coins into the hiding place. When the precaution was done, she gently picked up Fenn, who let herself be carried without complaint, and hurried back down. She knocked once more on her master's door. "Come in," came the gruff reply. The moment Ventis entered, Ignarius stood. His eyes locked onto Fenn, and for a fleeting moment, he looked like he'd swallowed a burning coal. "Where did you get a Fennekin?" he demanded. "In the forest," Ventis replied. "She saved me from a massive Arbok, burned out its eyes and drove it off." Ignarius narrowed his gaze. "A wild Pokémon saving a human. That's rich." Fenn's mental voice whispered perfectly rehearsed lines into her thoughts. Ventis kept her face carefully blank. The old mage stroked his beard again, calculating. "Remarkable. Yes, I think the Baron will be very pleased with this. You've done well. I'll ensure you receive a generous bonus." "I'm afraid that's no longer possible," Ventis interrupted politely. "I performed a bonding ritual with her." Silence. Then the room exploded. "You did what?" Ignarius slammed both hands onto his desk, the force rattling the inkpot and scattering loose parchment. "You dare conduct that spell without my sanction?" "I reviewed the terms of our apprenticeship contract," Ventis said, voice steady. "There's no clause barring bonding rituals. I'm within my rights." Even Fenn was stunned. "You little demon," she whispered in awe through the link. Ignarius stood frozen, mouth working silently. He looked like she had spat in his face, and in a way, she had. That little rat of a girl had just personally cost him thousands in potential coin. A Fennekin? A real Fennekin? Bonded? Gone. The rarest of foreign breeds, sealed beyond resale, unreachable to his ambitions. He wanted to roar, to strike her. But no, not yet. "Then hear this," he hissed, voice low and venomous. "By the terms of our agreement, I can restrict your movement. You are forbidden from leaving the castle grounds for the remainder of your apprenticeship." He gave her a cruel smile. "Now go, out of my sight." Ventis bowed, turned on her heel, and stepped out. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, she heard a loud crash, something wooden shattered against the stone wall. And despite everything, despite the threat, the fury, the danger ahead, her grin was wider than the castle gate. With the truth out in the open, Ventis no longer saw the point in hiding Fenn. Just like Hoothoot, the fox now followed her openly tail high, ears perked, and with the sort of smug confidence only a pampered Pokémon could radiate. The first order of business? A proper bath. Fenn refused to take no for an answer, and honestly, Ventis didn't blame her. Even if she had to haul every bucket of hot water herself and fill the old wooden tub one splash at a time, it was worth it. When she finally sank into the steaming bath, her whole body practically melted. Compared to the frigid wash basins she had endured before, it was like being reborn. The castle servants and staff took an immediate liking to Fenn. With her silken fur, warm eyes, and regal posture, she was easily the most adorable Pokémon they had ever seen, something soft and lovely in a cold, grey fortress. Even the gruffest of maids stopped to sneak in a quick pet, and more than a few toughened guards suddenly found pressing reasons to patrol near the tower stairs. "She's like a warm, fluffy cloud," Guard Captain Reginald muttered as he gently stroked Fenn's back when he thought no one was watching. "A dangerously cute cloud." It took less than 2 days for word of the rare fox to reach the Baron himself. When he learned Ventis had bonded with such a Pokémon, his first instinct was the same as always: kill the girl, take the prize. Fortunately, his advisor reminded him, in rather explicit terms, that the soul bond would collapse if the human host died. The fox would lose her will, her spark, perhaps even her power, certainly her usefulness. Disappointed but too dull to grasp the full value of what he nearly seized, the Baron shrugged and went back to petting his oversized Venusaur like nothing had happened. To him, contemplating murder was just another part of Tuesday. Ignarius, however, knew exactly what Ventis had stolen from him. Every time he saw the fox, his blood boiled. That Fennekin could have made him rich beyond imagination, one sale to a royal or archmage from the eastern colonies, and he could have retired in a palace. Now, he had a smug apprentice walking the halls like she owned the place. He poured every ounce of petty authority he had into her life: triple workloads, forbidden library access, revoked meals, midnight scroll copying punishments. He was so consumed by scheming and self-pity that he didn't even notice when his office window creaked open one evening and something soft and silent padded across the floor. Fenn slipped inside with practiced ease, nosing through the piles of scrolls and ledgers with quiet curiosity. When she reached the master-apprentice contract ledger, she squinted at the script for a moment, then smirked. "Well now, look at this. English. Not my native tongue, but I studied it in school." With the elegance of a noble thief, she flipped through the pages, tail flicking with delight. "So this is the Apprentice Handbook," she whispered, eyes scanning the text. "Let's see just how far we can push these so-called rules before the old bastard explodes." Her grin widened. "Oh, Ventis," she purred, "you've been playing defensively, but now we start having fun." I almost had to stop reading. My fur bristled with pure fury, and the emotions surged so hot that even Ventis felt it through the bond. "I can feel the anger radiating off you like a furnace." "What happened?" she asked, sounding genuinely worried. "Oh, nothing major. I just snuck into the old bastard's study." I murmured through our mental link, trying to sound casual. "You what?" she gasped. "Relax. He's out riding with the Baron, and he took all his Pokémon with him," I replied, flipping another page with my paw. "Now tell me, how much did he pay you last month?" "Just over 2.5 gold. I mean, that's what most people get here," Ventis replied, confused. I stopped, dead. "That scum-soaked, barrel-bellied leech," I growled. "He's bleeding you dry." "According to this ledger, based on the collars you enchanted and the potions you brewed, he owes you 10 gold. 10! And that's not even touching the workload violations. He's gone above and beyond what's legally permitted for an apprentice. This isn't just shady, it's a full-blown breach of Crown regulation." My tail flicked as I sifted through the records. Well, what do we have here?" I muttered, stacking the most damning documents into a neat pile. Oh yes, these are coming with me." I paused. Getting them out unseen was the tricky part. Then it hit me. Send Hoot Hoot to his window. Now. Wait, what? If he finds out, he might skin me alive? Ventis said, alarm spiking. "Not if we bring the law's fire under his crusty old ass," I snapped. "We've got him, Ventis, dead to rights. Now tell me, how good is your handwriting?" "Pretty good. He makes me copy letters sometimes," she replied, hesitantly. I channeled my inner Emperor Palpatine and chuckled darkly in our link. Good. "Here's the plan," I said, giddy now. "We bring some high-quality parchment from this office. Then, you're going to write a perfectly polite, professionally worded letter to the Royal Mages Guild. We'll package it with these little gems of evidence, and when the courier comes by next week, poof, it's on its way." Ventis was silent for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. "You're enjoying this way too much." "I just love justice served with ink and twine," I said with a wicked grin as I nosed open the desk drawer for sealing wax. "Now, let's roast this bastard properly." The hardest part wasn't sneaking into Ignarius's study, nor gathering the evidence. It was making sure the old snake never caught a whiff of our little rebellion. The letter we sent was a work of art. Written in flowing, elegant script on scented parchment, it exuded the carefully curated cadence of nobility. Every word was measured, deliberate. No ink blot, no uneven curve in the letters. Just a heartfelt plea from a concerned noble-born mage who could not sit idle while the royal court lost a promising young talent to the clutches of a talentless fraud. The kind of letter that implied status without ever stating it directly. I laced it with just the right measure of high-born diction, words no self-respecting peasant would even attempt to use. Terms like malfeasance, egregious overreach, perversion of the apprenticeship clause. Let the guild chew on that. Then came the delivery. We dropped 2 gleaming gold coins into the courier's palm and asked very politely that the letter be marked critical urgency. The rider gave us a nod, pocketed the bribe without a word, and was off in a cloud of dust before the Baron and his crusty companion had even appeared on the horizon. Now I lounged near a modest fire pit outside the tower, chewing on a dry twig like it was a victory cigar. It tasted of justice and pine sap. "You're sure this'll work?" Ventis asked from her stool, her voice quiet but tinged with hope. "If this doesn't work, I'll cut off my tail and eat it," I replied, crunching down theatrically on the twig. "He dug the grave himself. I just gave the headstone a nudge." She didn't smile. Not quite. Just exhaled and returned to her stack of unenchanted collars, slipping into the same calm rhythm as before. Her hands worked with the grace of practiced repetition, but I could feel it underneath the calm. Her heart burned like a hearth. "Besides," I added with a smirk, "if the guild comes down on him, you'll be assigned to someone new. Probably someone with a bit more spine, and a lot less thieving." "Let's just hope," she muttered. But there was something different in her voice this time. Hope. Hope laced with a sliver of rebellion. And that, my friend, is how you spark a revolution with ink, lies, and just the right kind of paper. It didn't even take 2 days. The Royal Mages Guild did not send a letter. No, what arrived was far more glorious. A gilded cage, flanked by royal paladins, rolled through the castle gates, each rider astride the most regal rapidashes I had ever seen. Their flames glowed like sacred fire. At their side marched a monstrous houndoom and several lean, battle-scarred mighty hyena, all bristling with anticipation, jaws twitching as if hungry for justice. The guards at the gate stammered and pleaded, but the paladins didn't even spare them a glance. They stormed in like a holy tide. I nearly tumbled down the tower stairs in my haste to witness it all, with Ventis right behind me. The lead paladin stepped forward, unfurled a scroll, and read with divine finality, "By royal decree, Master Ignarius is hereby stripped of title, position, possessions, including his bonded Pokémon, and sentenced to hang by the neck for crimes against the crown. Upon investigation, we have confirmed violations of the Master Apprenticeship Code in nearly every major clause, as well as bribery, tax evasion, and the assassination of a fellow mage." Ignarius stood frozen, paler than the limestone walls behind him. "By Arceus," I muttered through the mind link, almost giddy. We opened a way bigger can of worms than I thought. This wasn't some petty crook. He was a full-blown villain. "No way," Ventis whispered, trembling. "He actually killed someone?" Her thoughts stuttered to a halt as one of the paladins approached her, towering, armored, terrifying. "Are you Junior Mage Ventis, apprentice of the condemned?" Her voice cracked. "Yes." Without a word, the paladin knelt and removed his helmet, revealing a weathered, kind face. "Do not be afraid. You're safe now. Please, show me your hands." Confused, Ventis raised her palms, calloused, burnt, ink-stained, hands that told a lifetime of quiet suffering. The paladin's face twisted with fury. "Death is too soft for him," he muttered. Then, to our shared shock, pulled Ventis into a firm embrace. "You're not just an apprentice. You're a mage of the kingdom, and you matter." The swirl of her emotions in our shared link nearly made me choke with laughter and joy. It took several days for the dust to settle. Even the Baron wasn't spared a formal reprimand for negligence, delivered with as much ceremony as disdain. Ventis, meanwhile, received all of her stolen wages, and then some. She was offered Ignarius's possessions, books, instruments, his personal study. She refused. And that refusal shattered hearts. The paladins whispered among themselves about her humility, her trauma. To them, she was a shining emblem of resilience, a prodigy too scarred to touch her abuser's legacy. The truth? That was my idea. "It's better to take only what you're owed," I told her. "Don't ask for more. Makes you look stronger than anyone here." "How do you know all this?" she asked, poking through our link. "That is my little secret," I said with a grin. "All I do is for your our benefit. A harmless mystery, don't you think? I promise, one day I'll tell you, when it truly matters." "You better," she whispered, scratching behind my ear in that spot that made my back leg twitch. And so, the castle settled back into silence. But a storm had passed, and from the wreckage, a girl no one noticed before stood in the light, unbroken, bonded, and reborn. Ventis received the letter just after breakfast, still wiping crumbs from her sleeve when she opened it. She was to pack her things immediately. A carriage would be arriving by midday. Not just any carriage, not just any master. She was being transferred to a renowned county, directly under the jurisdiction of a count, not some dreary backwater barony. According to the letter, her new master had recently lost a prized apprentice to a wild Raiden attack and had yet to accept a replacement. Ventis sat on her bed, stunned. "I mean, I don't really have anything," she murmured. "Just Hoot Hoot. You, and the gold we earned. These are just servant clothes." She tugged at her worn sleeve. "You sure know just the right words to brighten a mood," I muttered with enough sarcasm to curdle milk. "How about we slap the rump of that newfound wealth, Besides, I still technically own 14 of those gold coins. I did wrestle an Alpha Arbok for them, you know." "Point taken," she grinned, choosing not to argue. "Let's go shopping." The words were so vibrant, so alive, they nearly brought a tear to my eye, like a caged bird discovering it had wings, all along. "Let's," Hoot Hoot and I chimed in unison. As for me, I had my own fashion moment. We visited the local Pokémon outfitter, where I picked out cyan silk ribbons and a finely crafted collar, a gleaming aquamarine stone nestled in the center, flanked by a silver nameplate engraved with Fenn. Hoot Hoot got a navy blue collar, sharp and understated. I may have spent 8 gold on my accessories alone, but a girl's got to look respectable, even if she's technically a quadruped with fire breath. When the carriage finally rolled up, it turned every head in the courtyard. Drawn by 2 hulking Mudsdale, it was no merchant's cart. Plush velvet seats, polished wood finish, and brass handles that gleamed in the morning sun. A gentlemanly driver tipped his cap and helped load the trunk light as it was, carrying only a few clothes and the glinting promise of a future. Then the wheels turned, and we were off. The Mudsdale pair pulling our carriage were about as chatty as bricks. They either glared down at me with the slow judgment of gods carved from stone, or ignored me completely. Neither option screamed, "pleasant travel companions." Hoot Hoot, at least, was marginally better company. But only marginally. Turns out, if you're raised by humans to be more lapdog than partner, your conversational range doesn't reach far beyond food, naps, and the occasional hoot of approval. Ventis, however, was wide-eyed and full of wonder. Every new village, every bend in the road, brought excited chatter. She soaked up the scenery with a delight I found oddly contagious. Not that I hadn't seen views like this before back in my human life. I'd travelled across Europe, even made it to Australia once. If I squinted hard enough, these rolling hills and cobbled towns could have passed for parts of southern France or the countryside of Hungary. Still, I couldn't deny it, this life was better. I might be a quadrupedal firefox now, but I had actual flames at my beck and call. Literal firepower. That's not just cool, it's metal. The journey was long enough to demand 4 overnight stops at roadside taverns. Each inn was a little different one, with a singing innkeeper who couldn't carry a tune, another with beds that smelled of old cheese. But it was cozy in its own way. Ventis and I shared blankets, shared food, and most of all, shared that quiet sense of rising anticipation. We were moving on, moving up. On the 5th day, just after noon, we crested a ridge, and there it was. The castle of Count Evelna. Unlike the misaligned, tired grey stones of the old barony, this structure practically radiated nobility. Its sandstone walls shimmered in the sun, the colour soft and warm if a castle made of rock could feel warm at all. Tall towers crowned with verdant blue banners swayed gently in the wind, and well-paved roads spiralled outward from its gates like spokes on a nobleman's wheel. Below and around the castle stretched the city proper, Evelna, sharing its name with the noble house. Clean streets, organised rows of homes, tiled roofs, trimmed hedges. Not a whiff of the mildew and neglect we'd left behind in Hagsrot. Honestly, with a name like Evelna, I'd half expected to see EV evolutions lining the streets like heraldic mascots. No such luck. But I could feel it, the shift, the rise. This was going to be a very different chapter. Ventis smoothed down her violet-toned robe for the 5th time since stepping out of the carriage. Her steps were cautious, deliberate heels barely clicking against the polished stone of the Count's keep as she followed a guard in shining mail down an arched hallway. The torches lining the walls gave off a warm light, illuminating her unsure expression and the flicker of awe in her pale violet eyes. Trailing behind her, Fenn walked with a feline grace, tail swaying just slightly less from pride and more from an effort to look composed. Her new collar gleamed with its aquamarine jewel, and though her ears occasionally flicked at the strange sounds of the new place, she kept her head high. Close at her side fluttered Hoot Hoot, silent for once, perched lightly on the corner of her cloak like a noble's crest brought to life. They reached the audience chamber. Massive double doors swung open with a practiced creak, and the guard stood aside, gesturing her forward. Ventis stepped in and immediately felt herself shrink beneath the vaulted ceiling and towering stained glass windows. At the far end of the hall stood the Count. He was taller than she expected. Broad-shouldered, wrapped in a deep green cloak edged with silver thread. His beard, though touched with white at the edges, framed a firm jaw and a smile that, though small, was genuine. His eyes were the warm brown of honeyed wood, and they rested on her with an expression that was neither judgmental nor patronizing, simply present. To his right stood a woman in deep blue robes, her pale hair drawn into a tight braid. Her skin was almost paper white, and her eyes, though sharp, seemed distant, unfocused. When Ventis knelt and bowed her head, announcing herself as the new apprentice, the woman gave only the slightest of nods. "Welcome," she said. A single word. Flat, functional, as if pulled from her lips by obligation alone. The Count didn't seem fazed by her coldness. He stepped forward with a chuckle, lifting Ventis's chin lightly with a gloved hand. "Stand tall, girl. You've earned your place here." She stood, though her cheeks flushed. "Thank you, my lord." Fenn, standing just behind her, narrowed her eyes slightly at the exchange, but said nothing. Hoot Hoot let out a soft hoot that echoed briefly in the chamber before silencing again. The meeting did not last long. A few pleasantries, a signature on a scroll, and a servant was called to show Ventis to her quarters. They walked up the castle's west wing, a far cry from the damp stairwell that led to her old tower in Hagsrot. When the servant opened the door and stepped aside, Ventis stopped short. The room was massive, not just by her standards, by anyone's. A canopy bed with silk sheets sat against the far wall, a writing desk with fresh paper and ink overlooked the courtyard, and a wash basin of polished copper sat near a set of drawers big enough to hold 10 of her old uniforms. A small fireplace was already lit, its flames dancing softly. She stepped inside like a visitor in a noble's estate. Fenn let out a low whistle and leapt onto the rug. Hoot Hoot landed on the desk and began grooming one feathered wing. Ventis walked over to the bed, touched the blankets, and then slowly sat down on the edge. It was impossibly soft, not like the stiff straw-filled mattress she'd grown used to. This welcomed her like a cloud. For a long moment, she just sat there, hands folded in her lap, unsure whether to smile or cry. "I don't think I deserve all this," she whispered to the air, barely audible. Fenn yawned and leapt beside her. "Better get used to it," she said lazily, curling up. "You earned it." And for once, Ventis didn't argue. "All my high hopes were shattered," I stated with a resigned huff. "I expected loads of Eevees from a place literally named after them. I mean, it's impossible that the name Evelna was not a wink at that Pokémon." "I saw one," Ventis answered. "Huh? Where?" I asked, my ears flipping into their upright position. "In a corridor we passed. A young girl picked it up and rushed away when we arrived." Ventis pointed it out as she thought back. Right, I might have been focusing on the massive double door in front of us more. I allowed a small smile. "Also that mage woman. Sheesh. If she is your new teacher, then we are up for a bumpy ride." "Oh yeah." Ventis sat up. She looked frail and unfocused. "I know her apprentice died, but it's not like they were family or anything. Many people die." "Wow, your old master really messed up your whole worldview," I snorted, letting a puff of smoke rise from my nose. "That man was a soulless bastard. I wonder if hanging can even kill it, or maybe he is too much of a worm to die from such." "Worm?" she asked, not understanding the word. "Never mind. Look, she lost an apprentice that likely was her right hand. Most mages should care and guide their apprentices closely. You can almost say they adopt them as their kids. Or, I think it should be something akin to that, based on what I've read in the Master-Apprentice Manual." I hopped onto the bed. "So, yeah, losing her apprentice likely was a traumatic shock." "There you go again, using highbrow words I cannot understand." She frowned. "That just means I am smarter than you. You can praise me now." I offered my back for rubs. Ventis laughed and started to pet me. "You are one strange Pokémon, you know that?" she stated. Hoot! Hoot jumped into the conversation. "Thanks, Hoot, for jumping on the bandwagon when it comes to me," I sighed. "I know I am not an ordinary Pokémon, but if I were, you would have died to an Arbok." I instinctively licked the spot where I was bitten, even though there was barely any sign now as the wounds had healed. The room still felt too large. Ventis sat on the edge of the soft bed, fingers idly running along the stitching of the linen, unsure what to do first. It was too quiet, too clean, too kind. After a moment of hesitation, she stood, opened her case, and began to unpack. Her clothes were folded with care, each piece a far cry from the rags she once wore as an apprentice under Ignarius. She took out her money pouch next, weighing it in her palm, then glanced around. The room had no loose tiles like before, no secret crevices in the floorboards either. Finally, she pried open the back panel of a decorative wooden chest at the foot of her bed and tucked the pouch behind the lining, placing a few folded undergarments above it for good measure. "Old habits die hard," she muttered. Fenn's ears flicked as she lay sprawled across the bed, watching her with mild interest. "You expect some castle maid to lift your stash like a rogue Meowth?" "Better safe than sorry," Ventis answered, pulling out her new mage robe. She changed quickly, the soft fabric wrapping around her like a promise. The colors complemented her hair, the high boots fit snugly, and the robe itself had just enough elegance to pass for noble-blooded, though she knew her roots were far from such. "I'm off to ask for a task," she said with a determined breath, adjusting the hem. "Wish me luck." "You won't need it," Fenn yawned. "They won't toss you in a basement. That's last chapter material." Ventis offered a faint smile and stepped into the hallway, heading toward the study where she was told her new master often resided. She knocked gently. "Enter," came the calm, cool voice. Ventis stepped in, bowed respectfully, and found the pale woman seated by the window, a book resting open on her lap, but unread, her gaze distant. For a long moment, the mage said nothing, only stared past the glass pane at the courtyard beyond. Then she blinked, set the book aside, and with slow grace, stood and retrieved a thick tome from the shelf behind her. Without a word, She placed it into Ventis's hands. "Study this," she said softly. "Return when you have questions." Ventis opened her mouth, half expecting a long list of duties, but the woman had already turned away, resuming her silent vigil at the window. "Yes, master," Ventis said quietly and took her leave. The book pressed tight to her chest. She returned to her room, a look of confusion etched across her face. Fenn, who had since sat up and begun grooming her paws, tilted her head. "No job?" the fox asked, ears perked. "No job," Ventis echoed. "Just this." She sat and placed the heavy book on her lap. A real spellbook, pages of theory, arcane runes, casting stances, formulas. It's all here. I haven't seen something like this since the academy. "Huh?" Fenn stretched, her tails flicking behind her. "Sounds like actual learning. What a concept." Ventis raised an eyebrow. "Are you mocking me or the situation?" "Yes." The girl snorted, then opened the book, fingers lightly tracing the golden glyphs along the edge of the page. "I'm not looking the gift ponyta in the mouth," she said aloud, more to convince herself than anyone else. Fenn, already bouncing with too much energy, stood and stretched again. "I'm going for a stroll. Keep the link up, I want to eavesdrop on the ancient wisdom." Ventis waved a hand, already lost in the diagrams and annotations. "Just don't get caught sniffing any shoes again." "No promises," came the mental reply, fading as Fenn slipped out of the room. The candlelight flickered gently, the velvet curtains swayed slightly in the breeze, and for the first time in weeks, Ventis read uninterrupted, no biting remarks, no cruel voice behind her, no looming threat. "As if I'd ever sniff shoes," I huffed indignantly, padding along the corridor as I scanned our new environment. It was nice. Genuinely nice. Unlike the crumbling stone and moldy air of the old keep, this place actually looked like someone gave a damn. Though built with siege defense in mind, the architecture was grand and well kept, exuding both strength and grace. I trotted into the courtyard, where neatly trimmed hedges and orderly rows of blooming roses flanked the gravel path. I cursed my current height too short to properly bury my nose into the flowers. Still, the wind was kind enough to carry their scent to me. Subtle, refined. I liked it. "You're that weird Vulpix?" A voice chirped from behind me. I barely had time to turn before I was scooped up from the ground by a girl no older than 10. "Personal space," I groaned, though of course it came out in a series of yips and growls she couldn't understand. "You're so soft. I'm going to ask Daddy to buy you for me," she squealed, nuzzling her face into my back. That was it. No one manhandles me like a plush toy. With a swift, elegant jump, I slipped out of her grasp and landed gracefully in the grass. I didn't growl that would be uncouth, but I did give her a sharp, cutting glare, the kind that says, "Try that again, and you lose a finger." She stood in her frilly, Eevee-themed dress, a cream-coloured ruffle around her neck and petticoats, with an actual Eevee peeking out from behind her legs, giving me the kind of look usually reserved for soiled laundry. "You are not worthy of Master Esther," the little fox snapped, stepping forward. "I don't want to be," I said with a toss of my head. "I already have a master, a junior mage. Why in the name of Arceus would I want to be the plaything of a brat in cosplay?" The Eevee clearly didn't take that well. Without warning, she launched a swift at me. The shimmering stars struck my forehead, and I braced for pain. But nothing. I blinked, then blinked again. That was it? Was that a love tap? I've been hit harder by a sleepy oddish. I wasn't even angry, just baffled. "Eevee, stop! You mustn't fight, it could ruin your perfect fur," the girl gasped and scooped up the fuming little gremlin. The fox glared daggers at me from her arms, her pride clearly more bruised than I ever could be. I just sat down in the grass, stunned. "That was weird," I murmured to myself. "What was weird?" came Ventis's voice through our mental link. "Nothing serious," I replied. "Some noble kid picked me up like I was a stuffed doll. Her Eevee tried to throw down for her honor, but the hit was so soft I barely noticed. No harm done." Ventis mused. "Huh, this Pokémon doesn't fight back," the young girl said aloud, still hugging her Eevee. "Her collar looks expensive. I wonder if the young mage ordered her to behave." "No matter, I'll go ask father," She turned and skipped off, her dress fluttering like a flag of delusion. "Don't scuff your coat!" I called mockingly after the Eevee, who gave me one last look of absolute indignation from over her master's shoulder. I snickered and turned back toward the bushes. That's when I spotted them sticks, lovely, sun-dried, perfectly snappable sticks. For a Fennekin, sticks were divine. Crunchy like a pretzel, just the right amount of flavor and give. I nosed through the shaded underbrush until I'd collected a small pile, which I then laid out carefully in front of me, sorted from smallest to largest, obviously. "This little swinub." I began to rhyme cheerfully, biting into the smallest one first and letting the satisfaction of the crunch echo through my soul. "Well, aren't you just a cute little one?" said a man in a dirt-stained servant's uniform as he knelt beside me. He smelled of freshly cut grass, and his hands were calloused from honest work. A gardener, I thought, sitting up and swallowing the last bite of my stick. He seems nice. I tilted my head, allowing him to pet me. It still felt strange sometimes having the mind of an adult yet constantly being doted on, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel good when someone knew what they were doing. And this man certainly did. "Ah, did you clean up all the sticks for me?" he chuckled. Such a helpful little Pokémon. He looked up just as a Stantler nudged him with its broad muzzle. Gardening tools clinked softly where they hung from the saddle strapped around the deer's frame. "You're helpful too, Stantler," the man said warmly, scratching the creature's neck. "Hey, big guy, I love your antlers," I said with a cheerful tail flick. "Thanks," the Stantler nodded, his voice deep and even. "You're new here, right?" "I am," I replied. "Just don't go burning anything in this garden, and we'll get along fine," he snorted. "I would never," I gasped, offended. "To ruin something this beautiful, that would be a crime, and I meant it." The neat hedges, the fragrant roses, it all felt alive, tended with care. "Good," the Stantler said simply, stamping a hoof in agreement. The gardener, having waited patiently as we spoke, stood and stretched. "Well, time to water the front garden. Make sure you don't dig up the lawn," he said with a wink before walking off. I let out a small bark, not with any real meaning, just a casual, "okay." Then I looked down at my stick collection. Or rather, stick. Singular. I'd apparently munched through all but one, the biggest and nicest of them all. I picked it up delicately in my mouth and trotted back inside. Ventis was exactly where I left her, slumped at her desk with one hand propping up her head, clearly battling sleep over some painfully dry textbook. I'll let her suffer a bit longer, I thought smugly, curling up beside the fire with my prize. It builds character. Esther stomped into the main hall with her frilled sleeves puffed and a determined gleam in her eye. Her polished boots clacked with every sharp step until she stood before the large oaken desk where her father, Count Alderic of Evelna, reviewed reports with a tired brow. "Father," she announced, without waiting for his greeting, "I want the fox." The Count raised his head slowly, the quill pausing mid-word. "The fox?" "The Vulpix, the one that follows the junior mage girl. She's soft, she's well-trained, and she doesn't bite even when picked up. I want her. Please buy her for me." Count Alderic studied his daughter for a long moment, his expression unreadable. He set the quill down with quiet grace, folding his hands on the table before answering. "No, Esther, I cannot." Her mouth dropped open as if slapped. What do you mean you cannot? You're the Count. You have gold. You have power. You can buy anything." "No, child," he said calmly. "Not this, and not her." Esther's cheeks flushed with heat. "That girl is just a commoner. A peasant from some backwater barony. Why should she get to have such a rare Pokémon while I—" "Enough, Esther," he interrupted, the edge in his voice like cold steel. "You may not always understand the reasons behind my decisions, but you will obey them. You are not entitled to everything you see." "I hate you," she screamed, fists clenched at her sides. "I wish Mother was still here. She wouldn't treat me like this." The Count's jaw tensed. He stood with slow deliberation and pointed toward the hallway. "To your room. Now." Esther turned with a huff, skirts swirling, and stomped away with tears burning in her eyes. The hall was quiet once more. Only the slow crackle of the fireplace and the scratching quill of the advisor beside the count filled the silence. "It was bound to happen," the advisor said, not looking up. "She's spoiled," the count replied with a sigh, rubbing his temple. "And grief only made it worse." The advisor cleared his throat, then laid a parchment on the table, one sealed with the heavy red wax of the Royal Mage Court. "They were not subtle," he said dryly. The count picked up the letter and scanned it again. He had already read it thrice. The wording had not changed. "Ensure the junior mage, Ventis, and her companion, a Fennekin of rare continental breed, remain safe and well provided for. Any neglect or undue pressure shall be interpreted as obstruction of crown interests." He folded the parchment again, more forcefully than necessary. "Another leash," he muttered. "Another reminder that no matter how high I stand, there's always a boot pressing down from above." "They're watching," the advisor said simply. "Yes." He looked to the high window where the light was beginning to fade. "And until they decide to act, I'm to keep their precious girl safe." His eyes narrowed. "But I'll be damned if my own daughter makes that harder than it already is." Alderic tossed the letter into the slit on the table with more force than necessary, the parchment vanishing into the inner box reserved for sensitive correspondence. He exhaled slowly and reached down to pet his Umbreon. The old war Pokémon leaned into the touch, the long scar over its shoulder twitching slightly with each stroke. "What am I to do with her?" he murmured, eyes lingering on the flames in the hearth before drifting down to the sleek black fur under his fingers. He spoke not to a servant, but to the only creature in the room who had followed him through both blood and ash. Umbreon merely huffed, its red eyes narrowing as it gave the subtlest shake of the head, as if saying, "You know what must be done." The flicker of irritation in its gaze made it clear it shared the burden, if not the solution. "Just make sure that Fennekin isn't harmed while she's under our roof," Alderic added. "More tired now. I'd rather not lose my head if the royal court sends auditors. And Duke Haxon's been sniffing for excuses to drag my past back into the light." The Umbreon growled low in its throat, then nodded. It turned and padded away with the silent grace of a veteran predator, its rings glowing briefly as it vanished into the corridor. Alderic shifted his gaze to the dark corner of the room. "Haunt her!" The shadows near the wall rippled, and two spectral eyes blinked open within the gloom. "Keep watch over my daughter," Alderic said without flinching. "If she stirs up trouble, especially with the Fennekin, alert me immediately. And do not scare the mage girl, not even as a joke." The haunter giggled in its wispy, unsettling tone and melted into the shadows like smoke on the wind. "Should I prepare the strong tea, my lord?" asked the advisor quietly, standing nearby with a familiar look of concern behind his spectacles. Alderic sighed as he reached for a fresh sheet of parchment. "Please do. I feel another letter coming." Meanwhile, in her room, Esther was fuming. "It's not fair," she snapped, throwing a velvet cushion across the room. "Why does some scraggly little commoner get a Pokémon like that? It's mine by right. Everything should be." She paced in a circle, fists clenched at her sides, her silk slippers muffling the sound of her tantrum. On the windowsill, her Igglybuff flinched and ducked behind a curtain. Her pink Wormadam chirped nervously from her decorative plant basket. Only her proud Eevee jumped up onto the bed, meeting her eye to eye. Esther collapsed beside her, fuming still but out of steam. "Mother would have just bought it for me," she muttered bitterly. She stroked the Eevee's fur with shaking fingers, the simple act soothing her anger as the Pokémon gently nuzzled her cheek. After a moment, she pulled a silver comb from her vanity drawer and began running it through Eevee's coat, slow and careful. "She's nothing," Esther said softly. "That junior mage. I'll show her. I'll have that fox one way or another." Eevee's tail gave a single flick, and she leaned into the brush, as if agreeing. When I woke, Ventis was snoring softly over the open spellbook. I let out a fond sigh and padded over to her. With gentle care, I tugged the book from under her head and shut it, then grabbed a pillow from the bed and slipped it beneath her cheek. "Sometimes not having hands is really inconvenient," I muttered to myself. Hoot Hoot blinked awake nearby, bobbing his head in silent agreement. A true night owl if I ever saw one. I padded to the window and peeked outside. Judging by the deepening shadows and the chill in the air, I'd apparently slept through most of the afternoon, and now, of course, I was far too awake for sleep. Also, I had a rather pressing natural need. "Watch over her while I'm gone," I told Hoot Hoot. He gave a wing salute in response, the gesture both adorable and earnest. I still found it touching how deeply the old bird cared for Ventis even more, now that his collar no longer dulled his mind. With a nudge of my paw, I opened the door and slipped out into the corridor, making my way toward the left wing of the estate where the foliage was less ornamental and more wild. After answering nature's call beneath a conveniently unruly bush, I exhaled and took a moment to sniff the air. It was crisp but not cold, with the faint fragrance of summer blooms carried on the night breeze. Then I froze. "What are you doing out here?" came a gravelly voice from behind. 2 glowing red eyes met mine, followed by the gleam of a yellow ring just above them. The rest of the creature emerged from the shadows, a sleek, battle-worn Umbreon with the bearing of a veteran. His scarred shoulder caught the moonlight, and as he stepped closer, I noticed a subtle limp in his right foreleg. It didn't seem to slow him, but it told a story. "You're the Fennekin bonded to the junior mage, aren't you?" he asked, tone calm but commanding. I felt the pressure of his presence like heat radiating off hot stone. He was no mere pet, this Umbreon was a seasoned fighter. "I am," I answered respectfully. "And you are?" "I serve as Count Alderic's aide, in my own way," he replied, stepping close enough to sniff me. "You weren't raised among humans." "I can still smell the wilderness in your fur." "Interesting." "And strong too. Have you been fighting?" "I had a run-in with an Alpha Arbok," I admitted. "Managed to win barely. It was more fluke than skill." "There's no such thing as a fluke," he said with a slight grin. "You win or you lose, and you won." He circled me slowly, his gaze sharp. "You're favoring your left hind leg. I don't see a wound, which means the damage is deeper." "That Arbok, I assume?" I gave a dry chuckle. "Perceptive. Takes one to know one. You limp too, front right. Old injury?" "Good," he said, nodding with a hint of approval. "You've got fire, both literally and otherwise. That's what I needed to see. I was told to keep an eye on you, to make sure you weren't harmed by any missteps around here. But you're no pampered pup. You're battle-tested." He gave a low, rumbling laugh before turning to leave. "Just don't go looking for trouble, all right?" With that, his body shimmered into black mist and faded into the darkness. "That didn't sound ominous at all," I muttered, tail flicking as I trotted back toward our room. While I wasn't missing the constant threat of being turned into breakfast by a wild Ursaring or worse, I was missing actual fights. Maybe it was a side effect of becoming a Pokémon, but after 2 weeks without a proper scrap, I was jittery, anxious, like static was building under my skin. And this new place? It didn't help. We'd only arrived a day ago, and I already felt like I was crawling up the castle walls with pent-up energy. "Can you ask for a leave so we can go gather herbs or some other made-up reason to stretch our legs?" I grumbled to Ventis through our mental link, sprawled across the bed like a bored Fennekin-shaped rug. We just arrived," she replied uncertainly. "I'm not sure if I should start asking things so soon." "Are you bored?" I raised a single brow in silence. "Right." She gave a nervous laugh, clearly feeling my restlessness seep through the link. "You really hate doing nothing, huh? You know what? I'll just ask the Lord's Umbreon to show me around. You keep studying," I offered cheerfully. "He has an Umbreon?" Ventis perked up, her tone betraying a flicker of excitement. "Yeah. Apparently his job is to make sure I don't get hurt, so I'd bet he's around somewhere," I noted. These conversations were my favorite thing about our bond. No one could eavesdrop on us. Just a private thread between 2 souls. "Are you sure?" she asked, concern brushing the edge of her words. "Hey, if there's anything, you'll know right away. We're connected, remember?" I winked mentally as I jumped off the bed, gave myself a shake, and nudged the door open just enough to slip through. "Morning," came a deep, gravelly voice from my right. I jumped, slid on the stone floor, and spun into a fighting pose in less than a second. "Good reaction time," said the old Umbreon with a slight grin. I was just looking for you, I replied, letting my stance relax. Were you now? He tilted his head with a knowing smile. I want to look around town, maybe a bit further. Since you've been ordered to watch over me, I figured you could be my guide. A good idea, he said, already turning. I could use the stretch. You'd best keep up, though. With that, he vaulted over my head and broke into a brisk power walk toward the castle gate. For him, it was a casual stride. For me, with my smaller frame and shorter legs, it was practically a jog. Still, I was glad he hadn't refused. When we reached the gate, the guard didn't even blink, just stepped aside and opened the small door for us. Being the Lord's personal Pokémon clearly came with its perks. I want to see you fight too, he said out of nowhere as we reached the road. I glanced at him, ears perked. I know just the enemy to practice on, he added, smiling in a way that made the fur along my spine prickle. I'm starting to think I should have stayed in bed, I muttered, picking up the pace. Umbreon was almost like a taskmaster. Under his so-called watchful gaze, I had battled a small flock of Spearows, a thoroughly pissed-off Nidorino, and even a Sandshoe who delighted in repeatedly kicking sand into my eyes. That last one? I toasted him. Twice, just to make a point. Very rough. Barbaric, even. Umbreon muttered with a slow shake of his head. You have absolutely no grace or technique. Just wild grit. That won't do. Well, it's not like I had anyone to learn from, being all alone and such, I huffed. I was exhausted, filthy, bruised, and looked like someone had used me to scrub soot out of a chimney. My legs shook under me, and my ears drooped from sheer fatigue. I had never fought this many times in a single day, especially not without any real breaks. Not even your parents? He asked, his tone tinged with surprise. Nope. Grew up in the forest alone, I said proudly, lifting my head just a little. That's not something one should be proud of. Actually, that's just sad, he said, his frown deepening. For a moment, he truly looked at me, like he was seeing past the snark and the fire. Fine, I shall give you pointers, he nodded, with an air of solemn wisdom. Next fight. He started walking again. I just collapsed onto the dirt path in a fluffy heap. Can we not? I groaned into the earth. Oh, right. He turned back, then without warning, clamped his jaws gently around the scruff of my neck and hoisted me up like a misbehaving kid. This is humiliating, I grumbled, legs dangling. Want me to drop you? He asked casually, already trotting toward the castle. I didn't answer. I didn't have the strength to argue, let alone walk. My pride would survive. Probably. Oh, yeah. I definitely should have stayed in bed today. The soft crunch of gravel echoed beneath polished boots as Count Alderic strolled through the eastern garden path. Dusk had painted the castle grounds in muted golds and purples. The air scented faintly of roses and clipped grass. It was a rare, peaceful moment. Then came the sound. A low snort, followed by the unmistakable clop, clop, clop of deliberate paws. Alderic turned the corner and stopped. There, with all the dignity of a battle-weary knight returning from war, Umbreon marched forward with a limp, filthy, and absolutely exhausted Fennekin dangling by the scruff from his jaws. The Count blinked, then slowly raised a hand to his temple. For the love of what in the hells, he muttered under his breath. Umbreon didn't break stride. He padded right past the nobleman, with a nod so casual it bordered on smug, the tiny fox swinging slightly with each step like a defeated banner. The Pokemon's tail flicked once as he disappeared into the mage wing. Alderic stood there, jaw slightly slack, eyes following the pair as they vanished into the hall. Then he exhaled sharply and pinched the bridge of his nose. She's been here one day, he groaned, and I'm already losing my mind. He turned to head back to the keep, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, in the hall, Ventis had just rounded the corner when she came face to face with the scene. Umbreon, proudly carrying a dirt-streaked, bruised, and comically limp Fennekin. Fenn? She yelped, rushing forward. Umbreon calmly deposited his cargo onto the hallway rug with all the care of a delivery man completing his route. I opened one eye lazily. Not dead, just slightly overcooked. Ventis crouched over her, aghast. What in the world were you thinking? I was in no real danger, I mumbled. If things got dicey, your lord's watchdog would have punted them to Mount Silver. That's not the point. You look like you lost a fight with a golem's foot. I won, actually, I corrected, eyes already closing. Training sucks. Ventis sighed, scooping her up into her arms. You're impossible. Thank you, I muttered sleepily, and within moments she was softly snoring. Umbreon gave Ventis a knowing look, then padded off without a word. Ventis stared down at the soot-marked fur in her arms. Unbelievable, she muttered, turning toward the baths. One day. Just one day. To say that being washed in cold water after taking a beating was cruel would be the understatement of the century. Cold water was already torture on a good day for a fire type like me. Now, bruised, sore, and too weak to fight back, it felt like being showered in icy nails. If I survive this wash, I groaned, I will make sure you feel my fire, even if it hurts me more than it hurts you. Shut up! It's not even that cold and you were caked in dirt, Ventis snapped, though I could feel her wincing through our link. She was sore too, but still made sure I was cleaned up with care. How come I didn't feel this when you were getting a beating? She asked, as she wrapped me in a towel. I forcefully closed the link so you could concentrate on studying. Besides, it wouldn't be fair for you to suffer through my training pains. Then again, I hope you did feel how the water stung. I shot her my best stink eye. I did, she said, placing her hands on her hips. So, maybe avoid getting that filthy next time? That did it. I burst into laughter. Real, heartfelt, unfiltered joy. A few tired tears streamed from my eyes as my sides shook. What's so funny? She asked, the warmth of my joy bleeding into her mood. You finally acted like an actual Pokémon trainer, I said between laughs. Ash Ketchum would be proud. Who? Doesn't matter. What matters is that you're not just some junior mage anymore. You're a proper partner. Most treat Pokémon like tools, but not you. That fire in your eyes? That's what I need. We're going to be a great team. I limped over to my prized branch, ready for a nice chew, when something happened. My paw began to glow. No, my whole body felt like it had turned to molten lava. My bones stretched, fur shimmered, vision blurred, and then it all came back into focus. I was standing, on 2 legs, nearly eye level with Ventis, who was staring at me with her mouth agape. My breathing slowed. I looked down sleek new limbs, broader shoulders, glorious shoulder fluff, a skirt-like yellow pelt, darker legs, and a thicker tail with my favorite stick now poking proudly from the top. Now that's what I'm talking about. I fist-pumped with my newly functional paw hand. You look amazing! Hoot Hoot cheered, hopping in circles on his single-clawed foot. Thanks, Hoot Hoot. That's sweet of you. Hello? Don't leave me out of the conversation. Ventis grinned. I still don't speak Pokémon, you know. What did you evolve into? Switching to our mental link, I beamed. I'm a Bracian now, but I've grown fond of the name Fenn, so let's stick with it. I pointed a stubby claw at her, now fully able to gesture. I had opposable thumbs. Short, sure, but real ones. I placed my paws on my hips with pride. All right, sister. We are officially cool now. It was honestly shocking how good it felt to walk on 2 legs again. I didn't mention it to Ventis that part of my past was still mine alone, a quiet truth I'd only share if the time ever truly called for it. The soft shoulder fluff felt luxurious, while the thick, skirt-like fur around my waist had an unexpected weight to it, not quite cloth, but far denser than ordinary fur. It offered a sense of protection, a tangible shift from the vulnerable form I had before. And the stick. Oh, the stick. It wasn't part of my body, yet it felt like an extension of my soul, a proper witch's wand. With it, I could manipulate a small orb of fire with effortless grace. Sliding it back into the bushy nest of my tail felt so natural it might as well have been a ritual. Everything about it just clicked. All the pain and soreness from earlier gone, washed away by the sheer surge of raw, balanced power that now coursed through me. The magical bond Ventis had forged between us had clearly affected my evolution. I was growing faster, stronger, more attuned to something far beyond normal expectations. It wasn't just confidence, it was clarity. I wasn't being arrogant when I thought it. I genuinely felt at the top of the world. My old collar had shifted too. Now it looked like an elegant choker, complete with a gem nestled in the center, far more fitting for my new form. I took the time to tie red ribbons into my ear tufts and even added one to the tip of my tail for flair. If I was going to evolve, I might as well look the part. "You look great," Ventis chuckled, as she watched me twirl in front of the mirror. "Yeah, well," I smirked, admiring my reflection. "I've got to look my best if I'm going to turn you into a kingdom-class wizard." I gave her a wink and struck a pose. If we were going to rise through the ranks, we might as well do it with style. King Callister Vermont sat in his private garden, savouring a chilled glass of wine. His delibird rested comfortably beside the bottle, ensuring it remained at the perfect temperature. Behind him, the manicured sprawl of the royal manor framed the serenity of the scene, and he relished it. This elevated picnic terrace was one of his favourite spots, offering a gentle view of the hedge labyrinth below and the scent of blooming gardenias on the breeze. The moment was close to divine, but what truly elevated his mood wasn't the wine or the view, it was the latest report. A young mage, barely more than a novice, had successfully bonded with a Fennekin, a fire Pokémon from the Zhaoshara Kingdom, their long-standing rival. Not only was that alone a political slap across the face to Zhaoshara, but the bond was said to be near perfect. Such a feat was unheard of even among his veteran court wizards. At present, only 5 individuals in his entire kingdom had achieved a proper bond with a Pokémon, and only 2 of them, Archwizard Gehatu and now this girl, Ventis, had a bond strong enough to be considered flawless. He chuckled quietly to himself, letting the wine roll across his tongue. 6 years ago, the war with Zhaoshara had nearly broken both nations, but they were the aggressors Callister had only needed to outlast them. With his resources conserved and their coffers drained, Zhaoshara collapsed into revolution. Many expected Callister to retaliate, to seize weakened territory, but he had refused. Any fool could conquer a ruined land, holding it, feeding its people, and preventing rebellion. That was a different matter entirely. "Check," he said calmly, pushing a rook forward. "Not again." His son, Prince Augustine Vermont, leaned forward over the chessboard, brows furrowed. "How do you keep beating me? You're barely even looking at the pieces." "A good strategist sees the enemy's move before they even make it," Callister replied, amused. He took a long sip from his glass. Augustine leaned back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Father, why haven't you summoned that junior mage to the capital? She'd learn faster under the royal tutors." Callister arched an eyebrow. "I could give you the answer, but it would serve you better to think it through yourself." "Well, she's a commoner," Augustine began. "Are you worried the nobility will react poorly? Couldn't you just grant her a noble title?" "On what grounds?" Callister asked, setting the glass down gently. "A king cannot hand out titles like candy. Each one weakens the legitimacy of all others, granting status without merit, or cause risks turning the nobility against me." "But you're the king," Augustine protested. "They wouldn't dare speak against you." "No," Callister agreed. "They wouldn't speak. They'd act. Slowly, quietly. A snub here, a delay there, one missing vote at a key meeting. And over time, power erodes." He turned back to the chessboard. "Any fool can rule a kingdom, but ruling well, that's the real art. You must keep the people safe, the treasury steady, and the nobles satisfied, all without letting any one group hold too much sway." He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. "That," he said finally, "is what you must learn, my son." Callister knew all too well which nobles liked peace, which ones were greedy, and those who hungered for conquest. As for him, he simply wanted his people to prosper, with or without conquest. "If you're that worried she might lag behind, Why don't you go to the Count's estate as a guest for a while? Father, you surely cannot be serious, Augustine said, swallowing hard. He had all his friends in the capital, the perfect teacher, and his favorite foods. I have everything here. You're still young. A few months won't change anything. Besides, I can very easily send your personal chef and tutor with you, if you're worried. Callister smiled. How do you... Augustine looked up after taking a move on the chessboard. Easily. I know you well, son. Do this, and I'll consider your request for that sword you wanted. Callister smiled and moved his bishop. And that is checkmate. Ventis woke to see Fenn leaning over the magic book she had received. The Pokémon was apparently reading it. As far as I can tell, human magic is different from Pokémon powers, she said, as she turned and let her legs dangle off the side of the bed. Oh, I know, came the now teenage girl-sounding mental voice from me. I was just curious. It's very... She paused, trying to find the right word, then gave up and said the first that came to mind. Shit. What? Ventis stood up and started to comb her hair as she walked to the table. I know you're going to ask how I know stuff. I began, but was quickly interrupted. No, I don't care about your past. Tell me what's wrong, Ventis asked, genuinely curious, as she too had found the book frustrating. Well, here it says fire is an element, I said, poking a line in the book, then flipped several pages and pointed again, while here it states that it's a state of being for energy. It's like this book just mashed together different ideas because they sounded vaguely similar. Well, yeah, but nobody knows what fire really is. Ventis shrugged. Wait, don't tell me. Indeed, I am one such per Pokémon who knows, I quickly corrected herself before she said, person. Now, sit down, because Teacher Fenn is in the room. Ventis rolled her eyes but smiled as she sat down. Fire is a chemical reaction also called combustion. For it to be fire, three things have to be present. Fuel, meaning something that can burn, oxygen, part of the air we breathe, and heat. You take away the fuel, the air, or cool down the place where the fire happens and it goes out. Ever wonder why a candle flame dies if you put a glass over it? No, wait, are we taking away the air in that case? Ventis asked. Smart girl, I nodded. The fire doesn't go out instantly because there's still air trapped inside, but the part that's needed oxygen gets used up really quickly. The air fills with something else, what you call smoke, which contains two new forms of oxygen now bound in other molecules. Both are bad if you breathe them. That's why people die in burning buildings even if they're not burned at all. They suffocate due to lack of usable air, which also turns toxic. That's a lot of things to take in at once, Ventis said, though her eyes were already shining with curiosity. I was actually starting to enjoy teaching modern chemistry and physics to Ventis. She was a sponge when it came to knowledge, curious, attentive, and quick to grasp even the strangest of concepts. Once she accepted that I knew things that shouldn't be common knowledge in this era, it became, well, kind of fun. Refreshing, even. Atoms, molecules, gravity, all of it was alien to any wizard or alchemist of this age. And yet, she not only kept up, but began making educated guesses. What started as lectures often turned into lively debates. I wasn't a scientist myself, of course, far from infallible. My memory wasn't photographic, but I'd always gotten top grades in chemistry and physics, thanks to my obsession with space, chemical reactions, and how things worked on a fundamental level. In both Pokémon and mage systems, the fuel for fire came from internal energy rather than ignitable gases or solids. That created some gaps in our shared understanding, but we worked around them. For example, her fireball. Once no larger than a chestnut, now she could conjure one over a meter wide. A scientist would call that an exponential leap. The same thing happened with her lightning magic. Before, it was little more than a spark. But after understanding the concept of positive and negative charges, what lightning really was, she accidentally singed my tail from 10 meters away. After that, we agreed to conduct experiments more carefully. Water magic improved too, though not as dramatically. Her newfound understanding of condensation and that air carried water vapor helped her conjure small amounts more efficiently. But other than mastering a few basics, progress was slow. Wind magic, however, now that was terrifying. I was genuinely unnerved the first time she sliced clean through a wooden training dummy and left a gash in the stone wall behind it. "I think we found your element," I muttered, crouching down and poking a claw into the stone. "This is solid rock. Did you use sand and water vapor in your air slash?" "It made sense to do so," Ventis replied casually, as if describing the weather. "I spun a spiral of thin air into a blade like that chakram thing you mentioned, then added sand and frozen vapor before launching it." She had, quite casually, just described the creation of a murder spell. "Yeah, how about you save that for a last resort?" I said, my fur prickling as I stood up. "A force push using air is safer, far less lethal." I didn't want her to hurt someone by accident, not at her age. That spell could have cut a knight in two, or at the very least sliced open armor and everything beneath it. "I agree," Ventis nodded thoughtfully. "Still, I was curious how far I could push it. As long as it wasn't on someone. Oh, I can tell." I folded my arms and gave her a look. "Well, it's not like we can just pretend that didn't happen. If anyone asks, I'll say that was me, using Metal Claw." I sighed, already bracing myself for the questions to come. Pelien stood at the open corridor, watching the clouds drift across the sky. No matter how hard she tried, the sight that had greeted her in the forest a month ago refused to leave her dreams. She still woke up breathless, heart racing, haunted by the memory of her beloved apprentice torn to shreds. The Count had found the Rhydon responsible and mounted its head on a wall as some twisted token of justice, but it had brought her no peace. Revenge did little to patch the gaping wound left in her soul. The boy had been like a son, a prodigy. With enough time and training, he could have become the next court wizard. But his spark, his bright, blinding potential, had been extinguished before he even turned 18. With a tired breath, she closed her notebook. The page only bore a few lines of ink half-thoughts, shallow observations. She still fulfilled her duties, but the fire within her had dimmed to embers. If I had been there, I could have saved him. The thought had gnawed at her for weeks, never letting go. Just as she turned to retreat to her quarters, a sharp sound made her tilt her head toward the training courtyard. What she saw shattered her indifference in an instant. Ventis, her current apprentice, stood in the courtyard without a wand. Her small frame stiffened with concentration before she released a wave of wind that cut the training dummy clean in two and carved a jagged wound into the stone wall behind it. Pelien stared, expecting the girl to collapse, her mana spent. Surely this was a final desperate cast. But instead, Ventis simply summoned another spell, then another composed, collected, focused. Then Pelien's eyes fell upon the girl's Pokémon. The Fennekin had evolved. Abrasion now stood at her side, the stick in its tail glowing faintly, its expression sharp with pride. The two were not speaking aloud, but their expressions shifted subtly, like dancers in a conversation without words. And then it clicked. Pelien nearly smacked her forehead as she recalled the footnote in the bonding report. Ritual quality, exceptional. Now she understood. The girl wasn't channeling raw talent alone, she was drawing from a shared mana pool, a true bond between mage and Pokémon, 1 in 100,000. She chose not to interrupt. For 10 whole minutes, Peliene stood frozen, watching Ventis cast spell after spell, controlled bursts of flame, tight orbs of lightning, even blades of air. None as overwhelming as the initial attack, but each one executed with discipline and clarity. They weren't flukes. They were the signs of a young prodigy blooming before her eyes. It frightened her. Not because Ventis was powerful, but because it meant the world hadn't stopped moving. Magic was still advancing. Hope was still rising, even as she had nearly let herself fall into despair. "Who are you, girl?" She pulled her notebook open again and, for the first time in weeks, began to write. Something inside Pelien clicked as she watched the incredible display of talent unfold before her. The grief still clung to her heart like ivy on stone, but for the first time in weeks, she felt something stir beneath it, curiosity. A desire to see how far this young girl might go. I'll get my hopes up. Just one more time, she whispered, tightening her grip on the notebook she had once left to collect dust. Esther, the daughter of the Count, was watching the same scene from a completely different angle, both literally and figuratively. She didn't care about magic, not truly. It all looked like sparkles and tricks to her. Peliane could do amazing things too, and no one made a fuss about that. No, her eyes were on the fox. Now evolved, the Pokémon had become even more elegant, with a large, bushy tail and long, silky ear tufts. Esther imagined how soft it must feel against her face. How lovely it would be to have such a creature curl beside her bed. Her longing only grew fiercer when her father refused to indulge her. So, in true spoiled fashion, she decided to take matters into her own hands through pranks. Little things, nothing serious. She slipped tufts of female Rattata fur into Ventis's boots, knowing full well the scent would attract every male Rattata in the vicinity. She expected a horrified scream or a frantic dash through the hallways. Instead, she got a far less satisfying result. A couple of startled Rattata flew out of the yard, hurled not by the Pokémon, but by Ventis herself. Not discouraged, she upped her game. She sprinkled stinging ivy leaves over the freshly laundered clothes delivered to Ventis's room. That one did get a reaction. Ventis had yelped and hissed in pain, but somehow Esther had been found out. She was grounded for a week. Again, but just as she was beginning to think her life had become boring again, a new rumor spread through the halls. The second prince was coming to visit the estate. Suddenly, she couldn't have cared less about the fox. The prince, a real one. He was 19 and she was barely 11, but that didn't matter to her. Love stories always began with glances across the garden or unexpected conversations in a hallway. She would be a princess someday. Even if it took years, she was certain. She only had to make a good impression, and so she dedicated herself to that goal with a renewed and shallow passion, prettifying herself with flowers, ribbons, and a rather heavy dose of perfume that left half the maids sneezing. Ventis was growing fast, faster than even she expected. What had once taken her days of chanting and gesture now felt like second nature. Her spells snapped into place like well-rehearsed lines in a play. It wasn't just raw talent, it was understanding. True, grounded understanding. Master Peliane had taken notice. The once distant woman, who barely uttered more than a few words during their first week together, had begun giving her small tests, quiet assignments written in looping ink and slid under her door each morning. Sometimes it was a spell theory question. Other times a riddle disguised as a magical conundrum. Occasionally she was asked to enchant a simple object by the end of the day. Ventis completed each one with ease, often by lunchtime, and more than that, without breaking a sweat. Where her previous master had been harsh, critical, and impatient, treating her more as an enchanter for hire than a student, Peliane was the opposite. Reserved, observant, patient. She didn't praise much, but when she did, it mattered. Yet Ventis was holding something back, a secret. She never spoke of the lectures held in hushed whispers during quiet nights, the ones where Fenn, her now radiant Bracian, spoke of modern science, of atoms, of molecular bonds, of gravity and energy states, things that sounded like madness to any wizard or alchemist, yet somehow made sense, made everything easier. Ventis had discovered that once she understood why fire burned, she didn't need to brute force it. Once she grasped how charge worked, lightning came not with chaos, but precision. Her spells consumed less mana, sometimes less than a quarter of what she used to expend. And the result? Stronger, faster, sharper spells. It was as though the laws of the world had become her tools, not her obstacles. The best part? Her mana pool had grown too, day by day, like a well fed by a hidden spring. To anyone else, it might have looked like sudden brilliance, but Ventis knew the truth. She wasn't just casting magic, she was understanding it. Fenn had changed too. The once snarky little fox had become something of a scholar herself. No longer just a partner or battle companion, she was now a fellow researcher, a tutor, a sister, and a terrifying force of nature when unleashed. Braixen had recently learned a series of new moves. Flame Charge, which made her vanish in a streak of burning light. Psybeam, a rainbow spiral of condensed psychic force that made even armored knights collapse. Light Screen, a shimmering wall that could deflect spells like a polished mirror. And most terrifying of all, Flamethrower. Fenn claimed she had been using it even before she learned it officially. "I just didn't know it had a name," she had smirked. And then there was Umbreon. The old, battle-scarred shadow stalker had taken it upon himself to drill Fenn mercilessly. 3, sometimes 4 times a week, he would appear like a ghost outside their window, tail flicking, eyes gleaming with the promise of exhaustion. And Fenn, ever the eager pupil, would follow. When she returned, she was often limping, drenched in sweat, and too tired to talk, her ears drooping and tail dragging like a mop. But there was always a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes, a fire well earned. Ventis would patch her up, dry her fur, and sit with her in silence. They didn't always need words. Sometimes a shared smile was enough. One night, after Fenn had collapsed onto the bed without even taking off her ribbon-tied tail ring, Ventis sat beside her with a book in her lap and a candle flickering beside her. "You're pushing yourself too hard," she murmured. "I'm preparing," came the sleepy reply. "We won't always be in a castle." Ventis looked at her quietly, brushing back a stray tuft of ash-colored fur. "No," she whispered, "we won't." Outside, a warm wind stirred the trees. Magic and change hung in the air like the scent of ozone before a storm. And somewhere in the night, Master Pelien paused in her own study, a faint smile forming on her lips as she looked over a report that bore one name, circled in red ink: Ventis Thorn. Ventis wasn't sure what she expected when Fenn finally asked for something in return for all her unmatched and superior teachings, as she so often called them. A feast of roasted oran berries? A personal servant? Perhaps a silver mirror to admire herself in? But instead, she asked, "No," demanded a hat. "A witch's hat," Fenn had said proudly, puffing out her chest fluff. Pointy, folded just so, a bit of a lean, like this. She tilted her head in dramatic demonstration, and it must have character. That means a few tasteful wrinkles and an adjustable strap, not for my current majestic form, but for future evolutions. Style must transcend time. Ventis, blinking twice, had to ask her to repeat the whole explanation again slowly. Eventually, the tailor, to his great confusion, took the order, muttering something about eccentric nobles and their pets. But when the final piece arrived 2 weeks later, Fenn fell silent. Her eyes widened. The fire-type fox slowly took the hat with both paws, reverently, like it was a crown. And, in a way, it was. The deep violet fabric drooped with just the right amount of sag, the brim curling with a jaunty flare. A leather belt ran around its base, entirely decorative, of course, and shimmered with a polished brass buckle that glinted in torchlight. It sat atop Fenn's ears like it had always belonged there, slanting just enough to make her look mischievous but wise. That night, under the full moon, Fenn danced through the courtyard, spinning her staff of flame in wide arcs that trailed blazing ribbons in the air. Her hat flapped lightly with every twirl, every leap. The embers reflected in her amber eyes like miniature stars. From the window above, Ventis watched with a tired smile. "She's going to ask for a cloak next, isn't she?" Hoot Hoot hooted softly beside her. "She's going to want it enchanted too." The owl blinked once. Ventis sighed with a grin. "I'll take that as a yes." Below, Fenn struck a dramatic pose, flames swirling at the end of her wand, her hat casting a long shadow behind her. "Behold," she declared, "to no one in particular." Teacher Fenn the Great is ready for her next lesson in fabulousness. The wind carried her laughter through the moonlit halls, and for a moment the old stones of the keep seemed just a little warmer. "You are absolutely impossible," a familiar voice cut through the night, jolting me from my perfect recreation of the Sailor Moon pose paw raised high, tail flicked dramatically, and my brand new hat angled just right under the moonlight. It was none other than my perpetually grumpy teacher, Umbreon. "You're just jealous that I have a hat and you don't," I said with an uppity grin, striking one last pose before letting my arms drop. As if you could ever get me to wear an ugly hat like that, he scoffed, stepping closer with that deliberate, unimpressed gait of his. You wouldn't understand fashion if it poked your eye out, I huffed, flicking the brim of my hat proudly. Besides, why are you here? I straightened up, instantly more serious. Umbreon didn't show up for casual banter ever. You must have heard about the prince coming in a day or two, he said, sitting down lazily and licking his paw as if this was just another Tuesday. So you came only to tell me not to start a fight, I said, twirling my wand stick with a practiced flick before slipping it smoothly back into the sheath of my tail fluff. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not the type to evolve and suddenly think I'm stronger than everyone. You've already hurt my pride enough for me to know better. Well, that's reassuring. You've got way too much pride as it is, he added with a glint of teeth that was either amusement or warning. Still, he has 2 strong water types, so better not even accept a duel. Tell that to your master too. Umbreon stood, gave one last stretch, and turned to leave. She's my partner, not Mass, I started, turning to follow him, only to find he had already vanished. Stupid jerk and his disappearing act. I might start calling him Batman, I muttered, tail swishing in annoyance, as I padded off toward Ventis's room to get some sleep. That night, all my dreams were about home. My father, always managing to get on my nerves with his military-level obsession with cleanliness, pointing out even the smallest wrinkle in the curtains as if it were a national emergency. Then there was my brother, who treated Pokémon Go less like a game and more like a full-time job. If he hadn't had actual employment, I was sure he would have spent his days endlessly walking, phone in hand, catching virtual creatures like his life depended on it. I even sighed in my dream, fully aware I'd never see them again. Still, I had been given a new life, a new chance to become someone better. When I woke, the first thing I noticed was Ventis hugging my tail. Only you, I whispered with a tired smile, letting her be. No one else would ever be allowed to sleep hugging my tail, only her. It wasn't a bad feeling, really. Just deeply personal. Back when I was human, I never truly understood tails, but after gaining one, I learned they were practically bundles of nerve endings, sensitive, intimate, a strange comfort I never expected. Shackled by her soft human arms and unable to move much, I decided to make use of the time. Carefully, I reached for the big book near the bed and flipped to a later chapter I hadn't managed to read yet. Legendary Pokémon. I muttered to myself. I wonder which ones made the cut. There was mention of Mew, Kyogre, and Groudon all expected, but what caught me off guard was a passage about a wish-granting Pokémon, described only through vague legend. The moment I read it, I knew exactly who it was, Jirachi. No mention of Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, or Giratina. Then again, Arceus is more like a god than a legend, I whispered, careful not to wake Ventis. And then, the peaceful morning silence shattered maids and butlers suddenly rushing past the hallway toward the main gate. I sighed, ears flicking slightly from the sudden commotion. I can only guess who just arrived, I murmured. This is going to be a whole thing. The royal carriage rolled steadily down the cobbled road, its dark blue velvet drapes pulled aside just enough to reveal the young man inside. Prince Augustine Vermont, second son of King Callister, sat with one leg crossed over the other, gloved hands resting neatly on the carved armrests. He wore a formal high-collared jacket, navy and silver in color, with the royal crest embroidered across his chest, impeccably tailored, as always. A slim rapier hung at his hip, more ceremonial than functional, but polished to a mirror finish nonetheless. His golden hair was neatly combed back, not a strand out of place. His expression, however, was one of thinly veiled boredom. He glanced at the approaching castle from the window, watching the distant figures already beginning to line up for his arrival. A cluster of castle staff and local nobles had begun to gather in the courtyard. Beyond them, banners bearing the crest of the Count's house flapped in the morning breeze. Augustine exhaled through his nose and allowed his back to press a little deeper into the cushion behind him. With no one else in the carriage to see him, he let the smile fade from his lips. "This is going to be a whole thing," he murmured to himself, rubbing one temple with a faint sigh. The moment the carriage came to a stop with a soft jolt, the practiced smile returned to his face, flawless, measured, and dignified. The door swung open, and the footman extended a hand. Augustin took it only lightly, and stepped down with the grace of a man raised since birth, to be watched, judged, and followed. He adjusted the cuff of his jacket as he approached the steps. The Count was already waiting at the top, older, robust, with a broad mustache and a deep bow ready. Beside him stood a girl, no older than 11, but dressed in a garish explosion of pink, silk, feathers, and ribbons that clashed with the muted elegance of the morning. Her hands were folded behind her back, cheeks redder than cherries, and her eyes locked on the prince with the rapture of someone who had already written the wedding vows in her head. "Your Highness," the Count boomed, bowing deeply, "we are honored by your presence. I trust your journey was comfortable?" "Indeed," Augustine replied with a soft smile and a graceful nod of his head. "The countryside is as charming as ever. I thank you for receiving me on such short notice." "We are but your humble servants, your Highness," the Count replied. Augustine's gaze flicked to the girl, who curtsied with such enthusiasm that one of her ribbons nearly came undone. Her eyes shone with admiration and a touch of mischief. "My daughter, Esther," the Count added with a proud chuckle. "She insisted on greeting your Highness personally." Esther giggled behind her hands, trying to balance elegance with glee and failing magnificently. "Welcome, your Highness. I hope you find our castle tolerable," she said in a breathless whisper, practically glowing under his gaze. "Your kindness does you credit, Lady Esther," Augustine said with a faint bow of his head. "You honor your house with your charm." He continued up the steps, his composure unshaken. Inside, he was already counting the hours until he could return to the capital, where the air didn't smell faintly of horses and hay, and where wide-eyed noble daughters didn't try to trap him with fluttering lashes. Still, as he passed through the great hall and the Count gestured to the prepared rooms, Augustine maintained the mask of royalty. The usually calm northern wing of the castle was a flurry of activity. Royal servants in elegant black and gold livery moved with the precision of a military drill. Two of them laid down a silk-lined carpet, while another rolled out a reinforced platform near the large window where sunlight poured in. A fourth oversaw the final touches of the indoor pool being filled with crystal-clear water, enchanted slightly to remain at an ideal temperature. The water rippled slightly as a sleek blue head broke the surface Cedra. Her violet fins shimmered as she elegantly coiled within the pool, eyes narrowed with regal calm. Just beside the water, the slightly shorter Duot inspected the tile with a flick of his shell blades. He paced the edge like a seasoned sentry, pausing only when something caught his ear before returning to his perimeter. And at the far side of the chamber, Cavalier stood utterly still atop a thick haybed reinforced with softened linen. His polished lances gleamed under the sunlight, crossed like a knight at rest, but anyone who dared to cross a line too close would quickly realize that rest was merely posture. Several castle staff from the Count's household stood nervously at the entrance to the room, clearly unsure whether to bow to the prince's servants or apologize to the armored beetle that had nearly jabbed one of them for placing a flower vase in the wrong corner. Down the hallway, footsteps echoed on stone. Ventis rounded the corner, now fully dressed in her simple but elegant navy blue robes, her lavender hair tied into a practical braid, with a few wisps escaping at the sides. Fenn walked beside her with light, confident steps, her new hat slightly tilted to one side with unmistakable flair. The morning sun cast a soft glow on her fur, and her stick rested, as always, neatly tucked in her tail fluff. "What's with all the commotion?" Ventis asked, slowing as she peeked around the doorway. Her brow lifted slightly at the sight of the dedicated Pokémon chamber being prepared. "Royal treatment," Fenn replied with a smirk, crossing her arms. "Literally, that Ciadra has better accommodations than we do." Ventis chuckled but kept watching. The prince's Pokémon didn't fidget or chatter amongst themselves. They stood with silent focus, each clearly bred and trained to serve as both companions and protectors. There was something intimidating about it, not just the power they exuded, but the way they coordinated. Like a team who'd been through battles the girl could only imagine. "They're like soldiers," she whispered. "They are," Fenn said, "and I wouldn't challenge them unless you want to end up as a singed statue." Noted. Ventis tilted her head as Duot glanced their way and locked eyes with her. The water-type's gaze wasn't hostile, but it was analytical, measuring, weighing. The moment passed, and he returned to his patrol. "Think he knows I looked at him wrong?" Ventis asked with a nervous smile. "Oh, definitely," Fenn said, turning on her heel. "Let's not provoke the Royal Guard detail. You're strong, but you're not bulletproof." They walked on, but Ventis's mind lingered on what she'd just seen. Not out of fear, but anticipation. For the first time, someone her age and status, or close enough, was in the same castle, and their presence came with strength, grace, and Pokémon that had the aura of seasoned warriors. And something told her that this would not be the last time their paths would cross. The rest of the day descended into chaos, and of course, a feast had to be arranged for the prince. The only issue? We were invited too. Even Umbreon couldn't sneak me out for training. He was buried in security work for the Count. "This sucks," I muttered, my tail swaying lazily from side to side. I really wanted to avoid meeting anyone from the Royals. Guess that plan's trash now. I rolled onto my back, staring at the ceiling. Being a Pokémon was actually better than being human in some ways. I could sense intent easily, and my power was growing day by day, almost exponentially. Still, I'd wanted to be unshakably strong before crossing paths with royalty. That way, I'd have some leverage over what happened to Ventis and me. If that brat of a prince decided, and he likely could, we'd end up as his servants. Not good. Ventis walked into the study dressed in her most elaborate outfit, a deep lavender dress lined with silver thread. "Hey, Fenn, time to get your looks done," she said. Brax. I let out a long, mournful Pokémon sound instead of speaking. I made sure to pack all my displeasure into that one noise. "Yeah, I know," she smiled, clearly enjoying my suffering, as she pulled out a comb and a pair of fancy cyan bows. 10 minutes later, several small piles of red and yellow fur littered the floor, and my coat gleamed as if I'd stepped straight out of a grooming salon. Then came the bows, one on each ear fluff, another tied neatly to my tail. She adjusted my collar for good measure, and, to my horror, produced a small vial of rose perfume. The moment she sprayed it, I sneezed violently. "I don't understand why I need perfume," I grumbled through our mental link. "I'm clean, and I don't smell. It's just proper manners," she shrugged. "Or would you rather have the staff prepare you for the dinner?" The mental image of looking like that overly frilly, ridiculous Eevee from earlier made my fur prickle. "No, thank you." "You win," I sighed. "It's about time anyway. Arriving a little early will only make us look more diligent." I stepped toward the door. "Right," she agreed, and we walked down the corridor together, only to end up waiting at the servants' entrance with the rest of the staff. The Count was already seated, Prince Augustine on his right, his wife and daughter on his left. Master Pelliene had been given the honor of sitting on the prince's side, while the mayor was just taking his place when the doors for us opened. Ventis was, of course, to sit beside her master. I, on the other hand, was only a Pokémon, which meant I was relegated to the smaller table set aside for our kind, complete with plush pillows for seats. There sat Umbreon, now sporting a starry cape. I had to physically bite my tongue to keep from laughing. Beside one end of the table, a designer-made miniature pool had been arranged for Cedra. Duot sat stiff as a lance, and Escavalier looked ready to skewer anyone foolish enough to get too close. There was also a Swellow seated beside me, apparently one of Pelliene's oldest companions. The atmosphere was odd. Umbreon carried himself like a nobleman at court. Swellow was casual and relaxed. The prince's trio of Pokémon moved with the discipline of paladins. And I, ever the adaptable one, fanned myself with a cyan folding fan, trying my best to appear the perfect lady. To say it was awkward would have been the understatement of the year. While polite conversation hummed along at the main table, our little corner was much quieter until Umbreon decided to break the ice. "So the prince prefers water types, like the old king," he remarked. The comment shocked me so much I nearly dropped my food. "Indeed," Ciadra replied in a cool, clipped tone. Water types are the finest in this country. Her regal bearing couldn't mask the sharp edge of distaste in her gaze. Fire types are usually vulgar and primitive. Ah, there it was, directly poking at my dignity. I see Ciadra hasn't met many fire types, I answered, in the sweetest tone I could muster. It's easy to mistake passion for vulgarity. Duot broke into laughter, nearly falling over. She got you good, he said, pointing at Ciadra, who looked positively unamused. Sorry about her. She's a bit on edge. Our glorious empire is at war with the Fire Kingdom. I don't see everything in such black and white, though. I closed my fan and dipped my head politely. It is an honor to meet a gentleman in these trying times. Ciadra gave a disdainful little himph and looked away. We are all on the same side here, Swellow spoke up, his deep, seasoned voice at odds with his bright plumage. Even if Miss Fenn is the same type favored by the enemy king, that means nothing within these walls. Oh, I actually didn't know that, I admitted, turning toward him. That's concerning. As far as I know, my last evolution is quite powerful. Not as powerful as our king's Empoleon, Escavalier pointed out, spearing a piece of fruit with one bladed arm. Oh, that makes sense, type disadvantage. Still, Empoleon is a very well-balanced Pokémon, both defensively and offensively. My Pokémon knowledge slipped out before I could stop it, and the trio turned their full attention on me. How do you know that? Ciadra asked, sharply. Yes, Escavalier added, eyes narrowing. There are no other Empoleon anywhere. I shrugged, trying to cover the slip. It's obvious if you study how their earlier evolutions fight. Fire types tend to rely on power, grass types often excel in defense, but water is the most balanced of the three. Of course, the right training can change that entirely. The 5 Pokémon regarded me in a new light. I'd managed to praise water types without outright declaring them the best a careful line to walk. You are quite knowledgeable for a fire type, Ciadra said, still unable to resist the jab. Indeed, Duot agreed with a grin. Your master must be quite learned as well. The rest of the feast passed in relative quiet. The hostility had softened, replaced, at least in part, by curiosity. And thankfully, none of the 3 decided to challenge me to a duel. When we finally made it back to our room, both Ventis and I collapsed onto our beds, each for very different reasons. I am mentally drained, I groaned, staring at the ceiling. I can't eat anymore, Ventis mumbled into her pillow. Just how much did you eat? I asked, turning my head toward her. You're not usually a big eater. It was all too good. I couldn't hold myself back. She rolled onto her back with a guilty smile. Noted, I muttered. I'll have to be careful showing off my cooking skills around you. What? No fair, she began, but then quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. For the love of I started catching myself before I said God. Since we got here, you've been putting on a healthy bit of weight, but if you keep this up, you might go from slim mage to fluffy noblewoman in record time. It's so unfair that Pokémon don't gain weight, Ventis sighed. Oh, we can, I said, but we usually move or fight enough to burn off the calories. Calo what? She asked, squinting. Doesn't matter right now, I smirked. Since you've eaten yourself into bed rest, how about you recite the periodic table backwards? You are a cruel teacher, Fenn, she groaned, but started from Radon without further complaint. I didn't bother asking her to go beyond that. Anything above was pointless and would never matter in this world. Still, she picked up the sequence quickly. One might even call her a genius. If she'd started with a good teacher from the beginning, she'd already have surpassed her peers by miles. Her monotone recitation became a steady background hum, dulling the lingering irritation from that tedious feast. The next afternoon found the castle's central training yard unusually busy. Servants bustled about, adjusting the seating area for the prince and the count, while a group of armored guards kept the crowd at bay. Prince Augustine stood with an easy grace at one end of the field, his polished boots almost too clean for the dusty yard. He wore the same professional smile from yesterday, but the faintest glimmer in his eyes suggested he was mildly entertained by the coming display. At his side, Ciadra, Duot, and Escavalier stood in a neat line, every movement disciplined, almost military. The Count, perhaps not to be outdone, had chosen 2 of his own long-serving Pokémon, a grizzled Machamp with scars like medals, and a towering Aggron that looked as if it had been carved from the castle walls themselves. The battle was a spectacle in miniature, neither side fighting with full force, but enough to show sharp technique. Seadra darted across the field like a shard of glass on water, her hydro pump striking with pinpoint accuracy. Duot weaved between the Count's Pokémon, blades flashing, while Escavalier blocked heavy blows without yielding an inch. The match ended in polite applause from the gathered nobles. Seadra returned to the prince's side with her chin lifted high, her tail swaying in slow, smug arcs. "Too easy," she muttered just loud enough for me to hear, her voice dripping with satisfaction. "Your Count's Pokémon have spirit, but lack refinement." I bit back a retort, focusing instead on Ventis, who had been watching intently from beside Master Pelliene. The prince, still wearing that refined mask of courtesy, glanced toward them. "I have heard much of your talents, Lady Ventis," he said smoothly. "Would you consider a friendly exhibition with your master? I confess, I am curious." Ventis blinked, then gave a polite bow. "Of course, Your Highness." Pelliene arched a brow but stepped forward with calm composure. "Then let us make it fair, single Pokémon each. I will choose Swellow." The sleek bird took its place on the field, wings stretching in the sunlight, eyes sharp as steel. Ventis looked down at me with the faintest of grins. "Well, I suppose it's just you and me, Fenn." I twirled my stick and flicked it into my tail fluff. "Figures," I muttered under my breath. "Let's make this look good." The crowd leaned in, the air humming with anticipation as the Brazian and the Swellow squared off in the center of the yard. "Ventis," I spoke through our mental link, "ask your master if we can go all out. Are you sure that Swellow is her first Pokémon?" "That's exactly why," I nodded. "Master Pelliene, would it be all right if we went all out?" Ventis asked aloud. The Count raised an eyebrow. "This is a place for mock battles." "No, no, Count," the prince interrupted with an actual smile. "I would love to see this, a fight between a master who needs to give loud combat orders versus a student who can direct her Pokémon silently. This should be a fantastic show." "As you wish, Your Highness," bowed Count Velna. Escavalier glanced at the prince, who gave a small nod. In a single motion, the Steel Knight Pokémon slammed its lance into the ground, summoning a shimmering barrier likely strong enough to block any stray flames or energy. "Ready?" asked a man in heavy steel armor, stepping between us. "Go." "Swellow, aerial ace." Pelliene's voice rang out almost before the judge finished. What nobody knew was that this wasn't really our fight, it was mine. Ventis didn't send me constant commands. She simply kept her eyes on the opponent, relaying only what I might miss, or warning me of something critical. Instead of taking the aerial ace, I darted aside with quick attack, drawing Swellow into a pursuit game. I dodged, he attacked again and again, his speed pressing hard but his pattern predictable. Pelliene's tone sharpened. "Sand attack? Then follow with Brave Bird." The Swellow was blisteringly fast, but I had been waiting for this exact moment. As the dust kicked up, I dropped a light screen directly in front of me, then another, then a third, layered in rapid succession. Brave Bird is devastating by nature, sacrificing the user's own health in exchange for power. Hitting 3 force barriers back to back, that turns all that force inward. "It's over," the judge called as the dust settled. Swellow lay still on the ground, knocked clean out. "The winner is Ventis." "I did not expect this," Pelliene murmured, gathering her fainted bird. "What happened?" "We simply used 3 light screens as fast as possible." Ventis repeated my words exactly as I had sent them through our link. That way, Brave Bird's recoil damage tripled, and Swellow ended up knocking itself out. "Genius," the Count muttered. There were less than 5 seconds between the attack order and impact. That means Brazian reacted instantly to Pelliene's command, thought of the defense, and executed 3 light screens in that time. Around us, heads nodded in agreement. Even the prince stopped smiling, his lips pressing thin as he did the math in his head. The implication was clear. Ventis had made a decision and relayed it to her Pokémon faster than most could blink. "Well," the prince said at last, his professional smile returning, "I believe my father will be interested in hearing this story when I return." "That was amazing, Fenn," Ventis told me over the link. "I know almost all Pokémon moves, from every type," I replied, brushing imaginary dust from my tail. This was nothing. That night, Umbreon came for our usual training session, but this time we didn't head into the nearby forest to hunt for wild opponents. No. He led me to a wide, moonlit clearing. "I saw your fight today," Umbreon said, settling into a low, ready stance. "I think it's time I took you seriously." "Oh shit," I muttered, flicking my stick free from my tail. "So this is it? Personal match against you? You catch on quick, ready?" "No. But let's do it," I yelled. Umbreon vanished instantly, and I had a very good idea what that meant, feint attack. I sprang up with quick attack just as the stone I'd been standing on shattered beneath the force of his strike. My flamethrower roared down at the spot close, but he dodged by a hair's breadth. As I landed, he was already in my face, eyes glowing with a deathly glare leer. I felt the effect immediately, my defenses weakening like water leaking from a cracked jug. Most Pokémon would flinch. I didn't. Instead, I used the moment his skill locked him in place and blasted him point blank with Psybeam. The beam struck true, but my hopes for confusion went up in smoke as he twisted and hurled a shadow ball at an impossible angle. I dodged mostly, but it still clipped me, spinning me into the dirt. "You fight dirty," I spat out a clump of grass. "And you seem to know most of my moves for some reason," he grinned back, then vanished again. This time, I didn't try to avoid the incoming feint attack. I planted my paws, braced for the hit, and charged Psyshock. The blow slammed into me, but my counter went off point blank. Unlike Psybeam, Psyshock hits the target's physical defense, not their special defense. I had gambled that Umbreon was built like a fortress against special attacks, but softer against physical ones. The bet paid off. He staggered, actually winded, while I stood there wheezing from 2 solid hits both after my defense had been lowered. My body ached, but his calm, unruffled expression only made me want to swear more. "I give," I panted, raising a paw. "One more hit and I'm done for." "I thought you'd be willing to go to the end," Umbreon said, sitting down to calmly lick his paw. "I'd like to walk back to my room, thank you very much," I replied with a wry smile. "Damn, you hit like a semi." "What is a semi?" he asked without looking up. "Never mind," I sighed, flopping onto my tail and using it as a makeshift pillow. "What's my score?" "You might just survive a war with that set of skills," he said. "Still a lot to learn, though." When I finally made it back to Ventis's room, I collapsed onto my bed. I was very, very grateful that Pokémon healed far faster than humans, otherwise I'd be nursing a bruise the size of a melon for weeks. The next day, I accompanied Ventis to her trainer. Swellow was in his nest, still looking a bit worse for wear from yesterday. "Sorry for yesterday," I said in Pokémon speech. "No worries," he replied with a slow, wise nod. "I actually didn't expect such a defense." "Morning, Master Pelien." Ventis bowed. "Morning, pupil. Thank you for coming. I have something for you, a better spellbook from the capital. Since you have talent, I figured you should have the chance to learn from it." She handed Ventis a thick, metal-bound tome that nearly made the girl buckle under its weight. While the two spoke, I felt a gentle tug on my tail. "Your fur looks amazing," said a Vulpix, sitting down behind me with wide, puppy-like eyes. It took all my mental discipline not to squeal on the spot. Fox Pokémon were my weakness. "Well, hello there. Are you Master Pelien's Pokémon too?" I asked. "Yes, for 2 years now," she said shyly. "How come I've never seen you?" "I'm afraid to go out much. The Count's daughter scares me. She pulled my tail once and declared me her own. It took Master 5 days to find me again." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Honestly," I sighed, "I can relate. What if I could help you evolve into a Ninetales? Is that even possible? I heard only some chosen Vulpix ever evolve." "Chosen, my tail. You just need a Firestone. Those are most often found near volcanoes." "Really? I could really become a Ninetales?" she said, tail wagging, bouncing on her paws. Sure thing. Since you're Master Peliene's Pokémon, consider it a service from her student's Pokémon. You're the best. She nuzzled my leg. Are you even serious about what you just said? Swellow called from his nest. I'm as old as one gets, and I've never heard of a firestone. I crossed my arms. I'm a fire professional, thank you very much. The bird only shook his head and sank back into his nest. What were you three talking about? Pelien asked, returning and scooping Vulpix into her arms. I looked at Ventis, who gave a small nod. Mibration told Vulpix she knows a way to turn her into a Ninetales, Ventis said. That's nice, Peliene began, then froze mid-step. She looked between Ventis and me, suspicion dawning. What? Fenn also says this isn't common knowledge. You can't just tell it to anyone, you have to pay for her services. Pelien hesitated, then opened a cabinet and produced a hefty coin bag. That secret is worth 1,000 gold coins in the capital. The Fire Kingdom keeps such knowledge locked away. I only have 400 I can freely use, but it's yours for the information. She leaned closer to Ventis. What she means, Ventis added, is not only telling you how, but actually evolving your Vulpix. That made Peliene sit down hard. She took several slow breaths before finally casting a silence spell around the room. All right, now no one can eavesdrop. How? There's a special stone called a fire stone, usually found near volcanoes. If a Vulpix touches one, they evolve. The stone is easy to recognize yellow, almost see-through, with what looks like a frozen red flame inside. For all my years of research, to have such a mundane answer, and yet so obvious, Pelien muttered. She also says she knows about all Eevee evolutions, Ventis added, with a little smile, sensing another gold mine. All 5 of them? All 8, actually. Ventis said, then looked at me in shock. What? There are 8, I replied through our mental link. 8? Pelien shot to her feet. Name them. Umbreon for dark, Espeon for psychic, Vaporeon for water, Jolteon for lightning, Flareon for fire, Glaceon for ice, Leafeon for grass, and Sylveon for fairy. Wait, fairy? Ventis blinked at me. Fairy is a type? Pelien asked. I nodded, and Ventis relayed my next words. Fairy is very rare, even rarer than dragons. Makes sense? Peliene sank back into her seat. And you know all their methods of evolution? Indeed she does, Ventis confirmed. This is worth more than gold. Such knowledge could start wars, Pelien said grimly. For now, we keep it under wraps. 5 days had passed since our last meeting with Master Peliene, and in that time Umbreon had tested pushed just how good of a punching bag my body could be. I'd started to hate our fights. He no longer held back. Turned out our very first battle was nothing more than a warm-up. Some days, I felt like if a Raiden stomped on me, it would hurt less than one of his attacks. Ventis was knee-deep in her new book, and the prince found any excuse to entertain himself, which usually meant I had to fight his Pokémon. Thankfully, it was only Duot who fought like a true gentleman. Water was still my weakness, but I knew I'd have to address that sooner rather than later. That afternoon, Master Pelien arrived at our room with her Pokémon in tow. Ventis, we are going on a trip, she announced with a rare smile. I managed to secure us 2 weeks' leave from the castle, so chop chop get into your traveling clothes. We're going to Mount Vern, the largest volcanic mountain in the country. Behind her were Vulpix, Swellow, and surprisingly, a Delcatty. Of course, Master, I'll get ready right away. Ventis closed her book and rushed to change. So, there's a third Pokémon belonging to Master Peliene? I stepped forward to take a better look at Delcatty. I have just been given to Master, she said, nodding politely. Her voice was soft, refined, and almost noble. It's a pleasure to meet you. I returned the nod. The pleasure is all mine. The journey to Mount Vern took nearly 4 days, leaving us only 6 days to search the mountain before we'd have to begin the trip back. The small settlement we arrived at barely warranted the name of town, and yet the elder nearly fell to his knees at the sight of our fancy carriage. A thin line of smoke curled lazily into the sky from the mountain's peak. proof enough that it was still active. Yet the slopes were covered in green, a living sign that its last eruption must have been long ago. The village elder hurried out to meet the fancy carriage, wiping his hands on a stained apron as he approached. He was a broad, thick-set man with a crown of jet-black, untamed hair that gave him the look of a mine worker rather than a leader. "My word!" he exclaimed, stopping short before dropping to one knee. "I did not expect a noble to arrive in our small place. I am Bran, elder of this mining town. How may I serve the house of the Count?" Master Pelien raised a hand. "No need to kneel. I am no noble, nor is my student. I am the Count's mage, nothing more. Is there somewhere we can speak privately?" Bran blinked, caught off guard, then rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, my house, perhaps. I have a guest room we can use." "That will do," Pelien replied. "We're in a hurry." The group followed him through the humble settlement, past homes of weathered timber and stone patched with care. Inside his house, the guest room was small but clean. They sat, and Bran hurried to fetch water before Pelien leaned forward, wasting no time. She described the look of a particular stone she claimed was needed for a magic test. It wasn't entirely a lie, just not the whole truth. Bran listened with a furrowed brow, shaking his head when she finished. "No such stone's ever been pulled up by our miners," he admitted. "But there's a fellow here who often climbs the mountain, always comes back with unusual finds. If anyone's seen it, it'll be him." After a short back and forth, Pelien laid 2 gold coins on the table as an incentive. The elder's face brightened immediately, his earlier hesitation replaced by enthusiasm. He excused himself quickly, hurrying out to fetch the villager. Left in the quiet room, Pelien took a slow sip of water and leaned back. "He's a decent man," she murmured at last. Terence had always been an outlier. Even as a boy, he could never keep his nose out of the dirt. Where other children played with sticks or chased each other around the square, Terence crouched by the roadside, turning stones over in his hands. His father nearly beat him more than once for dragging half the mountain back into their home pebbles, crystals, bits of shale, anything that caught his eye. By the time his small room resembled a quarry, his mother finally put her foot down. But Terence never stopped. He simply learned in secret the way children do, not from books, nor from teachers, but through curiosity and countless experiments. Which stones splintered under pressure, which ones gleamed in the light, which cracked with a satisfying snap when struck with a hammer. Rocks were his alphabet, his friends, his world. Now, at 17, Terence was considered a man, with his own little shack on the edge of town. Of course, every inch of it was stuffed to the rafters with rocks sorted, stacked, and catalogued in a way only he could understand. But his greatest secret wasn't in the shack. It was a friend. Most villagers kept a wary distance from wild Pokémon. To them, a sudden roar in the forest or a strange cry from the cliffs was a warning to turn back. Terence, however, had once found a Geodude trapped between fallen stones. Instinct told him to run. Instead, he pried it free. Ever since, the rocky creature had lingered nearby. Terence would bring it pecha berries when he could spare them, and in return the Geodude tolerated his endless rambling about minerals. This morning, Terence was heading into the mine, pickaxe slung over his shoulder, when the sound of hurried boots reached him. The elder, Bran, came barreling down the slope, red-faced and out of breath. "Terence!" he wheezed, hunching over to catch his breath. "Special work for you today." The boy straightened, gripping his pickaxe tighter. "Special work?" Bran jabbed a thick finger toward the village. "There's a master mage here," brought her student with her. "They need stone-specific ones. And you little rocknut, finally get to put that hobby of yours to proper use." "Really?" Terence's eyes lit up, his whole frame practically vibrating with excitement. He nearly dropped his pickaxe right then and there. "Where are they?" "In my house," Bran grunted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Come along, and bring your gear." Terence didn't need to be told twice. Bran returned faster than expected, dragging along a lanky, wide-eyed youth who looked like he had sprinted the entire way. The boy's hair was an untamed mess, spiking out in every direction as though he'd just wrestled a Voltorb. His clothes were patched with dirt stains, his boots half mud, half dust, and his belt sagged with little leather pouches clinking faintly. Strapped to his back was a battered pickaxe, and hanging from his neck were a pair of scratched, crooked goggles. Master Peliane, Lady Ventis. Bran cleared his throat, trying to sound dignified, though his tone betrayed a hint of apology. This is Terence, our resident rock expert. Resident rocknut, you mean? Terence corrected with a grin so wide it practically split his face. I've been waiting my whole life for this. You need rocks, stones, gems, shiny bits, weird lumps? I know where to find them. What kind are we talking here? Hard ones? Soft ones? The kind that sparkle in moonlight? Oh, do they explode if you hit them too hard? Because I found one of those once, and… Terence. Bran pinched the bridge of his nose. Please, breathe. Oh, right. Sorry. Terence bent double, wheezing like he'd only just remembered lungs were necessary. He snapped upright again instantly, eyes glittering. So, what are we looking for? Fossils? Granite? Obsidian? My Geodude buddy found something that looked like a potato, but it wasn't. And it? Ventis stiffened, her polite smile faltering. She looked sideways at her master, as if silently asking, is he really going with us? Peliane, who had faced Rhydons and rogue sorcerers, actually blinked in the face of Terence's unfiltered enthusiasm. We are searching for a very particular kind of stone, she said carefully. Particular stone? Terence gasped, as though she had just revealed the secrets of the universe. He whipped out a small notebook, its pages already bursting with sketches of jagged rocks, scribbled notes, and hastily taped fragments. Describe it. Tell me everything. Color. Shine. Does it smell funny if you lick it? No? Okay, worth a shot. Ventis could only nod slowly, caught between awe and second-hand embarrassment. Meanwhile, I, the ever-watchful Brakeson, watched the boy bounce on his heels like a growlith that had eaten too much sugar. Oh, this is going to be fun, I thought, my tail twitching with barely contained amusement. This boy is a walking buffet of gullibility. I'm going to have so much fun messing with him. Bran gave a heavy sigh, clearly noticing the bewilderment on Peliane's and Ventis's faces. Forgive him. He gets… excited. Excited? I snorted under my breath. He looks like he's about to marry the entire mountain. Terence spun, pointing straight at me as if he understood. And you, a fire type. You'll be perfect for rock hunting. Fire cracks stone, right? Oh man, we're going to be unstoppable. Ventis buried her face in her hands. Peliane rubbed her temple. And me? I just grinned. Terence! Bran's voice thundered, shaking the rafters of the small home. I told you wild Pokémon are dangerous. You should not meet with that Geodude again. They can snap your bones like twigs. No need to worry. Master Peliane's tone was calm, a faint smile softening her words. We will be there with him. And actually, having a rock type on our side, even untamed, may prove useful. Terence saluted so stiffly it almost looked painful. Yes, ma'am. Then, without missing a beat, he bolted for the door. Follow me. Ventis let out a long sigh and dragged a hand down her face. I have a bad déjà vu about this. Her mind flashed back to the climb with Murkrow, and how near disaster had been. Hoot Hoot and Delcatty remained behind with the carriage to keep it safe, while the rest of us, myself included, set out. The early stretch of the climb was merciful. A well-worn path wound upward through the trees, firm underfoot and already cleared of loose stones. Still, despite our best effort, we hadn't reached halfway before the midday sun was overhead. Worse, the smooth trail ended past a weathered woodsman's hut, leaving nothing but bare rock and tangled roots. From then on, Terence led the way, darting up the incline with a ridiculous ease that made it seem like the mountain itself bent to his feet. Every jutting stone and twisted root seemed familiar to him. He always knew where to step, as if he'd mapped every crack and ridge since birth. By late afternoon, the weight of the climb pressed too heavily on our legs, and Peliane finally called a halt. We made camp near a cluster of jagged stones. Ventis and Terence busied themselves gathering branches while I cleared the earth and built the fire pit. Swellow kept close to his master, ever watchful, while Vulpix padded around nervously, sticking near Peliene's robes. "What a well-designed fire pit," Peliene said softly from behind me as she looked over my work. "Bration." I puffed out my chest fur in pride and snapped a neat ember from my wand, sending the branches crackling to life. The fire glowed warm against the encroaching twilight. The meal was modest, hard bread, a strip of dried meat, and berries Swellow had plucked from trees during the climb. It wasn't much, and Peliene warned we'd have to ration. We had food for only 2 days, and the mountain wasn't likely to be kind. Still, with fire crackling, shadows dancing on stone, and bellies just full enough, it felt almost comforting. For the moment, the 2 tents we pitched were just enough for the group. Master Peliene chose to rest with Vulpix curled against her, leaving her old Swellow on watch duty. Terence, after much awkward shuffling, was allowed to share Ventis's tent. He clearly wasn't used to such arrangements, but exhaustion quickly silenced any complaints. I volunteered myself for extra duty. "I'll stay by the fire. Wake me when the moon's halfway. I'll take the second shift." I gave Swellow a thumbs up. "Thanks, young one." Swellow's voice was as rough as worn leather, but there was a fondness to it. The old bird tilted his head skyward, sharp eyes scanning the stars. Thanks to my oversized, fluffy tail, I had a pillow softer than any bedding. Of course, dirt and ash would cling to it by morning, but that was tomorrow's problem. Curling into the warmth of the fire, I let sleep take me. The night passed quietly. The forest hushed except for the occasional cry of some distant nocturnal hunter. When dawn came, I found myself craving a berry for a little pick-me-up. But even weary, my Pokémon stamina made the morning climb no problem. By mid-morning, we reached a rocky outcrop where the path narrowed between jagged boulders. Suddenly, a Geodude burst from the scree, hovering in our path with arms crossed. "Get away! This is our territory!" Its gravelly voice echoed in Pokémon speech. Then, its eyes widened. "Terence?" "Hey, Geodude." Terence waved so cheerfully he nearly dropped his pack. "Think you could lead us up? Like usual?" "I'm not a guide boy," the rock Pokémon grumbled. "What's the matter, Geodude?" Terence asked gently. "I only like you. Strangers." The Pokémon's rocky brow furrowed. "Strangers are a bad omen." "He says he doesn't like us. Thinks we'll bring trouble." I relayed through the mental link, and Ventis repeated aloud for the others. "Missy can understand me." Geodude blinked. "Nope," I said, flicking my ear. "I'm bonded to her. She hears my thoughts. I'm translating for you." "Huh. Bond? Never heard of it." The rock type huffed. "Still, this mountain belongs to Magmar. I can keep Terence safe, but a whole team? That's another matter." "Please," Peliene said, stepping forward, her tone formal yet kind. "It's important. Could you guide us just this once?" Terence clasped his hands together, eyes wide and pleading like an eager growlith pup. Geodude groaned, audibly grinding pebbles inside his body, then threw up his arms in defeat. "Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you." He waved for us to follow. My stomach tightened. "So here's the thing," I told Ventis privately. "This mountain's owned by a Magmar." "A what?" she squeaked, voice rising a full octave. Peliene immediately turned. "What is it, Ventis?" Fenn says this territory belongs to a Magmar." Ventis's face paled. "Aren't they lethal-level Pokémon?" Peliene's expression hardened. For the briefest second, her hand trembled before she steadied it. She glanced at me, then ahead where Terence trudged behind Geodude, blissfully unconcerned. "Ventis," she said firmly, her voice heavy with both fear and love. "You are my pupil. This is too dangerous. Stay behind. I already know what I'm searching for." "No?" Ventis surprised all of us, even me with the fire in her eyes. "I want to help. Power is in a group." Then she glanced at me and winked. "Besides, I'm stronger than I look." Peliene pressed her lips tight, torn between duty and worry. Finally, she exhaled slowly. "Very well. But remember this, if I say run, you run. No hesitation. Her tone left no room for argument. Pelliene kept her voice calm as she stood before the group, the mountain air still heavy with the scent of ash. We are looking for a stone, she said, her tone measured, red in color, roughly the size of a hand. If you see anything like that, bring it to me. She gave no further detail, keeping the firestone's true purpose close to her chest. No need to risk words slipping out where it didn't belong. Geodude floated ahead, his gravelly voice echoing against the rocky slope. Plenty of red rocks on this mountain. Let's see if you're lucky today. The climb was grueling. The higher they went, the harsher the terrain became jagged ridges, loose stones sliding under boots and paws, the air hot and dry. For hours, they picked through stone piles, overturned boulders, and sifted through rubble. Fenn's fur was dusted with soot, her ribbons grey with ash. Ventis's hands were raw from moving rocks, her braid loose and falling apart. Even Pelliene, who usually kept her composure, had a sheen of sweat across her pale brow. Each time they spotted a red-streaked rock, hope rose only to be dashed as it crumbled under touch or revealed itself to be nothing more than rusted ore. By the time the sun began to dip, staining the horizon orange, the group's spirits were weighed down as heavily as their packs. Geodude rumbled irritably as he shoved aside another pile of useless rubble. Told you, waste of time. Magmar keeps his territory stripped of anything valuable. If the stone was ever here, it's long gone. Ventis sank onto a ledge, brushing dust from her lap with a heavy sigh. Fenn flopped beside her, tail first, mumbling curses in her own tongue. Even Pelliene's shoulders slumped as she glanced over the empty baskets they'd hauled up. The air was thick with disappointment, until Terence, hands on his hips, grinned like they hadn't just wasted an entire day. Well, that side of the mountain was a bust. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve, eyes bright with excitement rather than fatigue. But hey, there's still the eastern face. Tomorrow, we check there. Betcha the stone's hiding on that side, just waiting for us to find it. Ventis looked at him with disbelief. You're not even tired, are you? Of course I'm tired, Terence said cheerfully. But you don't just give up on a mountain after one try. Rocks don't come to you, you gotta earn 'em. He gave his pickaxe a little flourish, like a knight raising a sword. Even Pelliene allowed the faintest smile at his boundless optimism, shaking her head as she gestured for everyone to descend. Very well, Terence. Tomorrow we'll try the other side. The group trudged back toward camp, bitter mood softened just a little by the boy's unbreakable spirit. The eastern side of Mount Vern was harsher, wilder than the worn path they had followed the day before. Rocks jutted at odd angles, broken spires cutting the horizon like teeth. The air shimmered faintly with heat, though the sun was still climbing toward noon. Geodude floated steadily ahead, barking out occasional warnings, loose ground here, sharp drop there, as Ventis and Terence picked through the stone piles with eager hands. Pelliene trailed behind, her notebook in hand, cataloguing every odd mineral they turned up. Hours passed, baskets filled with nothing more than worthless shards of basalt and half-crumbled crystals. Ventis's braid was coming undone again, sweat running freely down her brow. Even Terence's unbreakable grin dimmed, though he still tried to whistle as he worked. Nothing but junk, he muttered at last, tossing aside another cracked stone. The mountain's teasing us. Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath their boots gave a subtle tremor. Then another, stronger rocks clattering down the slope, dust rising into the hot air. Pelliene's head snapped up. That wasn't a simple landslide, she said sharply. Her voice carried an edge of alarm she usually kept buried. The tremor deepened into a low, guttural rumble that seemed to crawl up through their bones. Then, whoom! A ball of flame, larger than any torch or campfire, came screaming out of the haze. It wasn't aimed at a single target, but the group itself, a blazing sun intent on swallowing them whole. Ventis froze, her eyes wide. Terence stumbled back, raising his arms instinctively, though they would do nothing. No, you don't. I was already moving, my stick flashing from my tail as I leapt forward. Heat scalded my fur, the air searing before the fireball even reached me. My ribbons caught alight instantly, curling into black ash as the flames swallowed me. I pushed everything I had into a counterburst, claws clenched tight around the stick, as if it were the only thing anchoring me. The world roared in fire and smoke. For a moment I thought the sheer force might rip me apart, but when the blaze finally thinned, I was still standing singed, fur smoking. My bows reduced to nothing. Across the broken rocks, a shadow loomed. A heavy footstep shook loose another shower of pebbles. From the rising steam and shimmering heat, it stepped into view. A hulking figure of crimson and black, its body pulsing with molten heat. Its beady eyes glowed like coals as flames curled lazily from its shoulders. Magmar, the true master of this mountain. I set my stance, chest heaving, the stick in my tail glowing faintly with ember light. Behind me, I could feel Ventis's panic through the bond, but I forced a grin. Showtime! Bastard, I murmured, forcing my legs to steady beneath me. My stick crackled faintly with psychic light. Some boss of the mountain you are! I roared in Pokémon tongue, my voice echoing off the rocks. Sneak attacks are the signs of weakness. You dare? Magmar's voice was deep, molten, like lava bubbling up from a vent. His eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward, one massive fist cocked back. I shoved psychic energy into my paw and channeled it through the stick, Psybeam. The violet streak hit him dead on. For half a heartbeat I thought I had him, but then, wham! A thunder punch slammed into my stomach like a hammer. The world jolted white as electricity tore through my nerves. My muscles locked, my chest heaved for air that wouldn't come. My vision blurred. I was honestly glad I hadn't eaten breakfast because it would all be on the ground by now. This wasn't some low-level wild Pokémon. This was a king. Fenn! Ventis's voice rang, sharp with panic. She raised her hands and sent slicing wind blades hurtling toward Magmar. The mountain tyrant conjured a light screen with a flick of his claws, smirking until the blades tore through it, raking shallow wounds across his chest. Thin red lines marked his scales. Magmar's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed into fury. He, the ruler of this peak, scarred by a mere human? His roar shook loose boulders from the cliffside. A torrent of fire poured forth, but Pelliene was already stepping forward, staff raised, summoning a wall of shimmering water to intercept the flames. Steam hissed, blanketing the field. Ventis run, Pelliene screamed, her voice cracked with urgency. Swellow, brave bird! The old bird launched like a comet, blue light streaking his wings. He slammed into Magmar with a crash that rocked the clearing. The fire beast staggered. Fuck! I screamed mentally, forcing my paralyzed body to move. Pain seared through me as I twitched a paw upward, forcing my stick on target. Another Psybeam burst from its tip, jagged and wild. This time luck was with me. Magmar froze, blinking, swaying drunkenly. Confusion. Ventis dashed forward just as a stray stone, flung by the chaos, clipped Pelliene across the head. The master crumpled. Master! Ventis dove, barely catching her before she hit the ground. Terrence was already there, helping her drag Pelliene out of the blast zone. Geodude floated grimly beside them, fists clenched. Use long-range attacks, I barked at Swellow. Magmar was beyond reason now. Flames erupted from his maw in wild sprays, searing the air, scorching stone. He stumbled and clawed at empty air, lashing out at phantoms in his confusion. Swellow rained down swift, glowing stars pelting Magmar from above. I clenched my teeth, forcing every last spark of psychic energy I could muster into one singular point. My muscles screamed, my broken ribs grinding with each breath. Blood filled my mouth, hot and metallic, but I didn't care. Come on, come on. My paw shook as I raised the stick. Focus. Just one more. The world narrowed into a single burning thread. And then, crack. Magmar froze as a crushing psychic weight slammed down on him, bones creaking under invisible force. Rocks around him split from the pressure. His roar choked into a gurgle as the Mountain King collapsed, knocked into unconsciousness. Psyshock, I whispered, my vision tunneling. I learned Psyshock. The thought was bittersweet, because even as triumph surged, blood spilled from my mouth. The thunder punch had broken me deeper than I'd realized. Still, I smiled. Then the fire in my chest sputtered out, and I went limp, falling into blackness. When I came to, I was lying back at camp with the others. Pelien was still unconscious, but her chest rose and fell evenly, her breathing steady. Swallow stood tall beside her, scratched but alert, like a weathered guardian. Vulpix paced circles around her master, tail twitching with worry. Terence was crouched by Geodude, feeding him a berry as thanks for dragging Peliene out of danger. And Ventis, well, she was sitting cross-legged with my head in her lap, brushing strands of fur out of my face. No need to tell me I look like shit, I muttered across the link. Idiot! She tapped her fist against my head in the gentlest mock punch. You could have died! Yeah? Well, I knew we'd pull through, I half lied. Truth was, it had been a coin flip at best. Vulpix was too shy to carry a fight alone. Swallow was strong but aging. And me? I'd just taken a crit thunder punch topped with paralysis. If that wasn't bad luck, I didn't know what was. That being said, I'd rather not do it again. Worst roller coaster ride ever, 1 out of 10, would not recommend. You always say gibberish when you're like this, Ventis sighed, though her lips twitched. I fed you a citrus berry while you were out, so that's why I had to swallow first when I woke up. I smirked. What happened to Magmar? We collared him while he was out. Ventis pointed toward the far side of the camp. There, the fire-red bulk of Magmar lay slumped on the ground, his belly rising and falling in heavy sleep. Figured it was better than letting him wake up angry and burn us all. Quick thinking. I nodded. Immediately regretted it, as the world spun sideways. After all that trouble, Terence still hadn't found anything valuable in Magmar's so-called nest. We decided to head back down slowly, carrying Pelien between us. By the time we stopped at the woodsman's hut, the sun was dipping low. Come in, Terence offered, holding the door with his shoulder. I use this abandoned place as my stash and rest stop. We laid Pelien on a cot, while the late afternoon light slanted through the window. That's when I actually looked around, and my jaw nearly hit the floor. A basket sat against the wall with not 1, not 2, but 3 firestones, glowing like frozen embers. A lightning stone gleamed brazenly on the table. Behind a hunk of corundum, a dawn stone peeked out, catching the light with a silvery sheen. What the hell, man? I exploded in Pokémon tongue. Huh? Both Ventis and Terence turned, blinking at me. This guy has 3 firestones, I blurted through the link. What? Ventis darted to my side, eyes wide as saucers when she saw what I was pointing at. Oh, those? Terence shrugged like it was nothing. Yeah, those orange stones are cool. Kinda look like a flame stuck in a gem. I stared at him, utterly torn. Part of me wanted to punt him in the groin for sitting on treasure like this. The other part wanted to kiss him square on the mouth. Instead, I just sat there, stunned, unable to decide which impulse was stronger. My mind was running at 200 miles an hour, weighing options, calculating outcomes. Ventis, in the meantime, was happily explaining to Terence that we'd actually come looking for the stones he had lying around. He grinned from ear to ear and, without hesitation, offered to sell 1 for 5 silvers. I nearly fainted on the spot. 1 firestone could buy his entire village and still leave change for a few towns over. Ventis, I whispered through our link, tail flicking irritably. Hire the boy and buy up every stone he's got. What? She blinked, clearly thrown off. Do what I say, and we'll be rolling in money and prestige. I smoothed thistles out of my tail, forcing calm. He's a genius, an unpolished diamond of geological knowledge. If he studies properly, he'll be worth more than 100 miners. I don't know if I can hire people. Ventis shifted awkwardly. You must stop thinking of yourself as a slave. You're a mage. Mages wield power not just magical, but political. Make a magic contract with him for 5 years, so no one else can snatch him away. We studied that too, remember? I do. She bit her lip. How much should I offer? You earn 15 gold a month. Offer him 3. If he gets lazy, it drops to 1. And now that you collared Magmar, he'll have a powerhouse to guard him. He'll work faster than ever. What? I mean, yes, I placed the collar on Magmar, but no buts. Today, you act aggressively. We need him. He needs a protector. It's survival and strategy both. Ventis drew a deep breath, then finally spoke aloud instead of through our bond. Terence, I have an offer for you. The negotiations took less than 5 minutes. Terence nearly jumped out of his boots when she promised him pay for doing what he already loved. He signed the contract with trembling hands, grinning like a fool. Ventis also handed over 2 gold for the stones, quickly hiding all but 1 firestone away in her pack. While the others tended to Pelliene, I kept watch over Magmar. Good evening, big boy. I gave him a toothy grin as he stirred awake, eyes blazing. That was one hell of a punch. You little, he snarled, trying to rise, only to be stopped by the collar. The moment rebellion sparked in his mind, pain racked his body, and his limbs refused to obey. Tusk, tusk, tusk. I wagged a finger in his face. You've been caught. If you just left us alone, none of this would have happened. I will break out of this and tear you in 2, he growled, forcing the words through clenched teeth as the collar burned against his will. Sorry to disappoint, I smirked, but from now on, you'll be serving that boy over there. I flicked my stick toward Terence, who was still bouncing in joy over the contract. So I'll barely have to see you. Still, I gave a grudging nod. I have to admit, you deserve the title Alpha. I turned and left him to stew in his new reality, the collar's glow faint but unyielding. Pelliene woke with a stifled scream, her chest rising and falling as if the battle still lingered in her dreams. Her panic eased when Vulpix leapt onto the cot, nudging her face with a warm muzzle. Oh, we're safe. She exhaled shakily, stroking the fox's soft fur. Ventis? Morning, master. Ventis smiled from the small table, holding out a slice of toasted bread draped in melted cheese. There's tea, too. Pelliene glanced around, frowning in recognition. Is this the woodsman's hut? Yes, Ventis nodded. I may or may not have acted a bit bravely in your absence. Her master's eyes flicked toward the open doorway. Outside, Magmar was seated on the grass, chomping into a thick slab of toast with a surprisingly calm expression. Nearby, Terence sat cross-legged beside Geodude, both of them eating and laughing like children at a picnic. Swellow perched nearby, vigilant as ever, while Vulpix pressed closer into Pelliene's lap. Morning, everyone, Pelliene said in a soft, motherly tone, petting her companions one by one. So, Ventis began with a mischievous grin, handing her the tea. Good news or better news? Pelliene arched a brow. Both, if you'd be so kind. Well, the good news, no one's permanently injured. Fenn took the brunt of the fight, but she's recovering fast. Swellow looks like he's already battle-ready again. And, Ventis lowered her voice for dramatic effect, I managed to collar the Magmar. Pelliene blinked, stunned, then leaned forward eagerly. And the better news? Ventis's smile widened. She slipped a hand into her pocket and pulled out the firestone, its inner flame catching the morning light. We figured you'd want to evolve Vulpix yourself, so we waited until you woke up. Ventis. Pelliene's eyes shimmered with sudden tears, and she embraced the girl tightly. You're just like my old apprentice. Wiping her eyes, she turned to the fox, trembling with joy in her lap. So, Vulpix, are you ready? Vul vul! The little fox yipped, pressing her nose eagerly against the stone. Pelliene only had to brush the gem against her partner's forehead. Light erupted in the tiny hut, dazzling and warm. When it faded, Vulpix was gone, replaced by a tall, elegant Ninetales with flowing golden fur and 9 radiant tails swishing proudly. Ninetales! She cried, curling her neck around Pelliene in a tight embrace. Pelliene laughed like she hadn't in months, burying her face into the fox's mane. My beautiful girl! The hut buzzed with joy until breakfast was finished. Then Ventis, a little nervous, admitted what she'd done while her master was unconscious, negotiating a contract with Terence and, on top of that, lending him the newly captured Magmar as his protector. Peliane studied the magic scroll carefully, her expression unreadable. "This is very well made," she finally admitted, exhaling. "Still, I would have advised you to offer Magmar as a gift to the prince. Too late now. The king may yet demand you sell him once this contract ends." Before Ventis could answer, Terence cleared his throat and shuffled in. "Master Mage, may I ask for something?" "You may." Peliane set the scroll aside. Terence fiddled with his fingers. "Would it be possible for me to have Geodude as my own Pokémon? We've become more than pals. I don't want to leave him behind." Peliane considered, her face gentle but firm. "Ordinarily, that wouldn't be possible. You're neither noble nor mage." "But," she tapped her chin, then smiled faintly, "I could bend the rules. I have spare collars. I'll lend you one. You can use it to keep Geodude safe at your side. It won't make him yours legally, but no one will question it so long as you're under a mage's employ. And Geodude isn't exactly a coveted choice." Terence's face lit up like the morning sun. Geodude practically beamed beside him. "And I thought I was the one bending rules," Ventis muttered, snickering into her tea. In the quiet of his solar, King Callister Vermont sat beneath the golden glow of an oil lamp, a sealed scroll resting in his hand. The wax bore the sigil of his agents, men who prowled the kingdom's borders with eyes sharper than hawks. He broke the seal with deliberate care, unrolled the parchment, and read. The young mage, Ventis, and her bonded Bracian remain safe. They have subdued a Magmar one, known as the so-called King of Mount Vern. The beast is now collared and tamed. No losses reported, though her master was briefly incapacitated. The group continues its movements unopposed. Callister leaned back, the chair creaking as he let the words sink in. His delibird shifted beside him, tilting its head with a questioning coo. "Safe? And now with a Magmar at her side," the king murmured. His fingers tapped slowly against the carved armrest, eyes narrowing with thought. On the chessboard before him, a rook stood apart, its polished surface catching the lamplight. He moved it forward one square with deliberate precision. She and her firefox, no longer pawns, he mused, voice low. A rook, solid, dependable, waiting to grow into something greater, a piece that can alter the flow of the game if left unchecked. He reached for his wineglass but paused, studying the board with a calculating gaze. "So, Ventis, how far will you move before others notice your rise, and how many of my nobles will flinch when they realize I've placed you on my side of the board?" The fire crackled in the hearth, shadows shifting across his face. His lips curved faintly, though there was no warmth in his eyes. "Promising, yes. But pieces may also turn if the board itself tilts. A rook can just as easily cut down its own king, if it strays." He set the scroll aside with the others, steepling his fingers. "Grow stronger, girl. The game demands it. But remember, every rook remains under the watch of its king. The walk down the mountain was lighter than the climb had ever been. Everyone had gotten more than they'd bargained for." Peliane carried the quiet satisfaction of a scholar whose theories had finally borne fruit confirmation of the Firestone's power, and a faithful Vulpix, now reborn as a gleaming Ninetales at her side. Vulpix herself, no. Ninetales radiated the kind of pride only evolution could grant. Ventis had walked away with far more than a stone, a new ally, a loyal servant in Terence, and the beginnings of something larger, her own circle, her own strength. The boy, for his part, could probably catch Pidgeys in a rusty bucket and still beam like he'd caught a legendary. He practically skipped down the trail, babbling happily about rocks, Magmar, and proper science. And me? Well, every sharp bump in the road reminded me that my ribs felt like shattered pottery, and every deep breath stabbed like a dagger. But even that couldn't stop the grin plastered on my muzzle. We came looking for copper and walked away with gold. That's a win in any book. Only Magmar glowered, trudging alongside the carriage with all the enthusiasm of a prisoner in chains. He made a point of glaring at me and Swellow whenever our eyes met, which honestly just made me feel better about the whole thing. The village elder had seen us off with wide smiles and grateful bows, though I had no doubt the 2 gold coins jingling in his pocket were the real cause of his cheer. The carriage, of course, was another matter. It strained under the load. Magmar alone took up enough space for 3 men, forcing Hoot Hoot and Swellow to perch on the roof, while Terence claimed a spot beside the driver, talking his ear off about ore veins and mountain strata. The Mudsdales, sturdy as they were, grunted at every tug of the harness as we rolled out of the little mining town. I had to bite down on my tongue to stop myself from groaning at every bump in the road. Pokémon bodies healed quickly, but broken bones and internal bleeding didn't just vanish overnight. Still, I held my head high, or at least high enough to keep up appearances. If only we had a chancey, I thought bitterly as the wheels rattled over a rut. Then, with another grin I couldn't suppress, I added to myself, still, even without one, we came out with more boons than I ever dreamed. Magmar, Geodude, and Terence were led away almost as soon as the carriage rolled through the gates. The servants did not even need an explanation. The sight of a scorched, scowling Magmar and a dirt-stained boy practically radiating mountain dust spoke for itself. Still, the Count was no fool. He had them shown into one of the private servant quarters near the kitchens, with a promise of fresh food and clothes for Terence, as well as a trough-sized meal for the Pokémon. Master Peliene, robes still singed and her composure only barely restored, wasted no time. She asked for an audience with the Count at once, and I watched her walk down the marble corridor with Vulpix, no Ninetales, padding loyally at her side. Later, I would learn that she thanked him for allowing us to leave on such short notice, and that she formally requested Terence be recognized as my underling. Her reasoning was calm and professional, her tone so measured that no one would suspect she was only just recovered from fainting in a battlefield. She also arranged for me to meet the Count later that day. When we finally stumbled back into our room, I could feel every single bone in my body complain at once. I didn't even have the energy to curl my tail around me properly. Ventis, however, didn't waste a second. She dragged out the medicine box like a mother hen on a mission. "No need to," I croaked, but she cut me off with a sharp, "Hush," and so I hushed. The bandages were cold against my ribs, the salves stung like nettles, and every time her hands pressed too hard, I wanted to bite down on something. I didn't, though. Instead, I let her work. She muttered about me being reckless, stupid, too brave for my own good, all while her fingers moved with surprising gentleness. When she finally tied off the last strip of linen, I caught her eyes angry, wet at the corners. "You're an idiot," she whispered. "But you're my idiot. Don't you dare pull something like that again." I managed a grin, weak and crooked. Wouldn't dream of it. Total lie. By the time she finished, I had resigned myself to the blanket pile, chest bound tight, head pounding. I was almost asleep when the air in the hallway shifted. My ears perked. A low growl, followed by the creak of the door opening without a knock. Umbreon! He slid in like a shadow made flesh, the yellow rings along his body glowing faintly. His gaze went from Ventis to me, and I felt his eyes like claws. "So," he rumbled, "you fought an Alpha Magmar." I wanted to sit up straighter, but my ribs screamed, so I settled for a flick of my ear. Ventis answered instead, voice quiet. "Yes, she fought him head-on. She won." Umbreon snorted. "Won? Barely? I heard she was coughing blood before the end." "Details," I muttered under my breath. The smug bastard wasn't wrong, but he didn't have to sound so pleased about it. Ventis pressed her lips together, clearly wanting to defend me, but holding her tongue. Smart girl. Then Umbreon smiled, or maybe it was a baring of teeth. Hard to tell with him. Either way, it was the kind of grin that made my fur bristle. Good. Then, once she recovers, she can prove it wasn't a fluke. I groaned and flopped deeper into the blanket, tail curling protectively around my side. "Fantastic," I muttered. "Break every bone in my body. And what do I get? Homework." Ventis gave me a worried look, but I only closed my eyes. Deep down, I knew what Umbreon meant. This wasn't about a single fight. He was sharpening me, testing if I was truly strong enough to survive what was coming. And Arceus helped me. A part of me couldn't wait to try. The return to the castle was handled with the kind of discretion only Count Alderic's household could manage. The villagers had gawked at Magmar's hulking, flame-veined body, but once the gates of Yvelna closed behind us, the Count's staff moved with quick, quiet efficiency. Magmar, still wearing the collar, was led away alongside Geodude and a beaming Terrence. The boy could barely contain his excitement, clutching his new set of servants' clothes like they were royal regalia. The Chamberlain bowed curtly and guided the trio toward a private servants' wing, far from the eyes of curious nobles where hot meals and fresh beds awaited them. Meanwhile, Master Pellienne, robes dusty from travel yet still carrying herself with practiced grace, asked to be shown to the Count immediately. The man received her in his study, the hearth glowing low behind him. His Umbreon lingered at his side like a shadow made flesh, its scarred frame radiating quiet authority. Alderic lifted his gaze from a half-written letter, his expression as calm as the stone walls around him. "Master Pellienne," he greeted, setting down his quill. "You returned sooner than I expected, and with quite the entourage, if the whispers are true." Pellienne bowed respectfully. "Indeed, my lord, I came to thank you for granting us leave. It was not in vain. My Vulpix has evolved, and my student proved herself in battle. She also secured the loyalty of a new companion in the mountains Magmar." At that, Umbreon's rings flared faintly. The Count said nothing, but the crease of his brow deepened. "And this Terrence?" Alderic asked, steepling his fingers. "The miner's boy." Pellienne inclined her head. "Yes, my lord. He has an instinct for stone unlike any I have seen. Ventis has entered into a contract of service with him for 5 years. I ask that you formally recognize him as her underling, so that his position will not be contested." The Count's dark eyes lingered on her for several moments, as if weighing the request against the weight of unseen politics. Finally, he exhaled, slow and steady. "Very well. If you vouch for him, I will recognize the boy's place under your apprentice. But mark me, Pellienne an untamed Magmar in the hands of a servant is a dangerous spark. If it sets ablaze within my walls—" He let the warning hang like a guillotine. Pellienne lowered her head. "I will see that it does not, my lord." "Good." Alderic leaned back, stroking Umbreon's neck absently. "Then see to your student, and when the girl is rested, let her come before me. If she wishes to carry such responsibility, she must look me in the eye and speak her intentions plainly." "As you command." Pellienne bowed once more and withdrew, her mind already running through what she would say to prepare Ventis for the Count's summons. Ventis stood outside the Count's study for a heartbeat longer than necessary, repeating Fenn's drilled lines like a mantra. Her palms were clammy despite the fine robe she wore, but her back was straight as she pushed the heavy door open. "My lord," she bowed deeply. "Sit." Count Alderic's voice was low, almost dismissive. He did not look up at first, his quill scratching across parchment, until he signed the page and set it aside. At last, his dark eyes rose, cool and sharp. "That Magmar could have been a perfect gift for His Majesty," he said, irritation edging his tone. Then, with a sigh, he leaned back. "Still, I cannot blame you. You rendered a great service to my mage. Tell me, is there something you wish in return?" "I couldn't ask for anything, my lord," Ventis replied, her voice humble, steady as practiced. "I was already paid by Master Pellienne." The Count's lips tugged into the faintest smile. "That was her payment, not mine, and I am not a man who lets debts go unanswered. Please speak." Ventis hesitated for only a breath before stepping into the trap she and Fenn had laid. "I know that Eevees are mainly kept by nobles, and that Milord holds the breeding rights. Could I have one?" Alderic's brows rose slightly. "Eevees are the signature Pokémon for noble ladies. I cannot simply hand one over to an apprentice mage." He sighed, almost theatrically. Ventis's lips curved into the faintest smirk. "Even if I promised to evolve one of your Eevees into a Flareon?" The Count froze, then fixed her with a piercing gaze. For a moment the study was silent, heavy with tension. Then he slammed his palm onto the desk and burst into laughter. It was not the polished chuckle of a nobleman, but a raw, unrestrained belly laugh. "You got me there, girl," he wheezed, dabbing at his eye with the heel of his hand. "Sharp tongue, sharper wit. Very well, I have 2 battle-trained EVs. If you can evolve one, the other is yours. You may even choose which to keep." "Thank you, my lord." Ventis bowed deeply again, relief warming her chest. "Go and rest then." Alderic waved her off, his voice returning to its calm timbre. "I hear your Breakson took quite a punch. We'll see to this in the morning." Ventis slipped from the chamber, her heart hammering despite her composure. Once the door shut behind her, Count Alderic rose from his chair and walked to the tall window. His face, now hidden from all but the shadows, shed its mirth and returned to the cold mask of a ruler. He lit his pipe with a steady hand, watching the smoke curl into the night air. "Things," he murmured to himself, "are getting very interesting indeed." I'd done a little digging of my own during our stay at the Count's castle. With access to the library as the Pokémon of a mage, I found that breeding rights were very heavily protected by the Crown. Not just anyone with a male and female could start a breeding farm. Both Pokémon had to be strong and good-looking, and both had to pass the King's personal approval. That meant EV breeders were envied across the noble houses, and yet Count Alderic had managed to secure a pair. Ventis carried 1 Firestone and 1 Thunderstone in her satchel, her hand brushing against them nervously as we followed the Count into his private garden. 7 EVs lounged across the grass, well-groomed, their fur gleaming in the morning sun. 2 of them wore special collars, the breeders, marked for their noble duty. "Here." Alderic pointed to 2 leaner EVs resting closer to him. "These 2 are under Umbreon's training." My tail flattened unconsciously at the thought. I had vivid memories of Umbreon's training, and I shivered just imagining what that might mean for the poor things. "Fenn?" Ventis's voice pulled me back. "It would be best if I could speak with them without the collars," I told her through the link. Ventis bowed her head politely. "Can we take off the collars, just for a bit?" "Very well," Alderic agreed with a nod. Still, his Umbreon rose to his feet, eyes never leaving me. As the collars were removed, I sat before the 2 EVs. "Hi, I'm Fenn, a Breakson," I said in Pokémon tongue. "I know you've both been trained as warriors, but I want to know which of you actually likes humans more." The pair exchanged a look. Then, after a pause, one stepped forward. "I don't mind them. The maids are kind to me. Why do you ask?" "Because Ventis and I pointed first to my mage and then to myself, we're not just looking for a fighter. We're looking for a friend. An ally who isn't too stiff." The little fox's ears flicked, then he smiled. "Sure, that's our choice then." I flicked my tail toward Ventis. Ventis leaned down, smiling as she fastened her special collar around the male EV's neck. "Welcome, partner." Then she turned to the female. A servant had already replaced her breeder's collar, but Ventis had come prepared. She pulled out a cloth rag and draped it gently over the EV's head. Only the faint glow of the Firestone showed through the fabric. In a blinding flash, the EV's form changed taller, more robust, her coat turning fiery red. "Flareon!" she cried, the sound ringing with pride. "Smart," Alderic murmured, eyes narrowing as he stroked his beard. "Keeping your method hidden with a rag. I don't know how you did it, but I assume Pellieni will tell me, sooner or later." "Indeed, Lord Alderic." Ventis's voice was calm, but her eyes sparkled. Then she pulled another rag from her satchel and covered the chosen male. This time the Thunderstone's light flared, and when it cleared, a Jolteon shook himself, sparks crackling faintly off his spines. "A Jolteon too?" the Count gasped, genuinely taken aback. His hand slammed onto the stone railing beside him as he laughed. "Girl, you are full of surprises." Ventis bent down and stroked Jolteon's prickling fur, unbothered by the static crackle. "Jolteon, you're my 3rd partner. Come and meet Hoot Hoot too." "Jol." The new partner barked happily, leaping straight into her arms. In her chamber, Esther's face was blotched red from holding back tears of rage. She ripped the ribbons from her hair, and threw them onto the floor. "That peasant," she hissed, pacing in a storm of frills and lace. "She doesn't just steal attention, she humiliates me in front of father, Flareon and Jolteon, like it was nothing." Evie curled on her lap, but even her beloved companion couldn't soothe her now. No one else is supposed to know those secrets. Not nobles, not even the prince. And yet she flaunts it, as if it were a parlor trick. Esther's small hands clenched the fabric of her dress until her knuckles turned white. "I swear, I'll take everything from her. That fox, her magic, even the prince's gaze, she won't have anything left." In his guest quarters, Prince Augustine sat at the edge of his bed, staring at the faint flicker of candlelight. His usual polished calm faltered for once. "Impossible," he whispered to himself. "No one outside the inner circle of the crown knows how to evolve Eevees. And yet that girl some backwater apprentice managed to?" He pinched the bridge of his nose, his mind racing. He had long desired a Vaporeon, his dream partner, but never found the method, no matter how many scrolls he pored over. Now a commoner displayed mastery of secrets even he, a prince, did not possess. Augustine leaned back, closing his eyes, his jaw tightening. Father was right. She isn't just a mage. She's a piece, on the board, a dangerous piece. If she can do this at 17... His hands curled into fists. Then the game has already changed. The scroll shimmered faintly as it was laid upon the obsidian pedestal of the Royal Magic Tower's scriptorium. Letters like these were rare, magically sealed, bound by oaths older than most kingdoms. Only those who swore binding words could open them without turning to ash. Velenus Agnes Herion, senior researcher of magical fauna, stood alone before it. She pressed her hands together, whispered the sacred pledge, and felt the invisible chain of the vow coil around her heart and tongue. She could not betray the contents, not alter them, not claim them for herself. Knowledge had a price, and hers was honesty. The parchment unfurled. Velenus's sharp eyes danced across the lines once, twice, and then her knees weakened. She grabbed a chair, sinking down with a hand over her mouth. Her breath came shallow, quick. "All the evolutions," she whispered aloud, though the empty chamber offered no answer. Each name was inscribed clearly. Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and her voice caught Sylveon. A word she had never heard before, a form not even whispered of in the most esoteric texts. The description seemed laughably simple. Evolves when a deep bond of trust and friendship is formed. Velenus almost scoffed, but her training caught her Pokémon defied reason often. Their mysteries were their essence. Her hands trembled as she flipped back to the detailed notes of Flareon and Jolteon, their evolutions already confirmed, tested, proven real. That meant the rest. She rose, skirts brushing the floor, and nearly ran from the chamber. Only once did she stop, at the accountancy desk. With an ink quill that nearly snapped under her grip, she scrawled out a payment order, 2,000 gold crowns, the tower's highest compensation for revolutionary discoveries. "For Master Pelliene of Count Yvelna's domain," she said aloud. Voice clipped but shaking, so there could be no mistake. Then she was off again, heart hammering, scroll clutched tight. At the high spire, she threw open the doors to the Archmage's study. "Archmage Gahatu," she breathed, bowing low even as her voice broke with urgency. "You must read this, at once. It changes everything." The old man looked up from his tome, his single eye narrowing at her tone. He extended a wrinkled hand, and Velenus placed the letter in his grasp. She waited, unable to stand still, as the Archmage's brow furrowed deeper and deeper with every line he read. When he finally looked up, his gaze was sharp as lightning. "Summon the council," Gahatu said, his voice quiet but carrying weight enough to shake the air. "The balance of power between kingdoms has shifted this day, and the name Ventis will be known." The Archmage's chamber smelled faintly of smoke and old vellum when the messenger arrived. No ordinary courier, this was a raven black as pitch, its eyes glowing faintly blue with royal seal magic. Gahatu raised a single brow and unrolled the parchment tied to its leg. The king's hand was unmistakable. Any mention of the junior mage Ventis must be cut from the records. Only write Peliane's name in the official archives and burn the original letter. Ventis must be covered, for now. Gehatu exhaled through his nose, a long, tired sigh, then folded the parchment neatly before dropping it into the brazier at his side. Flames licked high, devouring ink and parchment until not a trace remained. He stared into the embers a moment, as if watching the king's will scatter into ash. So, that's how it is. His voice was little more than a whisper. He rose slowly, his old joints protesting, and crossed to the wide window where a Pidgeotto preened its wings. Its feathers gleamed bronze in the candlelight, eyes sharp, restless, bred for speed and distance. Gehatu tied a fresh strip of parchment to its leg. "Fly to Count Alderic's castle," he murmured, stroking the bird's neck. "Watch the girl, Ventis. If the king values her enough to erase her name, then I cannot risk her being snuffed out before her time." The bird let out a low, eager cry and spread its wings. Gehatu opened the casement, and with a rush of air the Pidgeotto soared into the night, vanishing into the stars. The archmage lingered at the window, his silhouette rigid, his single eye gleaming with something sharper than duty. And if the king wants her so badly, his lips curled into a thin smile, then I want her for myself, even more. A quiet, raspy laugh followed, swallowed by the crackling fire. The prince made sure to enjoy his last few days at the count's estate, though his thoughts were already far ahead. He now fully understood his father's reasoning. Ventis was more than a curiosity, she was a seed that could grow into an archmage, and archmages were not mere servants to kings. They were powers in their own right, difficult to command, their loyalty often a matter of negotiation rather than duty. To cultivate goodwill early was worth its weight in gold. "I am saddened that I must leave this place so soon," Augustin said at the farewell feast, his voice even and measured, the smile on his lips a practiced mask of nobility. "Next year, I will join the Royal Magic Academy as a ranker, but before I depart, I would offer a token to the promising young mage of this castle." Esther's fingers tightened on the edge of her gown, her face drained of color, then flushed crimson as the words landed. The gift was not for her, but for the commoner she despised. "A focus," Augustin continued smoothly, "commissioned from one of the finest craftsmen of the capital." His servant stepped forward, bowing low, and presented a long, polished box. Ventis rose quickly, bowed deeply, and accepted it with both hands. She opened it, as custom demanded. Inside lay a short staff of elderwood, its surface inlaid with flowing silver lines. A gemstone deep violet, the exact shade of her hair, was set at its crown, catching the lamplight in glittering facets. Blue silk bound the grip, soft and elegant. Ventis drew a sharp breath. "I am honored beyond measure, Your Highness." "What a wonderful and thoughtful gift," Count Alderic declared, clapping once in genuine admiration. The words barely faded before Esther pushed back her chair with a scrape. Her face burned scarlet, eyes brimming with barely contained fury. "Excuse me." Her voice cracked as she stood, skirts trembling with her haste. She swept from the hall without a backward glance, her maid scurrying behind like a shadow trying to keep pace. A heavy silence lingered for a heartbeat, then conversation slowly resumed. The feast continued without further disruption, though for some, the absence at the Count's left hand was louder than any music. The big room Ventis was given was slowly filling up with life. My own bed, sized properly for a Pokémon, sat by the fireplace. Jolteon had a doggy bed on the other side, and with Hoot Hoot perched on a stand in the corner, it almost felt like a proper team's quarters. What shocked me most was when Hoot Hoot himself asked to start training. The timid little owl, who I always thought would be happy just sitting pretty, suddenly wanted to grow stronger. He confessed through the bond that he felt useless, too weak to protect Ventis if danger came. That hit harder than I expected. Jolteon, of course, wasn't slacking either. His fur practically sparked with eagerness every morning. If anything, he was a battle junkie through and through, grinning like a madman every time Umbreon called us out for drills. So it was the three of us against him. I'd love to say that it made things easier, But truth be told, I didn't know what I was expecting. Without coordination, most of our attacks overlapped at the worst moments. Hoothoot's gust would knock my Ember off course, Jolteon's pin missile grazed my tail more than once, and Umbreon? He slipped through us like silk through the wind, shadow and speed incarnate. If I had to put it in game terms, he was fully spec'd into speed and special attack, an absolute nightmare to pin down. Hoothoot dropped out of the fight in minutes, leaving me and Jolteon to try and weather the storm. "Bro, we need to come up with a plan. This is useless," I huffed, sliding to a stop beside Jolteon. "Figured that too, sis. He's on a whole other level." Jolteon's fur bristled, sparks leaping across his coat. For all his wild grin, his eyes were serious. "Any ideas?" "Working on one," I shouted, throwing myself into a dodge as a shadow ball scorched past. "Less talking, more fighting," Umbreon sneered, voice like iron wrapped in velvet. By the end of the first week, I knew every sore spot in my body. Every muscle hurt. Every breath stung. "I'm done," I groaned, collapsing into the dust. "I'm not," Jolteon barked, only to be slammed next to me by a swift tackle. "Okay, maybe call it a draw," he wheezed. "Cute," Umbreon said, standing tall and pristine, not a single hair out of place. "Fenn, you're getting better at dodging, but your stamina is still your greatest weakness." "Sir? Yes, sir," I mumbled, sprawled on the ground and staring up at the clouds from my personal dirt nap. "Jolteon, you're too focused on offense. You don't dodge obvious counters. Fix that." "As you wish, ringleader," Jolteon grunted, still smirking despite the bruises. Then Umbreon turned to Hoothoot, who was just dragging himself upright again. His crimson eyes narrowed. "And you're not fit to be a fighter. Give up and go back to being a pet." Hoothoot didn't answer. He only lowered his head, wings trembling faintly. But I could feel it through the bond, the sting of those words cutting deep, sharper than any claw. I made a hot bath for us after all that tumbling through dirt and bushes. We looked like a squad of half-dead soldiers limping home from war. Steam curled up from the wooden tub, filling the small room with a hazy warmth. Thankfully, hot water didn't hurt, though it still felt odd for me as a fire type. My instincts told me it wasn't natural, but I forced myself to settle in. If I was going to face water users head-on, I had to train my body to withstand more than just a splash. Jolteon practically melted into the steaming water with a blissful sigh, sparks dying off his fur as he stretched out like he owned the whole tub. Hoothoot, on the other hand, needed help just to stay under his tawny feathers, made him float like a cork, wings flapping uselessly as I kept him steady. He hadn't spoken a word since training ended. "It's all right," he says stuff like that to inspire. In his own arsehole way, I muttered, scrubbing his feathers with a brush. "He's right," the owl finally whispered, voice low. "I never fought before. I am nothing more than a soft pet. Now, listen here." I turned his round face toward me, forcing his big eyes to meet mine. I remember seeing a brave little owl dive straight at an Alpha Arbok to protect his master. Was I only dreaming? "No," he admitted, feathers ruffling. "But I got knocked out. Not the point. I gave him a playful nuggie between his feathers. There's a brave heart inside all that fluff. I saw it. And don't tell me otherwise you wouldn't have asked to train if you were just some pampered pet." Jolteon, still lounging in the corner like a smug prince, gave a sharp nod of agreement. "Then what should I do?" Hoothoot asked, almost desperately. "I'm too slow, too weak, and I have no skill." "Do you think I was born with skill?" I snapped, then softened my tone. "I survived on my own in a forest crawling with predators. That's how I learned. You've got something better. You've got a master who'll feed you, heal you, and a team who won't let you die. So if you have to work yourself into a coma to grow stronger, do it here. You've got the perfect chance." "Right." Hoothoot's feathers puffed up with a brave little flare, though his eyes softened again. "Thank you for being here for me. Sometimes younger sisters have to put some common sense into their big brothers." I flicked my wet ear fluff, trying to act noble, water droplets flying everywhere. That was enough to break the tension. The three of us burst into laughter, steam swirling around as if the room itself shared in the warmth of the moment. My first winter in this world was shockingly boring. The Count had gone to the capital with his family, taking half the staff with him. Apparently, he had a manor there as well. The castle was left running on a skeleton crew. No feasts, no endless noble chatter, no Umbreon looming over us with his brutal training regimen. Master Pelliene was gone too. That left us, quite literally, to our own devices for 3 whole months. Hoot was finally flying like a proper owl, his wings cutting the air with speed and force. His attacks actually carried weight now. Jolteon, on the other hand, sulked for weeks, still bitter his personal sparring partner had left. As for me, well, I was already planning how to weaponize boredom. Morning sunshine. I pulled the blanket clean off Ventis with the most sinister grin I could muster. My witch hat, freshly pressed, sat proudly on my head. In my paw wasn't the old half-burned stick anymore, but a wand I'd personally requested from the carpenter, a proper wand. Short, elegant, and unmistakably Harry Potter-esque, crafted from fire-resistant wood. Unlike other Bracian, who would panic if their precious stick was lost, I knew better. Instinct didn't mean optimal. And this wand? It was perfect. "It's time to learn advanced calculus," I announced, blasting my voice straight into her head with psychic projection. Ventis groaned, grabbed her pillow, and swung at me. "No, please, spare me!" I caught the pillow mid-swing and leaned in close, letting my eyes glow with psychic energy for maximum dramatic flair. "I am going to teach the will of living out of you." Jolteon snorted from his bed until my head snapped toward him. "You'll be learning about electricity too. Don't worry." I switched to Pokémon speech. His ears went stiff. He gulped. Ventis lasted until just before lunch, before collapsing. She sat cross-legged at her desk, staring at the paper I'd scrawled formulas on. Her violet eyes swirled like they'd been hexed. "This doesn't make any sense." "It will," I sighed, poking her nose. "Brains run on fuel. Let's get you fed before you burn out entirely." Hoot and Jolteon perked up immediately. "You two as well," I said, wagging my wand at them like a teacher calling roll. And so, my intensive winter lessons became the boogeyman of our little household. Every morning, I'd drag them through equations, theories, and lectures about molecules, aerodynamics, and heat transfer. By afternoon, we turned it into practice. Knowledge applied. Knowledge sharpened. Ventis's magic skyrocketed. Not in raw power, but efficiency spells cost her a fraction of what they once did, and her accuracy was terrifying. Jolteon's lightning tightened, no longer arcing wastefully but slamming with precision. Hoot, timid no longer, learned to slice through the air with terrifying grace. As for me, I realized I lacked raw firepower. I could shape flame, yes, but its heat was lacking. So, once a week, I went to the smithy, blasting streams of fire into the forge while timing myself, holding the heat steady like a metronome. It was hell on my lungs and stamina, but effective. And because I couldn't resist, yes, I stole straight from Guy Sensei's book. I tied heavy stones to my legs, arms, and tail, dragging them everywhere. Within 5 minutes of watching, Jolteon demanded the same treatment, his eyes blazing with competitive fire. I swear, winter boredom might have been the greatest blessing we'd been given. If history and geography didn't matter, then by Christmas, Ventis was already at the level of an A+ college senior finishing her studies. She learned frighteningly fast. Of course, I wasn't a cruel teacher. I knew when to push and when to reward. So, I placed a little order with the local seamstress and had 3 graduation caps made, each perfectly sized for the 3 heads of my students. On a bright, sunny day, I called them out into the garden and handed each their cap. "What is this?" asked Jolteon, ears twitching, his cap dangling from his paw. "It is your graduation cap," I answered proudly. "And what is graduation?" he asked again, genuinely puzzled. "Just be quiet. Or do you want to be inside studying instead?" Hoot muttered, his cap already perched proudly on his head. Ventis adjusted hers and smiled faintly. "So, You told me this is a graduation cap. Does this mean we don't need to study anymore? There was a hopeful sparkle in her tired eyes. Indeed, it does. I nodded through our mental link, now that we all have gathered here. I spoke in Pokémon tongue and directly into Ventis's mind at once. It is my responsibility and honor to declare that all three of you have completed your studies under me. The journey was long, filled with sleepless nights and late lessons, but now I have nothing left to teach you. I stood tall, saluted, and beamed. Fenn's first college for the gifted is officially complete! At my signal, the three of them tossed their caps into the sky. Cheers and clapping rose from the sidelines. The gardener, a few maids, Terence, with his Pokémon, all watching. A small feast had been prepared to celebrate. It was sheer luck Terence arrived back just in time. He had been gone for weeks, trekking across every mountain in the region, including the very one where I first met Ventis. And his haul? Enough to make my jaw almost unhinge. 17 evolution stones. 17. Not even mentioning the pile of precious gems and fossils he lugged back like they were nothing. 5 firestones. 2 thunderstones. 3 waterstones. 3 moonstones. A sunstone. A duskstone. And 2 leafstones. And on top of that, we still had a dawnstone and a firestone left from the last batch. When I explained to Ventis just how much those stones were worth, she fainted on the spot. I hope I did well. Terence scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Dude, read the room, I shouted, though he probably couldn't understand a word of my Pokémon talk. I'm sorry, I don't know why you're angry, he stammered, backpedaling. I sighed and shook my head. I really need a way to learn to speak human. The kid's an actual rock demon, Magmar grunted, shaking his head. Even I was impressed, and I don't get impressed easy. Thanks for looking out for him. I offered him a fist bump. He bumped back with a grunt. Don't get used to it. I still owe you a proper payback. I smirked. Yeah. Anytime, fire duck. The audience chamber of Zhao Shara's iron-walled fortress smelled faintly of incense and smouldering oil lamps. Ornate banners of scarlet silk hung from the ceiling, each embroidered with the flame crest of the kingdom. On the dais sat Prince Calith Dravosh, younger brother to King Rhaegus the Burning Fist, and every bit as cunning as his sibling was fierce. Before him stood 2 foreigners, nobles of Vermont, cloaked in river-blue finery that looked sorely out of place amidst the harsh stone walls. They bowed deeply, each already weighed down by gold-chased chests stacked beside them, and 2 Pokeballs gleaming on the table as their advance gift. Your Highness, said the older noble, Baron Eldric Malvor, his moustache twitching with greedy delight. With this payment alone, my loyalty to the Vermont crown grows. Flexible. He glanced at his younger companion. Does it not, Viscount Ormond Travail? The Viscount, tall and thin, nodded eagerly. Flexible indeed. Our country grows complacent. Its rivers fatten bellies, but men grow soft. A flame to the heart, such as yours, might stir it into greatness again. Calith offered a smile, broad, warm, the kind of smile that could convince children that monsters were friendly. He spread his arms, theatrically. Ah, my friends, such vision warms me. The Vermont crown grows heavy with sloth. You would aid me in lifting that burden, yes? Help turn river water into fire? The nobles bowed again, their greed practically dripping. Eldric rubbed his hands together. The Count's lands along the Ashura tributary, ripe for the taking. Promise me that county, and I shall rally not only my men, but 6 others with the promise of gold. They will bend, as all men do, when coin outweighs loyalty. Calith leaned back into his seat, stroking the hilt of the blade at his side, a ceremonial thing, but his fingers moved across it with the ease of habit. His eyes flicked to the pair of Pokeballs that had been offered. And you would serve Zhao Shara faithfully? Ormond was already nodding furiously. With all our strength, grant us titles greater than those petty scraps Vermont handed us, and you will not regret it. Regret? Calith repeated, chuckling softly. He folded his hands together, tilting his head, as if weighing a prayer. "Regret is a burden of lesser men. I accept your loyalty, and one day the kingdom will reward you both richly." The nobles straightened, their faces alight with ambition. They saw only wealth, only rising titles, blind to the way Calith's eyes narrowed as they turned their heads. Calith's thoughts flowed darkly, smooth as poison in his mind. Pathetic. They sell their oaths for a pouch of gold and a handful of beasts. Do they truly think Jaushara needs such worms as allies? They will stir the river nobles into strife, weaken Vermont's stability, and then when their usefulness ends, I will see their heads mounted as proof of Jaushara's resolve. Perhaps their very Pokémon will serve better masters than they ever could. He raised his goblet in mock celebration. "To our alliance! May it be fruitful, swift, and eternal!" The nobles eagerly clinked their cups against his, smiling like children at a feast. And Calith, the prince with the kindest smile in Jaushara, was already imagining the flames that would devour them. Terence was properly congratulated, and I somehow managed not to cause a scene over the immense amount of precious stones he had brought back. "I can only wonder what your master is doing in the capital," I sighed, leaning over the new magic circle Ventis was inscribing. My eyes narrowed. "Wait, is that what I think it is?" "Indeed," she said, smiling proudly. "I thought of using a physics formula in my magic circle. It should increase efficiency to about 97%. My ear fluffs trembled. "We need to test that outside city limits. If it works, that's basically a war crime of a spell. You think so too?" she asked, her eyes sparkling like she'd just invented Armageddon. "Well, at least you're happy," I muttered through our mental link. "Let's just try not to become the demon lord of this world." "What's a demon lord?" she asked, innocently. "Well, you see." "Boss! Big news!" Jolteon skidded into the room, lightning crackling at his paws. "What's up?" I asked in Pokémon language. "Is something the matter, Jolteon?" Ventis asked, blinking. Before the lightning furball could answer, a large shadow filled the doorway. "Hoot!" came the sound, deeper, prouder, and resonant enough to make the window panes rattle. In Pokémon tongue, he said simply, "I evolved." The three of us turned in unison. Looming in the doorway was an immensely large Noctowl, his eyes glowing like twin amber moons. "Hoot, you evolved? Yay!" Ventis squealed, rushing forward to hug her owl. "Hoot!" The now massive bird wrapped her gently in his wings, nearly engulfing her entirely. "How?" I asked, turning to Jolteon as the two continued their celebratory hug. "Apparently he really wanted to win a fight," Jolteon explained, flicking his tail. "So he challenged Terence's Geodude, and won. Evolved right after. Aren't Noctowls usually smaller?" I squinted. "Don't tell me." "He's an alpha," Jolteon sighed. "Well, paint me blue and call me a water type," I said, floofing up my tail and plopping down on it like a beanbag. That was definitely not on my bingo card. "We're so going to mop the floor with Umbreon when he comes back." I grinned, flexing slightly and feeling every bit of muscle growth from the weight training. Jolteon's already spiky fur bristled at the thought. "Do you really think we can win? I mean, He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't have to. How about we let the bird and our master have their own fun while we have a little scuffle?" I offered, with a wicked grin. "What, you and I?" Jolteon tilted his head. "No offense, Fenn, but I'm not even close to your level." "No worries," I said, rolling my shoulders. "I'll only use physical abilities, no fire, no psychic powers." He blinked. "But those are your main skills." "And that's exactly why I'm too predictable," I said seriously. "I need backup moves, something no one would ever expect from a dainty Pokémon like me." "There's literally nothing dainty about you," Jolteon deadpanned. "I'm not holding back now that you've said that," I replied flatly as we entered the training yard. He gulped, but took his stance anyway. "I'll be the judge," Magmar rumbled, stepping out from the side hallway. "Thanks," I saluted, tail flicking behind me as I crouched into position. At his signal, we both lunged. "Quick attack!" Our movements blurred. He was faster, slamming into my side with bone-jarring force. Instead of dodging away, I used his impact, twisted midair, and countered with an iron tail that hit his stomach squarely. We both went tumbling in opposite directions. No banter this time, just raw, instinctive fighting. Jolteon got up first, lightning sparking along his body as he charged his next move. Instead of grounding myself or dodging like a smart Pokémon, I braced and took it head-on. This time, I wanted to see if I could overcome it. My goal was simple: no more paralysis. Once was enough humiliation. The thunderbolt hit. My muscles screamed. My teeth clenched as what felt like a busload of electricity ran through me. Every nerve lit up like molten wires, but I didn't fall. With one focused breath, I forced my body to move. I exploded forward in a blur of light, the ground cracking beneath my paws. Then impact. The wall stopped me faster than I stopped myself. Fenn? Jolteon trotted closer, looking down at my crumpled form. You okay? What was that? That, Magmar said, his tone a mix of disbelief and pride, was extreme speed. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. Was that on purpose? He asked, crossing his arms. I tilted my head weakly from the floor. What do you think? He chuckled. Thought so. A fluke then? A fluke I'll exploit to hell and back? I said with a wobbly grin. I think I only managed it because of the lightning charge, but now that I've done it, I can try to repeat it and use it properly next time. Might want to try that outside castle limits, Magmar advised dryly. You might move fast, but your senses won't keep up yet. Point taken, I muttered, rubbing my sore muzzle. That was awesome, boss, Jolteon said, tail wagging despite his bruises. Teach me too. I smirked and pointed at the dent I'd left in the wall. Sure, once I figure out how to do it without turning into modern art. With a bit of healing done on myself and Ventis finally emerging from her room, with Noctowl gliding proudly behind her, we decided to get some fresh air. A simple lunch, a walk through the nearby forest. Still, I couldn't help the shiver that ran down my spine when we passed the clearing where Umbreon had first trained me. Even now, the ground still looked scorched from our early sessions. Noctowl, however, was in pure bliss, flying lazy circles above us, his wings catching the sunlight in flashes of bronze and cream. Ventis hugged her magic tome close, the margins filled with her own formulas, a bizarre, brilliant fusion of modern physics and this world's arcane symbols. When we came across a house-sized boulder in an open meadow, we stopped and spread out our picnic. I'll be testing a new skill I randomly got, I told Ventis through our link as I popped an oran berry into my mouth. Her head perked up immediately. Oh, great! What did you learn this time? Extreme speed, I said, as casually as if I'd learned how to whistle. Ventis froze mid-bite, her sandwich hovering in mid-air. What? It's called extreme speed, I repeated. I heard that, but that's a very rare skill. How did you even manage it? Jolteon zapped me while I was trying a quick attack, I said with a straight face. Ended up decorating the wall. Abstract modern art, apparently. Ventis blinked, then slowly grinned. Anyway, I continued, patting my stomach. Shall we test your latest attempt at rewriting reality? She nodded, stepping a few paces back. I stood ready, already summoning fire to smother any accidental wildfires. But instead of flame spreading, we had the opposite problem. The top of the boulder melted. The trees behind it didn't catch fire, they simply ceased existing, turned to drifting ash. The heat shimmer distorted the air like a mirage. And even I had to admit it. This was overkill. I crossed my arms. I'd say tuck that one away for when we're raiding a castle. Ventis just grinned through her exhaustion and swapped to her next test water magic. The focused jet carved into the rock like an industrial cutter, clean and perfect. Her third test was wind. With Noctowl on lookout, we had made sure no wandering Pidgey or Caterpie got caught in the blast. When she unleashed it, the already damaged rock was sliced clean through, the fragments scattering into molten rubble and fine gravel. By the time she was done, the house-sized boulder was nothing but a pile of pebbles and slag. I need a break, Ventis groaned, collapsing onto the grass, chest rising and falling with fatigue. You do that, I replied with a smirk, brushing some soot off my fur. Then I turned to the others. Noctowl, I called up. Try what we talked about the rock juggle, but without using your claws this time." He gave a sharp hoot and caught the fist-sized rock I tossed into the air, keeping it aloft with precise wind currents. It was perfect practice sharpening his balance, his fine control, and his ability to make short, sharp turns. "Jolteon," I said, pointing toward the open field. "You just watch me. Try to imitate what I'm about to do." He tilted his head, sparks dancing across his fur. "Should I be worried?" "Probably," I said, grinning, then took my position in the long stretch of grass far from anything that could burn, melt, or explode.